Hello, everyone, and welcome to a live recording of the Travel Trends podcast here in beautiful Barcelona at the Phocuswright Europe conference. I'm thrilled to be back for our second year, and the conference is actually going to be moving next year, so we've got to make the most of our time here in Barcelona. And the best way to do that is to interview the most extraordinary guests that come together for this amazing an event. And I have the real privilege and honor to introduce our very first guest for this series. She's never been on the Travel Trends podcast before. She kindly agreed to join us for this conversation, but she is a legend in the industry. She founded Web and Travel, which is an extraordinary conference that was acquired by North Star, so she's part of the Phocuswright family. She's based in Singapore, and she's a remarkable speaker and entrepreneur and someone that I greatly respect and admire, and I'm thrilled that we have the chance to sit down and have this conversation together. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to now the founder, Yeoh Hoon. Thank you so much for joining us for the Travel Trends podcast. Great to have you with us.
Dan, well said on the name. What a kind introduction. What an amazing introduction. I'm not sure how I feel about being referred to as a legend.
Well, you definitely are. There's no question about that. But yes.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much. But it's great to be here. As you say, it may be the last, well, it is going to be the last Phocuswright in this amazing city of Barcelona. So looking forward to the conversation then.
Yes, likewise. And we're having this now on the first day, so it's perfect timing for us to have our interview and also discuss what brings you here this year. But before we do, tell everyone about Web and Travel and the business that you've built. Because when I say you're a legend in the industry, I think most people listening to this will be delighted to know that you're on the podcast listening. Here's the opening interview. So many people know who you are. They've seen you on LinkedIn. But tell everyone the background. How did you start this business? What's your background?
Well, I come from a little island of Penang, Malaysia, and I have my grounding in travel journalism, so very close to my heart, journalists, getting content, asking questions, so I'm not used to being interviewed, all right, Dan, so let's put it out there that this is definitely a flip of the card for me. But yeah, so I started Web and Travel in 2005. So that's why last year at WIT Singapore, last October, we celebrated our 20th anniversary. So imagine, I've been around so long, so I've seen definitely the evolution of digital travel. But I basically started WIT because I really wanted to understand how internet was going to change travel, right? And therefore how the travel industry in Asia in particular was going to have to adapt. So we saw the changes as it evolved in the US, but I just felt that Asia would follow its own path or would blaze its own trail, right? And so I wanted to do that and make sure that the travel industry in Asia was on top of trends, right? And figure out how the traveler would change in their behavior, and therefore how we in travel would have to adapt to the traveler. And that has remained sort of the core mission of WIT. Whatever technology has come along, whether it's internet, whether it's mobile, social, and now that word that maybe we will not say, Dan, but it's always following traveler behavior. And so I've kept that as my North Star.
I love it. Well, and interesting, the connection between North Star and obviously Phocuswright, Philip Wolf, who obviously you knew for many years as well.
Who I'm absolutely grateful to, because, he basically introduced me to this world. I mean, he came to one of our earlier WIT conferences, and he's always been a great mentor and coach, and basically he introduced me to North Star, so I'm eternally grateful to Philip.
Yeah, and incredible. I mean, another industry legend there, of course, who sadly passed away a few years ago, but for those of you who are familiar with Philip and the story of Phocuswright, it's very similar to what Hoon was just sharing about Web and Travel, was this intersection of the dot-com era and how technology was going to impact travel, which is relevant to the times we live in. The word that you are obviously avoiding saying that we're going to hear a lot of times on this podcast is AI. Everyone's talking about AI, and of course we will touch on that, but I think it's what's really interesting with both Web and Travel and Phocuswright is that your businesses were based on that last kind of technological epoch that happened, and now we're going through the next wave, and it's even more relevant, I would say, today for people to understand what's happening with technology and how it's impacting travel. But just before we do, I want to make sure all of our listeners who are multitasking, so it's webintravel.com if you want to check out the plans to be at a future conference or the amazing content that Hoon and the team put together. Tell us a little bit about where the business is today and some of the events that you have on and some of the initiatives that you do at Web and Travel that are unique from everything else that's happening in the group.
Yeah, so WIT's position within the North Star Travel Group is we get to do the fun things from our outpost in Singapore. So we get to cover really, to me, the fun, exciting, emerging markets, right? So we've taken our brand beyond Singapore. We started in Singapore, but we really have taken our brands now to South Korea, to Japan, to the Middle East, to Cape Town. And this year we are launching in Queenstown as well. So we like to go to places that are kind of at the edge and where we feel that our brand and the feeling that we bring with our brand can make an impact in the travel community. So we want to go to places where we are wanted, and then we are in a way needed as well, and then that we can spark a difference.
Well, one of the things that's also really interesting is that as North Star was acquired by JTB, and one of the big shifts that is going to happen over the next few years is a big focus on the Asia market. And obviously Japan, and I love traveling through Asia. Singapore is one of my favorite destinations. My good friend Robin Yap, who's based in Singapore, who really educated me on not only the Singaporean market, but Malaysia. And there's a lot of misunderstanding, especially in Western marketing, about how to market towards Asian customers. And so this is where there's so many ways we can take this conversation, but one of the things I would love to understand better from your vantage point is what is happening in the Asian travel market at the moment and some of the trends you're seeing, since obviously you've got a good understanding of not only that, but obviously where the industry is headed. So let's maybe talk a little bit about the Asian market, if you wouldn't mind. And given you're here in Barcelona for the European conference, what are some of the things that you're aware of or happening in the Asian travel market that should be interesting to our listeners and to the audience here at Phocuswright Europe?
Yeah, I guess the first one is that cliche. I mean, it's not a cliche, but it's a true one that there is no one Asia market, right? Which is why we have WITs in different markets, Malaysia, Tokyo, Japan. So everyone is different, but I guess there are always lessons to be learned from Asia, right? So when the mobile wave came in, that's when Asia, even Africa, Middle East leapfrogged.
Yeah.
And then that was when we saw kind of Asia blaze the trail in product innovation, customer interfaces, the way we reach customers and all that. And I feel that the same thing will happen with AI, right? In terms of how it's changing the front door of travel.
Yeah.
I think it will change the front door of travel in a way differently in Asia. And I think the West would be wise to look to Asia for some sort of trailblazing models,
yes.
And it could show the way to the future.
Yeah.
So that's one of the things that, for example, at our conference in Japan, which we just finished, the word AI actually means I, which actually means love, right? I means I love you, not that I love you, but but AI means love, right? And so the Japanese have taken this concept of basically saying, okay, we can use AI to help us dial up the spirit of hospitality in Japan even better, right? So the Japanese spirit of hospitality is omotenashi, which is a kind of, it's very difficult to define, but it is sort of the ability to anticipate what a customer needs, to read a room. And so they are trying to figure out how AI can amplify that rather than reduce that.
Yeah.
So I think in the Asian way of developing, I think you can pick out some signals for the future.
For sure.
I believe that, yeah.
So one thing I just wanted to underscore from what you just shared that I think our listeners should be paying attention to. Right now, all the focus is on Anthropic and OpenAI and these IPOs, and obviously what we just saw happen with SpaceX, which is definitely connected to AI and satellites and being able to build data centers in space. And but there's been such a focus on the Valley. But I think we had that moment about a year ago when DeepSeek kind of all of a sudden outpaced some of the other AI companies. And the reality is this is a multi-horse race, and China is very active, and China obviously is one market within Asia, and I appreciate your clarification on that. That's because that's one of the things that Robin had explained to me, is you have to be thinking about these as all individual markets, but together it's a massive market. And so I think
it's 2/3 of the world's population.
There you go, exactly. Yes. So I think there's more in 2027 that we'll see and learn from what's happening in China and throughout Asia with AI. So I do think that competitive battleground will continue to be shaped, and I think lessons will be learned for sure. In terms of travel and outbound travel, I know this has been a challenging year for many companies, given what's happened in the Middle East, and which hopefully is getting resolved now, depending on when people are listening to this and what state the world is in. But we've always go through conflicts, Ukraine, and then now Middle East. A lot of Australians have not been traveling. I know Australians obviously travel a lot through Asia. What are some of the traveler trends that you're seeing, that you're paying attention to, in terms of who is traveling right now, who's holding back this year? Where are the opportunities and where are some of the weaknesses?
I think we're seeing similar trends playing out because of the crazy divided world that we live in and the disruption in air corridors. So, we heard at yesterday's with Phocuswright Middle East that there was definitely a trend towards regionalization, right? Wherever region you're in, Europe, Middle East, Asia, we're going to see more regionalization of travel.
Yeah.
One trend that I thought was interesting that was said yesterday was by Muzamil Al-Hussein of Al-Musafa, where he said that the outbound trend in the Middle East was kind of shifting westwards versus east, which means actually opportunities for Europe. So Saudi travelers are actually looking westwards and looking for not so obvious destinations. So you will find that the secondary destinations are not necessarily second best anymore.
Right.
And people are actually deliberately seeking out sort of the second best secondary destinations. Yeah. We also see that within the wider Asia region, right, where people, younger travelers or even the older travelers, because of the social content that's out there and word of mouth and connectivity of low-cost airlines, that they are also going offline.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Finding remote destinations, to get away from the main paths. So I think travelers naturally want to disperse, and we just have to find a way in our industry to help them disperse as easily as possible. I think there is an innate desire by travelers to want to disperse.
Yeah.
So there was we had an event in Kuala Lumpur where we call it our Travel Tech Thursdays, where we have quarterly events. And we had the CEO of AirAsia Move, Nadia. And basically AirAsia Move, they cater to the budget travelers in ASEAN, which is a very big market. And she was talking that, we had low-cost airlines unlock the first wave for travel. Now we need innovative, creative products to unlock the next wave of travel, right? For those travelers that actually want something different. So we got to get innovative, not just with tech, not just with tech to find a traveler and target them and sell stuff, but to actually create desire and excite them about travel.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's the next unlock for me, is like get creative with products and experiences, because we've all heard it, like people really want to travel for experiences.
For sure.
Yeah. So then the other market that I think is worth watching, China will always be there, like a big outbound market. We're seeing definitely a lot of individual travelers, a braver definitely with social media, with their apps and all that. They're really fanning out. Korea is an interesting market. It is the second largest outbound market in Asia. The Koreans are intense travelers. I think it's like 28 million trips for a very small population. So high frequency. So they are desirous of travel. And the other thing is in Asia, so I was in Corfu just last week, and I was taken aback by the seasonality of travel in Europe, right? So like Corfu, they open the island for 5 months, and then the rest of it, they think, well, it's too cold, there's no sun. But actually, you might be able to target Asians to come during the off-season, right? Because Asians actually don't want the sun, and we don't want the beach, because we get lots of that, right? So we actually want to go somewhere it's cool or cold, So I think if we think about deliberate intentional disposal of travel, we might actually be able to build sort of a more equitable, sustainable, tourism for the world.
For sure.
Yeah.
You've hit on a number of really interesting points there, and obviously the regional travel is one that stood out to me. Recently having a conversation with airlines around South America, and I was asking them about inbound to South America, and what they were telling me is how much regional travel is now happening in South America, that you have Brazilians that are going to Chile and Argentina, and they're doing a lot more traveling just within the continent themselves. And that's really exciting for companies to realize that more air routes are being opened up, more hotel accommodation, like that region. So that's no one's actually shared that on our podcast before. So I think that's something I wanted to underline to our listeners, that's something everyone needs to be paying attention to, is regional travel. The people traveling within North America or within Europe, if they're not going to do larger international trips, we're certainly seeing more domestic travel, but the idea of just staying within your region is fascinating. Obviously, I totally agree with you about experiences. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, in the age of AI, the human connection and the importance of a human. And I would love to get your take on this, because in our summit later this year, we did in 2024, we did the first kind of AI summit, and it was like how AI was going to impact travel. And then last year we did our summit focused on how it is transforming travel, like with real use cases. Now we're also seeing a lot of pushback around AI and a real focus on where humans are still relevant. And the travel industry, the one thing I'm very bullish on about our industry, obviously we've got a lot of things going in our favor, demographic factors, for example, the aging baby boomers, a lot of desire for travel. I would love to know from your vantage point where humans are still relevant, because you have been in this industry, you're this wonderful human that has this great stage presence and people gravitate to you. And so there's a strong desire from all of us to have, we all crave human connection. It's why we're here at a conference in the first place. So I think it's sometimes the thing that gets lost when we talk about AI and technology is what role humans will still play in this and how important humans are in the travel experience. So I guess, and I know you're also very well read and you obviously have well-informed opinions. So I'd love to ask you what your view is on the role of humans in the travel industry as all these companies rush to embrace AI.
I think humans will become even more important, actually. I think that we are at a time where people are actually questioning humanity itself, right? And what does it mean to be human? And travel, we can't run away from the fact that it's essentially a physical industry, right? Like maybe, in 50 years from now, we can send our avatars to travel for us, but for now, we have to travel for ourselves, right? So it's a very physical industry. And I think, one of the questions that we're going to ask at WIT Singapore, which is coming up in October, is actually, will travelers pay a premium for the undigitized, right? And I sense that people will. Like within Asia, we are seeing a growing demand for analog experiences, right? They call it analog, but it's called analog now. But people want to do pottery classes and making candles. People want to do those sort of physical things that are tactile, right? And in Japan, one of the most best-selling experiences is how to make the katana sword, which is used by the samurai. Yeah. So I think people are actually craving that touch again, that to be able to make things by hand, right? In the bookstore now, you can actually buy an analog pack, which has a notebook with a pencil and stuff that we threw away, but now it's coming back. So I think for every progression, there is a backlash, right? In Asia, the backlash is never as violent as it appears to be in the US, which is, I don't know, it's a crazy country, but but the people are much more pragmatic, right? And they will say, okay, I will use AI to do what I can, but I'm going to actually amplify the human experience. I'm going to amplify the way I offer my services, and be more personal. So, listen, I'm an optimist, right? And I believe humans will become even more important in travel. And hopefully we will be freer because we can use, AI to do a lot of the stuff that we don't want to do. But it's our choice. It's our choice to decide what we want AI to do for us. It's not AI's choice.
Yeah.
It's our choice.
Yeah.
So we should be ruling. We should be ruling the world and not letting AI take over.
Yeah. Well, there was a great commencement speech that a comedian in the U.S. and he talked about the responsibility of this generation is to destroy AI. And there is this pushback where people don't trust it, and also this question of, when you mentioned about when we have more time, we become more efficient, and this question about universal basic income, when we're going to have more time to travel, what does that actually look like? When we finished our agentic in-person recording, we had a number of people comment about the pushback on AI, and I had made a comment about this trip idea that I had to travel like it's 1995. And so to travel when you still have to use phone cards and go to a phone booth, and the internet was very limited, but you still have to go to cyber cafes. So you could be connected, but you could choose when you needed to be connected. And the rest of the time, you'd get off at a train station. One of our most memorable trips, we did Southeast Asia for 3 months before we moved to Australia. And we went through Vietnam and Thailand and Cambodia. And then everyone told us you have to go to Malaysia. And we went to Singapore and then Kuala Lumpur. And then we spent 2 weeks in Malaysia exploring around with no smartphones and just getting off trains and meeting people and finding our way around. And going back more recently with our kids, all of a sudden we were getting in, we were using Grab, and it was, I still enjoyed the travel, but it lost the magic for me of like what was so enjoyable. Sometimes it was the hardship, but it made it so much more interesting. And so I agree with you. I do think this analog, I think there is a potential there, the trend there that companies can focus on to put the technology down and really connect with other humans.
Use the technology to do what it does best, right? And then we humans should think about what it is we do better.
Yes. No, that's awesome. Well, tell us a little bit about what's ahead for you, and both with, obviously, the conference coming up in October. Tell us a little bit of what's in store for Web and Travel and Wit, because obviously, even though it's been acquired by North Star, you are very much running that business. It's still very much your company and your business to run, and obviously...
No, I have to, answer to the higher ups, still numbers to be met. And
Fair, but you are, you're the face, you're the brand, and you do such a great job with it. So, tell us a little bit what your plans are over the next kind of 6 months and the year ahead for Web and Travel.
I think I'm just like a typical entrepreneur where I don't have much of a plan, Dan. But I'm very open. I'm very open. So, last December, I did not think that I would be launching an event in Queenstown in July.
Right.
I did not know that, right? Until I got a phone call from Roger Sharp of Technology Queenstown. And he had attended our event in Japan. And he was kind of taken up by the impact that we were making in the local community. And he basically gave me a call and said, would you want to have an event in Queenstown? And I said, why not?
Yeah.
Right? Because that Queenstown, who would say no to that?
Yeah.
So I think I'm sure North Star would not want me to say this, but no, I follow my heart. It's where people want us, where they think we can make a difference, and that's where I want to go.
Yeah, I love that, and I'm glad you can say that. It's and I think that's for those people who are just getting to know you, and that's very endearing because it's very honest, it's very transparent, and it's very real, and that's you. That's your very personal brand. So I'm so glad that Pete Como, our common friend. When I spoke to him at dinner last night, I mentioned that you were going to be interviewing with me, and he's like, yes, I encouraged her to join you, but it sounds like you were very keen to do it. I'm so thrilled that we finally got the opportunity.
I don't need encouragement, but it's just that, I am not used to being interviewed, so yeah. But you're a very kind interviewer.
Well, and for me, obviously, there's just the greatest respect and admiration because you do this, so well. And so I wanted to be prepared. But just to finish up, one more thing I wanted to ask you too is with us here in Barcelona, what brought you to Phocuswright Europe this year? What are some of the sessions you're going to be involved in? What are some of the things that would be interesting for our global listeners to know about what's happening here at Phocuswright Europe?
Yeah, I have been part of Phocuswright Europe since Dublin, actually. When they were in Dublin, then we went to Amsterdam and here. But this year specifically, I came here to run the WIT Phocuswright Middle East, which was actually originally scheduled to be held in Dubai in May, but clearly we couldn't. And so I called Pete to say, hey, what if we integrated the two events, right? And have Middle East the day before. And it was pretty hard putting everything together, but we did it, And yesterday I felt that it was really important for us to have a conversation about the most important region, despite whatever is going on. That we still needed to keep that conversation going about the Middle East because it's not going away, right? And from the conversations that we had, it's definitely it's going to still be a growth driver. We just need to sort out all that political mess, which you know who started. So, but it was great to. I find that physical events are actually very good healing places, and also very good opportunities for people to build new relationships, right?
Yeah.
So it was important that we do the Middle East event here, which I'm glad we did. But hopefully next year we get to do it in Dubai, And then here, I always run a session called Wit Europe, which Phocuswright kindly gives me some time, and I curate sessions that focus on emerging markets.
Yeah.
That's what I bring to the Phocuswright conference. Yeah.
Well, I heard so many positive feedback from guests that were. I heard so much positive feedback from attendees of the Middle East sessions yesterday, including Stuart Greif, who runs Forbes Travel Guide. He'll be part of this episode as well. He was taking pictures, sharing some of the stats, and posting them on LinkedIn. And so this is where there's so much that you offer to the industry with the work that you're doing, and not only in Asia, but the conferences you're attending. I want to make sure that all of our listeners know where they can follow up or connect with you. What would be the best? I've mentioned the website. I know you're active on LinkedIn as well, but what would be the social channels if people want to follow your work and stay up to speed with some of the reports that you're working on, or the conferences you're attending and what you're sharing?
Well, I think the website would be the best one, and we have a weekly newsletter, so they can subscribe to that, and I have LinkedIn.
Perfect. Well, I get that newsletter. It's excellent as well, so I definitely encourage people to sign up for that. And that's one of the beautiful things about Phocuswright is all the research and the reporting to be able to come to an event like this. And you're right. Being at an event like this, there's a certain element of healing, because the number of people that come to and are at the dinner functions, and they're all trying to trade stories. What are you seeing? Like everyone wants to have a direct conversation with each other about their booking activity and have honest, open conversations, which is what happens here. It's very refreshing when you have senior executives that are able to actually kind of open up and say, this is what we're seeing. We're struggling in this market. What are you seeing? And it's really helpful for each other. So,
Dan, may I ask you something? What's your background? Are you a journalist? So you came in from journalism?
No, I think that's a very kind compliment. But no, I was a travel industry executive for about 20 years. So my focus for this was actually kind of executive to executive conversation about business strategy. But I try to always do my homework before meeting anyone. So that's where the journal, and I always try to figure out what's the through line that will be interesting to our audience. And ultimately what I'm trying to do is share insights that will be valuable to people to grow their careers or build their business in the travel industry. That's ultimately my objective with these conversations, is what would we be able to talk about? Because I have the privilege to speak to you. What are some of the questions I can ask you that would be really valuable for those people that would love to have this opportunity?
Well, firstly, congratulations on having built this up, at a very crucial time. So what I think for me, somebody was asking me, like, what does it feel to be a journalist at this time, right?
Yeah.
And I feel that any moment of disruption is a great time to be a journalist. A great time to be a journalist is when people are actually asking more questions than they have answers to, right? And it's in the questions that you find the answers. And as a journalist, what I find fascinating is therefore having people ask a lot of questions now, because in the past they would just throw answers at you. That's not so interesting, right?
Yeah.
Asking questions is the essence of life, and one skill that we need in AI is to be able to ask AI the right questions.
Very true.
So maybe this swing will prompt people to ask the right questions.
Yeah.
Because I hear so many questions being asked and nobody has the answers. I think it's a great time to be in content. So I think you picked the right time to launch this podcast.
Thank you very much, Hoon. It's obviously my heart's grown 2 sizes over the course of the last 3 years by virtue of really loving doing this podcast, having the privilege to be at an event like this and be able to sit down with you. So thank you for that kind compliment, but ultimately thank you for making the time for this. Thanks for everything you do for our industry. I will continue to follow your journey and look forward to having you back on the podcast in the hopefully near future. But good luck at the rest of the conference, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you, Dan. It's a pleasure, and I'll see you in Singapore.
Our next guest here at Phocuswright Barcelona is a very good friend of mine and someone that's been a big part of Travel Trends over the years. He is the CEO and co-founder of TravelAI, John Lyotier, and he is here with me at the conference, and I'm thrilled to get the time together in person because not only will TravelAI be a part of our summit later this year as they have the last couple of years, but he's someone I always point out in the industry as I was doing at dinner last night that really knows where this industry is headed, really obviously grasps AI. So TravelAI.com is the website that you can check out. And he's also got this huge launch here that I'm going to get him to tell you all about. But John, welcome back to Travel Trends. Great to have you with us again.
My pleasure. Glad to be here.
And so you have a very specific purpose of being here for this event. But before we get into that, for those listeners who are not familiar with this amazing company that you've built, give everyone a little overview of TravelAI.
Sure, I'll sort of take you on a bit of a journey. We had a successful company before the pandemic that did not survive the pandemic, but really we had a company that was operating a series of micro metas. So if you think your Skyscanners, your Trivagos, we basically were doing that across a whole bunch of niche brands. And when the pandemic happened, the company got wiped out. We started all over again in sort of spring of 21. But we realized that what we were doing before was right, but we had a chance to basically superpower it with this new thing that everybody was talking about, or about to start talking about. This is sort of even the early days that we knew AI was going to be absolutely transformative for the entire industry. We acquired the assets of the predecessor company because basically they wanted the servers with all the data. But as a company, we can sort of continued on that brand to build up our series of hyper-personalized niche brands. But really all those hyper-personalized niche brands give us a playground to experiment and apply AI in new and innovative ways. And that's really what we've been doing over the years.
Fantastic. And I just want to call out to our listeners as well. If you actually look back at some of our episodes, we did John has been on our podcast a few times. We did a event spotlight. He's joined us at Phocuswright Conference before, but we actually did a specific deep dive into his business and his company with his co-founder as well, who's now retired.
Now retired.
Yeah, which is amazing. Very happy for him. But I want all of our listeners to actually go and check out that. Chris Jensen is the co-founder, so go and check out that episode if you want to learn more about the amazing backstory, because it's really worth taking the time to understand their business pre-pandemic, and it's a perfect example of a company that embraced AI early with a team that's savvy. Obviously, John's background is marketing and branding, and he has a great grasp of technology. But it's one of the things you'll first point out is that like your background is not technology, and I actually think that's a compliment in the way that you've approached the products and the services you've introduced. But it's an amazing story of the number of websites that you're going from 800 to 8,000 using AI to spin up these sites. And so for a while, you guys were sort of hiding in the shadows a little bit. Yeah. You kind of stepped back because you have got such a successful business that why do you need to otherwise go out and shout about it? But you now actually have something you're very keen to shout about.
We do. It's we like being quiet. We're basically a whole team of introverts, and we're not ones who like to shout from the rooftops too often. But we launched it on Monday, so 2 days ago, or yesterday. I'm not even sure what day it is now. It all kind of blends together. A new product called Traveler MD, and Traveler MD really is a markdown file for those familiar with markdown files and use of Claude or OpenAI and some of the other models. A markdown file is a series of information or instructions that you can give to a model to understand. In our instance, we've created Traveler MD and Trip MD, or a series of Trip MD files that sit within a Traveler MD, and that is kind of why we're here at the show. We have a chance to sort of tell the world, hey, we've been working on something kind of cool underneath the surface there for a while, but now we get to tell the world about it.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Obviously, Brianna is here with you as well. Brianna was actually on our Agentic AI series, and it was one of our most popular episodes in that 3-part series. And Brianna is an amazing speaker. She'll be at our summit later this year as well. Traveler.md, just for all of our listeners, it's Traveler with 1 L. So the American spelling, even though he's Canadian like me, and obviously Australian, so I just want to make sure everyone finds the website. I was reading through the press release yesterday with great interest and talking about the number of colleagues, because I think this is a massive opportunity and like a perfect time for you to come out with this technology, which I know is still in beta. But tell everyone this concept of turning any LLM or agent into your personal travel assistant. Tell everyone a bit about the background on this, and then even the domain as well, because I think there's an interesting story of how that connects.
Lots of different stories there, but you and I have talked before about our vision of the agentic network. And we've gone from the information superhighway from 95 to 2010 with basic internet sites, and people took the information and put it into, put their brochure online, if you will. And that ushered in the whole age of the Booking.coms and the Expedias and the TripAdvisors and those large first generation of the digital travel companies. Of course, they built on the backs of the giants of all the existing travel companies that were there before. Fast forward then from basically the age of 2010 through 2025, which was the mobile social phase of travel, where you had Airbnb and Uber, Instagram, TikTok, all those companies launched within very short order of each other. But we're about to go into the age of the agentic network. And an agentic network is one in which you have the supply and demand, or the traveler and the travel supplier, being augmented with a AI agent who's capable of giving more and more instructions to that thing. So we've been trying to build that for a while, and we've really all of our sites that we've been building are part of this agentic network. But we quickly realized that in order to deliver on the promised agentic network, you needed to have a verticalized memory. And vertical memory is really what Traveler MD is all about. If you think about it from the context of OpenAI or Claude, or whatever your audience is using these days, that's very much a generalized memory. And generalized memory, it does know you, and it basically the more you use it, the more it knows you. But a vertical memory, it can be augmented to that generalized memory and go deep into that travel sphere. So from our perspective, we're able to go out and build it, and really what we ask of the entire industry is that anybody can contribute to a Traveler MD file. We're not the owners of Traveler MD. It's the traveler who actually owns that file, and then bring it with them when they go to interact with any travel company, and the more companies who use it, the more valuable it becomes.
Yeah, and this is super exciting. I was just, as our listeners heard, talking to Hoon from Web and Travel, and I was asking her about where's the role for humans in the age of AI and travel? And this is a great follow-on from that conversation, because when you can use AI to really enhance the travel experience, but still have the human connection when you're in destination. So let's break it down from a traveler point of view, and then I want to break it down from an industry point of view for most of our listeners that are going to want to figure out how to partner and connect with you and what this means for them. But let's start on travelers first, because you mentioned Traveler MD and Trip MD. So 2 files, 1 memory. Traveler MD is the who you are. Trip MD, as you were mentioning, is what you're planning, and the two of them combined together. So from a consumer point of view, walk us through the experience of getting set up and what the benefits are for a consumer, for a traveler using this tool and platform.
So this goes back to being in the beta side. There is some complexity in version 1 in some of the setup. We have, one can go to traveler.md today. I'll come back to the 1L and 2Ls thing, because we actually do that from internally, but maybe we'll do that offline. Yeah. But somebody could go to traveler.md today and start interacting either through chat or through voice, and basically create a travel profile. That travel profile creates a markdown file that you can then connect into your existing models from there. But right now it has a voice conversation that does onboard you. So it's like, hey Dan, says this either male or female voice, depending what you've elected to talk with. Tell me about yourself. What's your travel profiles? Do you like the window seat or the aisle seat? All those base questions that model will start interacting with. But at the same time you do that, every time you say I'm thinking about a trip or planning a trip, and that especially once it becomes super powerful once you've connected it into your existing LLMs. If you connect it into Claude or connect it into ChatGPT, but if you connect it into Claude and you're having a conversation with Claude about, I'm thinking about a trip to go to Barcelona, it basically gets automatically added into you as a trip MD, as a subset of the traveler MD. All that information is stored basically in perpetuity, but it's not stored with us, it's stored with the traveler themselves, who really owns that individual file.
So this is important because it actually just came up in a roundtable I was running about who owns the arrival experience. Is the expectation, is it who owns, and ultimately the feedback was the traveler owns, that it's their responsibility. And this is a very much an important question when it comes to data. Who owns your data? The reality is a lot of companies harvest your data, but the most empowering thing as a consumer purchasing online is to own your own profile. And this is what excites me of what you've built, because one of the common themes that came up when I was at the Aviation Festival a couple of weeks ago doing an event spotlight is the conversations all revolved around airlines trying to make sure, from a consumer point of view, that you remember them. That their biggest frustration for people using their platforms is, remember me. Remember me across everything. If I call in, remember me. Because unfortunately, all the different touch points, you're using chat, you're calling the phone, you're using the website, and there's limitations to the understanding of who you are and what you're trying to achieve. And I actually, it really stood out to me is and then when I saw the launch of what you've been building, it's like, this is the ultimate tool to remember me.
Exactly.
If I've told you, I don't want to tell every platform multiple times.
We used to sort of use the analogy of, you call into a local cable company, we're both Canadian, so you call into Rogers or Telus or Bell, and I'm sure it exists around the world the exact same way. You explain your issues, and you say, oh, you have a small business account, let me transfer you over, and you have to explain yourself all over again. And that's super frustrating, but that's exactly what's happening in travel. For years, and several large companies have talked about the idea of this connected trip. And the connected trip is not... it shouldn't exist because it doesn't exist for the traveler in any one particular company. We bounce from a planning service from a tour company to a flights company to activities to restaurants to everything basically that makes the full travel experience. But every time you go to a new company, you have to basically train that company on your data and who you are. And that's just wrong. I think for most travelers, they understand that they should be in control. But all of these platforms have typically been keeping that data as they're locked in secret and only forcing you to use it in that system. We're trying to sort of break that mold a little bit and say that the traveler's in control of the data, the traveler owns the data, and the traveler should be able to take the data with them wherever the platform happens to be.
And so let's talk about what then that means for a travel provider. And so if you have your traveler MD where you've got all this information, you can obviously then choose who you're going to share that with, which is giving permission access to this ultimately rich traveler content is incredibly valuable for OTAs, hotels, airlines, that then actually get to instantly personalize the experience based on what they now know about the guest. So tell us where you are on that journey with now working with partners. I know you've got a number of verticals there. Is there one area that you're focusing on first? How are you looking to roll this out?
I think let's back up a step. I think when you look at the personalization, which you just mentioned, personalization really requires a grounding in a series of facts or information. Your travel profile consists of information that is about you, but it's not the binary ones and zeros that most the old-fashioned systems are, because the markdown file is really in plain text, easy to understand. It can start to communicate nuance in ways that you couldn't do before. And that nuance is really where that personalization secret really lies. So from our perspective, we're really trying to figure out, our first proof of concept is to deploy Traveler MD across our own network of sites, and we have a few launches that are coming up to the new brands that will be out there. I'll maybe mention that to you offline here in a second, because we'll have more news coming out in not too distant future. But really once we can sort of prove it on our own site that we can get a warm start conversion uplift, which is really what it's about, then we want to make sure that we can work with others in the industry to help them achieve that warm start uplift as well. But because when you're using Traveler MD, it doesn't mean that you have to get rid of your own data. You still have your own data, you have your own proprietary data, but now you can also benefit from the shared shared learnings of that, what the traveler opts in to share with you.
Well, the one thing that, for those of our listeners that are just wrapping their head around TravelAI and having a look at TravelAI.com, is the number of brands that you have. I mentioned the 800 to 8,000, but there's more than 500 consumer brands that you have under your portfolio. And the reason I mention that now is because you've been able to test this within your own platform and network, and now making it available to other partners. So you know it works.
Yep.
And then obviously now with the launch here at Phocuswright Europe, at an event like this, you've got obviously many of the most senior executives throughout the European market. Why did you guys choose to launch now and in Europe?
Well, I guess it goes back to some other products we're building as well. We know that warm start personalization is what the travel industry has been looking for. We have another initiative that we've been working on, not launched yet, but it's all in the area of governed memory. And governed memory really is how to provide a control plane or auditability, traceability for companies to show how they've done AI personalization properly. That product basically is the painkiller while the vitamin is Traveler MD. So, but those who basically suffer from that the most are EU companies. Yeah. So where you have the new EU AI Act, we have different GDPR regulations. So in a way, we've introduced this one product first, the Traveler MD file, which is this massive vitamin to help you on the warm start personalization. But you can't really do that unless you have the governed memory on the other side, which is really providing that control plane to make sure that you can provide the traceability and auditability of your AI actions. So it kind of has two products. One's launched now, one's be launching probably later this year. But it's more the behind the scenes of stuff we're working on.
Now you're a branding and marketing guy.
Yeah.
Explain for all of our listeners the .md, because I think that's actually it's a clever marketing angle. But some people might say MD, WebMD. Is this?
Yeah, it's my wife included. She was giving me a hard time saying, "You guys don't have a travel medical, although medical tourism is massive, and we have been trying to identify a good medical tourism brand." For those who are on the bleeding edge of technology, you really have markdown files or .md files, skills.md within Claude and other platforms. So basically we've been knowing that our first customers really are those bleeding edge users. We're really trying to speak to those users first. I think in due course, probably many travelers will never realize that there is one product called Traveler MD. They'll just be dealing with the personalization across the things. But it's a bit of a, yeah, it's very much a technical name as opposed to a person. In some instances, we're very good at branding, very good at names, and other times we're not. We had this idea of a traveler action model, TAM, before. We had shared vector traveler protocols. We had all sorts of different acronyms for doing different things. But this is the first time I'm even wearing a t-shirt today that says Traveler MD. So we're going with the brand, but part of that is to communicate. The .md domain is a Moldovan domain, which has been a different thing. You know me, I love my domain names, but trying to procure some Moldovan domains has been a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure you highlighted that because I'm sure people were also, that's the trivia question, is what is MD kind of like .tv, which is Tulavu.
Yep.
And so you have that first wave of top-level domains and how they got parsed out around the world, and some countries really benefited from that. And then and so one of the things you mentioned there about the branding, some of the branding actually just works really well for developers because you speak their language, and this is a good example of that. And I know you do work with developers, so given that we've got a lot of listeners globally, that's, we talked about the traveler experience, we talked about how travel providers are going to start to be able to work with you, but developers actually can build apps based on this platform and that traveler. So tell us a little bit about those plans, because that's an interesting angle.
So that's the biggest part is that we want to have a full development tool, developer toolkit, API access, MCP, because really so much is driven off of MCPs these days. So we want anybody to be able to consume and create and publish to a Traveler MD file. So let's say that you are a rail operator across Europe, and you want to be able to make sure that all of your customers have personalization capacities attached to it. So it remembers that, hey, we are your preferred rail supplier. We know that you like these routes. We know that you like this information. That information can be written into the MD files, but then you can consume it from the same user as well. So much of what we've been trying to work around is there's this whole concept of consent architecture. Who provides consent and to whom? And can you grant or withdraw your consent at any moment in time. So we really try to make sure that. But yeah, there's a lot more coming soon for the developer community. We've been working on the API documentation to let others publish to and pull from these Traveler MD files. But that's definitely the go-to-market.
Fantastic. And given you have so many things in the works, I'm also keen to ask you, I've got two more questions for you, John, while we have this time together, is what's next for TravelAI beyond Traveler.md, given you have so many different projects and initiatives? I know you've been adding to your team. We've got some fantastic Shai Gabai, who's been on our podcast before. He's joined your team. And Brianna, who I mentioned, is the director of AI. Josh, who's been fantastic to work with. I mean, like, you're building an all-star team. So tell us what's next for TravelAI. And clearly being here is, you got this one major launch, but you guys got a lot going on.
We have been growing successfully through acquisition. But really, it's not acquisition that people would look at it from here's a new vertical or a new market. We've been basically looking at can you go out and acquire a couple things. One being traffic. We love traffic. But the other one we love is brand. Can you go out and acquire brands? I think one thing that's not taken for, not a lot of people realize, is that so much of the AI world is based on trust, obviously. The world runs on trust. But we acquired last year OwnerDirect.com. OwnerDirect was a 40-year brand in the short-term rental space. We acquired Smart Tours. We acquired Kasai. These are existing operational units that basically we can borrow the brand that they established, and then that basically is very good fodder for the AI systems themselves. As you know, we drive a lot of traffic. We drive a lot of demand on behalf of our partners, and the more we can do from that perspective, it satisfies them but gives us more data. We think that now that we've launched Traveler MD, it's going to be a race for us to get as many travel profiles created as fast as we can. So anything we can do to accelerate that adoption of a standard is kind of a large part on our roadmap. But at the same time, it goes back to we can't do that without having that government memory side on the other side, because you go talk to these large travel companies and they'd love to be able to implement it, but they can't unless they can basically get past the Department of No from the legal and compliance team that says you can't do this, you can't use these different technologies. So we have to kind of build one side and the other side concurrently to that.
Yeah, every organization has a Department of No.
Department of No. Often it's finance, but often, especially in large European groups, it's this legal and compliance for EU regulations.
Oh, that's great. One thing I actually want to just finish off with is when we look at what else brings you here to this event, because have you been to Phocuswright Europe before?
First time Phocuswright. Chris was here last year. He said definitely have to come. It's smaller than the US, but there's great conversation to be had with senior executives all across Europe. So first time for Barcelona, not first time in Barcelona, but first time for Phocuswright Europe, Barcelona for myself.
Yeah, and that's why I wanted to ask you that, like your observations. I know we're at day one so far, and you have the big launch. Were there any other specific reasons you came to Phocuswright Europe this year, as far as the sessions, the networking, the benefits of being here?
Well, I hate to say it, but I've never been inside Sagrada Familia, so going inside the church was obviously a career or a bucket list item for me. So when I saw it was Barcelona, it's like, I can probably make sure I can convince my wife to come as well and go there. So, but I shouldn't say that. No, it's TravelAI really is a global company. We have people around the world who work for us. You're talking about our bench strength of people, they're all around the world. We've just launched our first Arabic brand. The other day we have a Japanese brand, we have a French brand, Spanish brand. We are a global company. And if you look at the application of AI to the travel industry, travel is global. Like you go where the people are. I spoke with a famous entrepreneur one time, and he was talking about going back and forth across the U.S. and said, why are you going so frequently to the other side of the Mississippi? And he said, you got to fish where the fish are. It's the same sort of thing. The European market is a massive market. From a volume standpoint of a current business, we do a lot of work out of Europe. But it's like I've had conversations with people from Cape Town, from the Middle East. This is a global hub right now, and it's just no better place to be.
Yeah, well, I certainly saw last year the number of Americans that were here in Europe. looking to expand their businesses, and I see a lot of American companies here again this year. I know next year the conference is going to be in London, so continuing.
I've been to London before. That's less exciting to me.
True enough, fair enough. I love London, but there's something special about Barcelona and the sunshine.
Exactly.
It's been great being here. It was obviously really nice to see your wife again last night. I'm glad you got the Sagrada Familia experience in, because that's extraordinary. But just to close off, for people who want to reach out to you, John, directly, or to get to know the team, clearly I've mentioned the website, but what would be the best ways for people to reach out for you with collaboration opportunities?
I'm very much a LinkedIn user. I'm frequently on there. Follow me on LinkedIn, message me on LinkedIn. I am quite responsive, even to a lot of the spammers and the bots that are out there right now. So LinkedIn's great, but John at TravelAI.com is the best email to reach me at. Visit our website. New website's coming soon. Go to Traveler MD, create your profile.
Fantastic. Well, congrats to you and the team on the launch of Traveler MD here in Barcelona at the Phocuswright conference. Obviously, perfect timing for that. And congrats on your continued success with the team, with all the products you're introducing. And of course, thanks for our continued collaboration and partnership, and being a key part of the travel trend story as you have been over the last couple of years. And terrific to have you back at our summit later this year, and hopefully we'll see you in Toronto. But yeah, thanks again for everything, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Our next guest here on this event spotlight at Phocuswright is a very dear friend of mine, someone that all of our travel trends community is very familiar with, from our collaboration at Forbes Travel Guide, our friendship over the years, his presentations at our AI conferences, and his involvement in many of our podcasts. It is Stuart Greif, my really good buddy, and for the first time ever at Phocuswright Europe together, which is really cool. And Stuart, of course, is the Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer at Forbes Travel Guide. Stuart, welcome back to the show.
Muchas gracias. Buenos dias, el Dan del Travel Trends podcast. Con Dan. It's great to be here. By the way, Dan, I think this is, now that this is about my 10th time on your program, which is wonderful. I appreciate the opportunity.
I got to get one of those jackets like Saturday Night Live for a 10-timer club.
I think if you look for, from the 1970s, a lot of hotels have carpet remnants. It's amazing how cheap you can get them and put them into suits. That and old wallpaper. But I believe now you have to punch my card and I get a free panini, or if I'm in the States, that's a free Subway sandwich.
That needs to be a new thing, I guess. Yeah. But tell us, what are you doing here? What is Stuart doing here from Forbes Travel Guide at Phocuswright Barcelona?
Well, there are so many things, including serving on a jury in Madrid, where I'm headed tomorrow for the Traveling for Happiness Awards. Which
that's a good jury
wonderful.
To be on. I wasn't sure what you were involved in there.
Which really celebrates a lot of categories, from sustainability and social impact to, and not just hotels, it's across categories now, airlines, those that are kind of doing good. And it started with the Madrid Hotel Association, which still runs it, but it's really now expanded beyond even the Spanish-speaking diaspora to others. And then I'm always doing 20 different things. So we've got, good friends and clients and meetings here and in town, and beyond that in Paris. I've got a 2+ week trip in Europe. And most of all, Satya Nadella, Microsoft's CEO, exhorted to all of us when we were there, be a learn-it-all, not a know-it-all. And things are changing and moving so quickly in many ways in the technology, even as there's lags for the industry to change. And so to understand what's going on in different countries in Europe and different parts of the travel ecosystem in which we play, AI obviously is front and center. Those are all things that are really important, especially at a time the hotel industry is at this critical turning point, which I want to dig into a little bit, of how do you find profitability, how technology might be able to help that finally, and brands as well as hotel owners seem much more open and flexible given the urgency around kind of the profit motive to be able to sustainably have their real estate investment be profitable.
Well, one of the things I just want to call out for our listeners, especially for any of you that are just meeting Stuart for the first time, and obviously I call him a dear friend for a reason, because we've been very close now for like 10 years, and we've worked together in multiple different capacities. And when you meet good people and you know good people, they're, in terms of like his, not only his business pedigree, but his personal standing and his values, he's very much an ally for women. And that's something that obviously is important to me, given being raised by a single mom. And Stuart and I have sat down and said, wait a second, we can't record this because there's no females sitting around, no female executives around the table. And so that's something he's genuinely conscientious of. And in this age where all of a sudden it's become taboo to talk about DEI, it's something that you're still a strong advocate for. And obviously we have many friends in common, given our collaborations over the years. And so those are a few things I think our listeners should know about Stuart.
Can I, thank you for opening the door on that. In fact, we just, with Charlotte Lamp Davies, I just recorded a follow-up for ITB Berlin, speaking about luxury, and brought Janet Semenova in. Generally, and I'd ask any male allies out there, or all men, if you're asked to speak on a panel or speak at an event, please insist on one requirement, which is there's at least one woman, and ideally also a person of color, which I also request as well if it's going to be, multiple. I think, there's a famous quote that a woman said at a Harvard graduation, which is, talent is equally distributed, opportunity is not. And I have seen, because one of the things I love doing broadly, not specific to any one group, is just connecting people in the industry. In the course of Forbes Travel Guide and all the wonderful things that we're doing, and the role that I get to play in supporting our team and our clients, is that you have a conversation, and Dan, you tell me something about what you're doing with travel trends, and I'm like, oh geez, you need to talk to so-and-so. It doesn't take that much time for me to walk you over and do an introduction. We just did it with the good doctor from Rakuten, and I just connected her with Matthew from Amperity. That little connection, right, creates and unlocks value. And I've seen the difference, access, and the difference that kind of little thing can make the difference of whether it's a startup or somebody else being successful or not. And also the ability then to, frankly, reflect more broadly when you look at the data on women or different groups that aren't even close to equally represented in access to capital, and especially when women or others are not in the room and not represented, to make sure their voice is heard and to be an advocate for them.
Yeah, no, and I wanted to highlight that because it's not something that we would otherwise have been talking about on this event spotlight, but it is incredibly important. You mentioned Charlotte Lamp Davies, who also is someone that's been on our podcast, but also someone that's very active in a similar space. And she actually even mentors young men. I think it's one of the best things that she can do with her time is mentoring young men, not mentoring young women, but how they can be more inclusive in their approach and how, so it's really fascinating. So two extraordinary individuals there that are doing some great things in this industry.
And like you, Charlotte Lamp Davies was also playing a leading role in Forbes Travel Guide, The Summit, over the years as well. We have this alumni network of these amazing people that have been part of, our community as well, that to me, you're always a part of that community.
Yeah, well, one thing I want to ask you, and this connects to your, I guess, kind of the big heart that you have when it comes to our industry and helping people in need. That's certainly been the case in the Middle East in the last several months. And coming to Monaco last year, the Forbes Travel Guide Conference, there were so many extraordinary GMs from these beautiful properties in the Middle East, many of which in Saudi Arabia, many in Dubai, of course. And it was fascinating, and there were so many places I'm still keen to explore.
We had really great relationships with the Qatari tourism and government folks were part of that as well,
So, given everything that's gone on the last few months, and this is where you had the privilege to also attend day one of the conference, where the Middle East conference for Phocuswright was moved here to Barcelona, condensed, but basically to still go ahead with that conference, even though it couldn't be hosted in the Middle East at the moment. From the moment that the war broke out, you were very active supporting a lot of the hoteliers in that region, and I think that I strongly admire that.
My colleague Samira Demes really, led the charge. Of course, all of us, first and foremost, were concerned for the guests, the colleagues, our team in the region itself, as well as everybody's well-being affected, and not losing a focus of that being the highest priority. And then secondarily, what are the ways we can help reconnect people, be able to get them where they need to be, and make sure that they can then take care directly of their teams and people, not get stuck in Monaco. So under Samira's leadership, for us, myself, Herman, our CEO, certainly, and our entire senior team, helping support Samira, supporting our clients and their guests.
So tell us what's happened in the last few months, obviously not from the news and politics, but in terms of what's been happening in the Middle East market, and specifically where we find ourselves now with some of the data that was shared at yesterday's conference. Because I saw you posted a number of the reports on LinkedIn. So tell us your take on what's happened in the Middle East and hospitality. Yeah,
there was some really great data shared by some of the presenters around showing, obviously the immediate effects after the events in February. And what's come from that. Certainly travel in other regions, different ways of connecting to Asia. Folks had to kind of tack around that. A lot of people were still traveling, they were going to other places. Certain countries have more domestic demand, such as Saudi Arabia, and others are, almost completely dependent, for example, on airlift from overseas, like Qatar. So it's hopeful that, it seems most recently, there's at least positive direction that things are starting to move in the direction. And I think that the gist for everybody is that, the most likely scenario right now is about 18 months for kind of fuller recovery to where we were before that time. And you can see on LinkedIn, I posted some data, but this is Phocuswright and these are some of their presenters sharing just kind of detailed insights. And please, if you'd like, follow both of us, follow Dan Christian and Travel Trends, follow Forbes Travel Guide, follow me. I often post shared data with the industry that helps just kind of share wisdom, knowledge, insight, so that we can all make good decisions, because this is an industry where, as Barry Diller said, where there's life, there's travel, and there's no doubt in the Middle East, in different countries, travel will return, and I believe robustly. And globally, since time immemorial, we traveled for survival, then we traveled next for commerce, and eventually to explore the world, and now ourselves. And I think younger generations, that's going to happen. So, what I really love is seeing events like this, where there is so much opportunity now. I think AI, in a way, challenges geographically that we really do adapt and adjust very quickly, even as I think there are a lot of legacy constraints that we need to tack around in terms of technology and systems. The technology's there, it takes time, it takes capital, and I think this change may accelerate the adoption of that for simple reasons out of necessity, right? The COVID pulled forward digital adoption in a way that might have otherwise taken 10 years or longer, if that, without a crisis.
Yeah, so true. And obviously, there's all kidding aside, when you were talking about the reasons that you came to the conference, clearly there was benefit yesterday of being a part of the Middle East reports in those sessions. We've now just are coming to the end of the very first full day of sessions. I know you've been attending some of the roundtables and panels. And when Stuart mentioned about sharing on LinkedIn, he's a prolific poster on LinkedIn. He's one of the best people to follow for the simple reason that he is very active in the community, at events, and often sharing, and also showcasing all the people that come together. You're always tagging people, and it's
celebrating and elevating. There are so many great people that have perspectives and stuff. It doesn't mean that they're the only person that has a view. I mean, each of us, brings something to the conversation and perspective, and there's people that may not have the audience, younger people that are, specialize in certain areas, are doing amazing things to help give visibility, to help inform, to help round out understandings, because life isn't black and white or the lights on or off. There's dimmer switches, there's complexity, there's nuance, there's conflicting views and contradictory. The describing an elephant, depending what part, whether you're touching the tail, the trunk, the body, the legs, sounds very different, and yet they're all parts of what an elephant is, just like our industry. And depending where you are geographically, depending upon what subsegment of the industry, what function, where you are and which company and what you see is very different, including in different countries in Europe. It's not a monolith, right? And we say it's, Phocuswright Europe, but even as an American, I know Europe is not a monolith, and, which country and what are we talking about in the Middle East? Same thing. They're different countries, vital differences to understand geographically, in terms of religious tourism, for example, in Saudi. And that's a very unique kind of demand market that's very dynamic and different than anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, I love that, celebrate and elevate, and that's one of the things that you do so well, because it's not about, look at me, I'm at this conference. It is elevating the people that are there and helping to lift their voices and give them an audience. So along the same line, Stuart, from today's events at the conference, what would you celebrate and elevate from today's Phocuswright conference?
I think, it gets to what is the essence of our industry, which is human connection. Look around, we're at this technology convention. I don't see any avatars in the metaverse here. I don't see AI or robots talking to one another. I don't know if you can pick up momentarily the background noise of this, or maybe catch a soundbite of it later. The amount of vital conversations of human connection, of not being transactional, of conversations. Of course, there has to be mutual value for two companies or organizations to say, hey, how do we work commercially? But this is also about, getting to know each other, getting to learn, getting to exchange perspective, and having fun. I often say we're not curing cancer. This isn't life and death in the travel industry, and most often, we're supporting people in moments of joy and creating memory, and how do we do that better? And so what always brings me back, even in the age of AI, is it's all in support of this human experience of us, expanding each other. One of my friends, Pico Iyer, who's a well-known writer who writes about travel, said something to the effect, or wrote to the effect of, we travel first to lose ourselves, we travel next to find ourselves. And this extent to which it's expanding who we are in a way that is so energizing is just remarkable to me. And I see that all over the world, and I see it in what we do every day, because ultimately we're in a business of caring, right? Maybe there are some players that look at it like human logistics and transport, and that can be a challenge if, or people that are looking just at the numbers and squeeze, and forget that what is actually going to make you stand out, ironically in the age of AI, right? McKinsey data, 20% or less of how you stand out of the LLMs are things you control, your website, your marketing, et cetera. 80% plus is your reputation. It's what other people think of you or talking about you, rate you, reputable sources, et cetera. And so if you're going to stand out in a smaller world of a subset of recommendations, if you're not the low-cost carrier, you better be differentiated, and you better be giving a good experience. I don't think, Dan, when you travel, you're going to ask your digital assistant, hey, in my price point near this location, give me like 5 mediocre choices that are blah hotels. You're going to say the ones that really care have like a great experience, right?
Yeah, exactly. I never look at anything that's not wonderful or above when I'm as a Booking.com rating. But let's talk about Forbes Travel Guide and what you're working on, and where that not only industry, but also your role is headed, because you're across a lot of things. And obviously it's great having you here at Focus, right? Obviously I always enjoy your company and your perspective, and so I could definitely talk more about that at length. But I also want to make sure our listeners understand the work that you do outside of being at a conference like this, because you are, you're not only on the jury, you're giving a keynote at Bugatti. You've got so many amazing things going on, Stuart, and I'm so happy and pleased for you. So tell everyone what else you're up to, what's happening with Forbes Travel Guide.
Yeah, I think I would start at the core, which is every day my colleagues and I, around the world, wake up and are excited to support all of the folks, all the colleagues in the industry that are providing service and hospitality to their guests in every part of the value chain. And that includes, obviously, hotels, restaurants, spa, cruise lines that many people know us for, but also high-end residential, high-end automotive, and not just in luxury, we also provide that expertise in other ways. And so our mission is, how do we make that more valuable? How do we make that more impactful? So in recent years, under Richard Leibowitz and Herman, our CEO, we brought in travel advisors to add more value to the hotels and the cruise lines and help educate them, help elevate service. And I had a friend, Rick Garlick, who's ex-Merits that worked for me at J.D. Power, and he told this wonderful story about, he had this amazing dry cleaner. And this guy was so warm, so hospitable. He'd come in, bear hug, hey Rick, how are you doing? How are the kids? He remembered things about, how'd your son's baseball game the other day? Or your daughter, how was her field hockey game? And Rick would say there was just one problem. And I was like, what's that, Rick? It's like, he's a terrible dry cleaner. So hospitality, absolutely caring and love, but you need this service. And then every brand, even what we do, Forbes Travel Guide, is different. And we don't put on, even in our 900 plus standards in just hotels, restaurants, spa, it's not, you must act this way. It's broad-based to be applicable. Warm welcome looks very different in Kyoto, Japan, than it does in Berlin, than it does in Austin, Texas, and it ought to. And so, for us, I think that's part of our mission, and we've rolled out more e-learning and starting to have certification. Initially luxury hospitality professionals, so that they can take the hard work that they've already earned and demonstrate that and lever that in a way that has recognition, that can help support them when they're looking for opportunities to grow in their career. The other thing I'll say, and I think this is really important to understand, it's true where our core is in luxury, and it's true broadly. If you think about the growth in luxury, not just hotels, I mean the number of yachts, private residences, we're kind of in this middle-sized bubble from this smaller one from 5-10 years ago in the growth of luxury. And looking ahead, the forecasts of luxury hotels and new yachts being launched and private residences and other services, experiences, etc., is expected to roughly double in the next 5 to 7 years, okay? 5 years is the estimate, even if it's 7, so be it. Where are the people coming from? The younger generation, it's already a challenge with talent to be able to get people to want to work in the service industry. Now you can't create, our CEO's Herman Elger, a world-class 5-star hotelier led Baccarat, some Montage, in Ritz-Carlton, what was growing, led many hotels, openings around the world during its seminal growth phase. You can't clone and create a Herman in 5 years or 10 years. It's not just the Hermans, the GM, it's the heads of F&B, it's the head of housekeeping in rooms, and by the way, it's every level in between. So as we're doubling, the challenge, I think, over the next 5 years is how do we maintain levels of hospitality and service? How do we do it not just at the highest levels, but at every level? And what are the tools and ways we can help support them, which is why I'm so bullish about our opportunity to help support that growth and providing learning in digital formats that people can access. And a lot of people aren't at a laptop the way you or I might be, right? They're frontline folks. And then I see exciting startups like Abra Hospitality that's really creating that missing link, especially at luxury hotels, where there's systems and maybe in the front office there's notes in the boards and people have stand-ups. There's not a good way today to really put that at the fingertips and deliver that personalization. So they're kind of like last mile delivery of the luxury guest experience, and they've been gathering a lot of interesting traction. But there's also innovations like this company, Chexology, that's part of our Astria Live luxury suppliers to the industry that has digital solutions for like valet and bag check. That's better for guests and also coat check, but also better for the hotel colleagues and trying to figure out a big hotel, where do we put the bags? So I think like there's innovation everywhere. And as Chris Hemmeter of TheraVentures said, and I'm paraphrasing, earlier this morning, I think the pressure of profit and challenge now has CEOs, turning to their CIOs saying like, hey, we need to address this, that this period, because the need for growth and profitable growth, especially for real estate assets and hotels, has gotten such a squeeze to the point that it's a real challenge. The brands are doing well. And you could argue, there was a Wall Street Journal article this morning, and then I'll pause after this point, that talked about one of the big multi-global brand chains that some of their real estate owners are balking at their loyalty program because the brand is making a ton of money and they're not. So are we at this Walmart moment where, if the products at Walmart, if those companies can't make profit and get so squeezed and Walmart takes all the profit out, there's not a business. And so the brands are doing well, but the real estate investors, not so much. And you can look at the public ones and talk about it. And that reinvention of the P&L, whether it's Alex Cabanas at Astound, who's Pyramid Hospitality's chairman, looking at innovation. I think we're all leaning into tech and innovation and new ways to free up, and AI included, free up administrative, to be able to focus more on the hospitality and unlock some of the cost and tractable things that are now doing it. But I do think we may have this pushback against the brands, which, we're Switzerland. I'm not trying to play one or the other. It's recognition that it's come to the point where everybody needs to do well, because even the big brands, if they don't have people that want to invest in hotels because it's not profitable enough, their brands aren't growing. So it's got to be this symbiotic balance. And right now, I think, whether in hotels in particular, whether brand management company, where sometimes management companies with traditional contracts were making money while the owners were losing it, all of this needs kind of this disruptive evolution maybe, as opposed to disparaging it at work. But when it doesn't work, what do we do next?
Yeah. And this is where, Stuart, you have so much to share, and I think our listeners obviously heard that there. And we get this conversation could go in a number of different directions, which is why you're a 10-timer on the podcast. And you're one other thing I wanted to highlight to our listeners is that Stuart is going to be back for our summit later this year. He's been a key part of it the last 2 years. We've done the AI summit for the last 2 years, and this year we're opening it up to beyond AI and the human connection, which I know Stuart is so well positioned to speak to as well, as you'd get a sense from our conversation now, around where technology has a role and where humans are still important to the whole travel process. And so I want to make sure, Stuart, that people can, like me, connect with you, follow you, and especially given all the cool stuff that you've got going on. So what would be the best ways for our listeners to do that?
Yeah, LinkedIn, just connect with me, because I do post a lot. We don't have to be talking every day, every week. I share things if I read a report or news articles. I read it anyway, and my approach is, if I think this is interesting, I think this might be interesting to other folks out there. Let me share what I think some of the key insights are, put it out there. So LinkedIn's the best way. I do eventually get to my LinkedIn messages. I do get quite a bit of spam, like many of us, so sometimes it takes me longer that way. And if you have a genuine need or a genuine opportunity, that's mutual. And even if it's not Forbes Travel Guide, if I can help redirect or, within my bandwidth, create a connection, I try to do. I'm not perfect. Nobody bats, 1,000 or 100. And sometimes I might need a little reminder. Right now I'm traveling on the road a little over 2 weeks, and I was in New York and the East Coast for a little over a week with time for family in between, which is always the foundation. So with my wife's support and permission, and she's a great partner and also in the travel industry, by the way. She's a luxury leisure advisor, but I'll keep her privacy and anonymity. But yeah, I think that that's the best way. And then please do also follow Dan, Travel Trends Practice. Make sure, because that virtual AI Travel Trends annual event has really become, I think, in the last 2 to 3 years, one of the best ways to get the breadth and depth across the span of the industry. And because it's virtual, it enables us to do things. Yes, we miss out a little bit on everybody being in one room, but from a cost-time perspective, and also the ability then to get speakers that otherwise schedules wouldn't line up or geographies wouldn't line up. It really is, I think, probably both the most comprehensive across the industry, and I also think at a time of year that it comes in, that you get able to go in depth in different areas as well with really top speakers. Given how much things are changing, maybe 5 years from now, it's like, okay, things are a little bit more established or de rigueur. I think it'll still be vital. But right now, even just coming here and seeing that many of the challenges and questions that companies and players in different markets in Europe and the Middle East have are the same ones we're facing in North America or South America or Asia Pacific. It really does seem that we're all kind of coming around and coalescing, in similar places and having many of the same questions. I love, there's an old saying that, answers change, but questions endure. And I think that's certainly the case here.
No, that's great, and that's a perfect way to finish up our chat for today. But and I just wanted to underscore what Stuart had kindly mentioned, which was that we found that our audience, speakers and sponsors, overwhelmingly wanted to keep our event virtual so that people can attend from anywhere and get the most benefit. So it seems to fit with our ethos of a global podcast with listeners around the world, is that we keep it available to everyone. We don't fix it to a location, but one of the things we are doing, especially going into 2027, is doing more in-person events as well, but smaller, 50, 100 people, live podcast recordings, giving people the opportunity to network and get to meet other listeners and realize other business opportunities.
This is great. I mean, at Phocuswright, when you did this at our event and others, I think it gives an incredible dimension and depth and the ability to get perspective, especially even if you're here, you may not get as well as after, and then you get, you do such a great job bringing in big brands, small brands, innovators, like such a, not eclectic, such a curated mix that provides, I think, in each one value, and then collectively all the different folks you interview gives you a real kind of palpable sense of where we are in a way that it is otherwise you'd have to condense down all sorts of stuff. So I love the mix and the way you do that with Travel Trends, and I think you have you've always had a unique voice, and for all the joking around as friends that we do in the industry, I love what you're doing. It's doing tremendous service to the industry and has a unique voice out there that complements and amplifies everything else that's in the industry as well. So
thank you, Stuart. It's very kind of you to say, and obviously it means the world to me to hear you say that. And given how long we've known each other and the opportunities you've created for us. And I want to finish off by saying thank you for everything you do for the industry. Thank you for everything you've done for Travel Trends, and obviously I'm so keen to continue to see how you continue to elevate the industry, and I look forward to having you back at our event and keeping in touch. But safe travels, best to you and the family, and thanks for joining us on this episode.
Thanks for the opportunity, Dan. Best to everyone out there.
Our next guest is the CEO of Civitatis, Andreas Spitzer, and Civitatis has been an amazing partner of Travel Trends for the last 2 years, season 6 and season 7. So many of our listeners are very familiar with Civitatis, and obviously we love the partnership that we have with you and the team, and it's wonderful to be here in Spain. You're based in Madrid. We're here in Barcelona for Phocuswright, and I finally have the chance to interview the CEO, Andreas Spitzer. Andreas, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. Very happy, very excited to be here with you to share a chat. And excited to be in Phocuswright. This is my first Phocuswright, so I guess this is the best way to start.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I know I've gotten to meet Enrique, who many of our listeners know as well, and so the opportunity to sit down with you now as the CEO. Tell us a little bit about your background, first of all, because you've taken over the CEO role just in the last year and a half.
Yeah, so I formally started my CEO role in January, right? I joined Civitatis a year and a half ago. As I say, I was driving product and tech. And my background is pretty much entrepreneurial as well. I've been most of my life an entrepreneur. It's true that a couple of years ago, I sold a company to a corporate. It was in a different industry. It was in mobility. And then I've been a couple of years as well working in Amazon, right? And I was another marketplace. Yeah. We were managing Amazon business. And yeah, I thought it was going to be very fun moving from selling printers and paper to selling experiences, right? And this is the best part of travel, so really enjoying it. Yeah,
it's fantastic. No, and that's where you have an impressive background. In the previous CEO, Alberto, I was joking with Andreas that he recently went to space. Tell everyone a little bit about that, because at first, when I was speaking to Enrique, I was like, wait, is Andreas going to space? He's like, no, it's Alberto, the former CEO and the founder. Tell everyone about his recent experience.
Yeah, no, I think Alberto, he's a big traveler, so it was probably the last place on Earth that he had not been yet, so he needed to go to space, and that's probably the main reason they hired me, right? They said they want to have a backup plan in case there was something going off on the space, and then I took over, and he was safe to go to space, and it was fun, but definitely it was very impressive, right? It was very exciting. It's fun because we were in feature actually when he was going up. And we put a TV on the stand, on our stand-on feature, and it was broadcasted live, right? So it was a lot of people watching the event, and it was super, super exciting. I didn't expect that it was going to be so much, nervous, but it was really encouraging.
Yeah, well, I was joking around with Enrique that there's no way they would allow the existing CEO to go to space. It's like the investors, board members, that's just too high risk. But I'm glad he had the opportunity, and I was joking with Andreas that your time will come. Like that's your time. But you've got you've taken over a very successful company. There's huge opportunity to expand. One of the things that's always excited me about the Civitatis business model is the Spanish-speaking market. 1 billion Spanish speakers. There's so much focus in our industry around English language source markets, US, Canada, Australia, UK, people going to Europe. But you're very focused on Spanish market and Spanish outbound. And we're seeing more Mexican travelers, or even Latin America and South America, the number of people that are traveling regionally just within South America. So all the trends are certainly pointing in the direction that there's a massive increase in Spanish travelers, outbound from Spain, inbound to Spain. And so you guys have had been on a phenomenal growth trajectory. For any of our listeners that are not familiar with Civitatis, tell us a little bit more about the company.
So as you're saying, we've been very focused on allowing travelers to travel in their own language without barriers, and this has been the foundational DNA from us. And we are today the leading marketplace mainly on South of Europe and Latin America, and we do that because we have a very clear focus, as you're saying, right? We focus mainly on Spanish and Portuguese markets, and we have a lot of underserved people, right? So we have a lot of travelers that, as you were saying, other OTAs are focusing on English first trips, and we focus on making sure that the Spanish and Portuguese travelers can discover, enjoy, and travel without any barriers. And And doing that is quite a journey as well, right? Because from the beginning on how we craft the offer, connecting, understanding really the Spanish-speaking traveler. We understand Mexicans, we understand Argentinians, we understand Brazilians very well. And then we craft our offerings in the different destinations to make sure that there's not only a language connection, it's more of a cultural connection, right? And that's why it was very natural for us to jump to Latin America. We were having Latin American people coming to Spain, buying from us, and asking for our products. Even we're having B2B travel agencies on Latin America asking for our Civitatis product, right? So it was a very natural way to grow there.
Yeah, and obviously it's really cool that this is your first time at a Phocuswright conference. I've been a huge fan of Phocuswright for many years. I know a lot of your team members have been to Phocuswright conferences. But tell us what brings you here to this. Obviously, great proximity. You guys can, yourself and Enrique and the team can take a high-speed train from Madrid to get here to Barcelona in 3 hours. But obviously there's tons of networking opportunities. And tell us a little bit more what brings you to Phocuswright Europe. Yeah,
so first of all, as you said, this is my first time, so I couldn't miss it, and the proximity makes it super convenient. So it was a great opportunity for me to be here for the first time. This year is also special, right? Because we've been working with Phocuswright and Arrival to deliver the first report that has been done jointly between both companies, which is amazing. Until now there was always Arrival more focusing on the operators and Phocuswright on the bigger travel industry trends, and now being able to sponsor and to drive this new report where he's focusing on Europe and Latin America to understand the trends, to understand how it's affecting especially the tours and activities vertical and industry is very exciting.
Yeah.
Very exciting, and we're going to be sharing a conversation later on stage about the insights of the report, which are interesting, of course, but being able to make sure that this joint venture is happening between Arrival and Phocuswright is super exciting.
For sure, yeah, and it's interesting you mentioned that because many of our listeners know that the Travel Trends podcast, we work with Phocuswright and we work with Arrival, and some of the team members from Arrival, like Douglas Quinby, Bruce Rosard used to work with the North Star team and work at Phocuswright, so it's like an extended family, but Arrival focuses exclusively on the in-destination experiences, and Phocuswright includes that as well, but clearly their aviation, hotels, it's all encompassing for Phocuswright of the entire travel industry. I'd love to hear more about this report because this is one of the reasons that I attend conferences like this, and I've always loved Phocuswright for the research that they do, because at the heart of it, when you speak to Pete, and he's always very quick to remind me that at the heart of Phocuswright, they're a research company. So you come together for the research to a conference to be able to see all this amazing reporting that they've done. And that's something I always loved about Douglas Quinby. I would always sit front row for Douglas Quinby, who worked at Phocuswright for many years and did these reports, and then now does them for Arrival. So it's cool that you are across both Arrival and Phocuswright. But tell everyone about more details about this report and what some of the exciting insights you're going to share today.
So, well, first, I agree, and I love Douglas. I think he was the first person I met on the industry when I was starting, and it was super insightful. I learned a lot. When I went to Arrival first time, I was first row as well, and I thought it was the best panel from the conference by far. So, very lots of respect for Douglas. Done a couple of talks with him, and super enjoy them.
Yeah.
So the report is, at the end, we're always craving for data, right? And we're craving for data which can be trusted. I think in the age of AI, where we have a lot of noise and things that you don't know what is true, and it's difficult to understand what's right from wrong. Having reports that you know that you can trust, and you know that it's been crafted in a way that you can use and you can rely on is very useful, especially again today where we have all of these macro headwinds and things that are happening, and the industry is being shaken by different angles. Things that are transformational, things like AI, right? And then you have things that are happening around the world which are pushing our businesses. Data is definitely a blessing and something we need to use. And there was some gaps in the data, especially for experiences. That was why we were pushing to have data especially for Latin America. Europe, we had some more data, and it's been more frequently produced. For Latin America, I think it's the first time for both, right? They do something specific. So that's why we're very keen to sponsor and to make sure that we were going to be able to push these two amazing companies to produce a joint report, so we could have data that we can trust to learn what are the key insights on those markets. And there's definitely some learnings, right? There's things that we see on the report which are interesting, seeing how the frequency of travel is changing, is reducing, less trips. The share of wallet, the money that people have to spend on those trips is also a little bit less. But the will to spend it, especially on experiences, is increasing, right? And that's good news. And the fact that we have people that are now making the experience the center of the trip, and they manage logistics, right? There's many destinations that you want to make sure that when you go to Rome, you're going to be able to see the Colosseum, right? That you're going to be really able to experience the city. You go to Rome because you want to do things. Or you go to Peru and you need to go to Machu Picchu, right? There's places that you will never go, or you don't go without thinking of doing something, to having that experience which is going to be with you. I think that trend, which has been growing, it's been forever there, but now is more and more digitized. That's something that is still increasing. And the reports are giving us the data and how this is increasing, right? And that's very insightful.
And obviously, we clearly both have a huge respect for Douglas Quinby, and as he refers to it, the best part of travel.
Yeah.
And I couldn't agree more. And that's what Civitatis offers, is access to the best part of travel, the actual experiences in the destination. One other thing that you made me think of as you were sharing that too, Andreas, is the fact that what's really unique about Civitatis' model is it's truly a curated marketplace. And so it's not about having 1,000 options in Rome. It's about having the 3 that really matter. And I think that's cutting through the clutter in this era of travel is more important than ever. People just recommend to me like the right trip. I look forward to reading that report. I'll look forward to attending later today. For people who are going to be listening to this afterwards, is there going to be a way for them to access that report? Obviously, if they're part of Phocuswright, I'm sure they'll have access to it, but will Civitatis be sharing it as well?
No, I think the report is going to be shared with Phocuswright and Arrival on the usual ways, right? I think they will be distributing it. We are not going to distribute it. We've just been sponsoring, and normally they distribute. I don't know exactly what are the distribution channels inside both Arrival and Phocuswright, but yeah.
Cool. Well, we'll make sure that our listeners can find it, and because I'm sure a lot of people will be intrigued after this, because these are the things that our listeners gravitate to because they want that knowledge and advice. So, given that you are, presenting this report today, attending Phocuswright for the first time, and we're sitting here having this conversation kind of midway through 2026, tell us a little bit about what's ahead for Civitatis for the rest of this year, or some of the major plans you're developing for 2027.
So, many things. As you know, we're growing a lot. We're growing a lot, especially in Latin America. So what we want to do is make sure that we continue to serve well those customers, to make sure that we continue to develop our network. And as you were saying, yes, having a curated marketplace is definitely more difficult than having an operating marketplace, but we really believe that is the only way to maintain quality, right? To make sure that both we reduce this, what we call this paradox of choice. So when you go to Colosseum, as you were saying, you can be sure that you're choosing the right experience, because is the one that we're offering. Is going to be vetted, is going to be having a resonance with the buyer, is going to be well operated. So we take care of all of those things, and we don't leave that, I would say, at the buyer's luck, right? Because when you're buying between 400 experiences in Colosseum, you need to be lucky that you're picking the right one, right? When you're doing it with us at the end, it's going to be well operated because it's selected. But having that level of curation is pretty hard, right? Having a big catalog is easy, having it small is hard. And now one of the biggest, I think industry is facing 2 main changes, right? One is on AI, on how customers are discovering, right? The way of people searching to making questions, and now the next step is to asking for AI to do things. Is a series of evolutions that is happening very fast, and it's really transforming this top of the funnel, how people get inspired and discovered. So making sure that we are capitalizing our trust to be discoverable is a key thing. And the second thing is that same transformation is transforming Civitatis, right? And making sure that we are becoming the company that is going to be successful for the next 20 years is something which requires as well a lot of work, and we are having a lot of fun doing it. It's an exciting time to be doing business, to be doing things. I always say it's never been a better time to build anything, to make sure that you're transforming. I'm a builder myself. I'm an engineer, so I'm always trying to fix problems. So I'm really loving it.
That's awesome. Well, the one thing I know you've just built is a new app that people can download. So you've dramatically improved the mobile experience for your guests. And as you say about the enthusiasm that the Civitatis team brings to the industry, it's always awesome seeing you guys in all of your pink Civitatis shirts, especially right now with the World Cup on, because everyone at the World Cup, with all the players, are wearing pink shoes. I'm sure everyone's seeing that. The pink shoes are everywhere. And I was reading a fascinating article from one of the Nike executives that was involved in this. And I guess one of the things that they realize is that a lot of players like to wear bold colors because it actually psychologically makes them perform better. And so,
didn't know that.
Yeah, and that was fast. So there's a connection for you guys and the team, and then the other thing that they highlighted is that the color that actually provides the most contrast against the green on the field is pink.
Yeah.
And so this year's World Cup, not only was all the Nike players wearing pink, but all the other players are wearing pink. So going in the next season, people are all going to choose another color because everyone accidentally chose pink at this World Cup. But you guys have made it part of your brand identity, and it was really cool at the Arrival conference. I was on stage and I looked out and there was an entire row of pink shirts of Civitatis team members, because I think you guys had about 10 people at that conference.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see, and it's just, it's always nice to meet your team because they're always kind of fun and outgoing. They certainly live the brand. And it's wonderful to finally have the chance to meet you and have to interview the CEO, and to see that the spirit and clearly the culture that you guys have at the company. So credit to you and the team for the company you've built. As far as your plans for the rest of the year, tell everyone what other conferences the Civitatis is going to be at, and hopefully we'll see you again in Florida in November for Phocuswright USA.
Yeah, Florida, definitely. And first of all, yes, let me do a comment on the World Cup, because definitely, for sure, this is something we're discussing every day at the office, right?
Yeah.
And I was joking with the team a couple of days ago, because I'm sure this year we're winning.
Yeah.
And we even made an AI-generated picture with all of us, because at the end is, okay, we are cheering Spain, we're cheering Brazil, Argentina, all of the big countries. So I'm pretty sure we have a big chance of any of these winning. So super happy, and at the end it was Civitatis winning, right? So
Yeah, totally.
we're making our internal bets around this, and it's fun to see. So regarding the events, yes, Florida for sure will go. So we are thinking to be on arrival in Spokane in a couple of months. The rest of the events, we mainly go to B2B, travel agencies, events. Much of our team are going to those. We have a very ambitious calendar. I don't know all of the events. Yeah. I think the next one coming is, if I'm not wrong, is FIT in Argentina. But yeah, on the global industry, Arrival, Spokane and Florida for Phocuswright will be there.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, I look forward to seeing you and the team again, not only in Florida, but also in Spokane for the Arrival conference in the USA, and on our continued collaborations. I want to make sure all of our listeners can make sure that they can reach out to you or connect with the team. I know you're active on LinkedIn, but what would be the best ways for our listeners to reach out to you or the team for other opportunities to collaborate together?
So yeah, our website is always a first great choice. We have all of the details to working with us, to partner with us. I'm super happy to receive those requests, and we try to make sure we cater to all of them. And LinkedIn, if not, right, or we are, as you were saying, we're easy to spot, right? We're always wearing a pink shirt. Yeah. So whenever you see a pink shirt, it's going to be someone from Civitatis, and is going to be very happy to attend to any of you.
And the only exception to that is Alberto, because he's wearing his Blue Origin blue astronaut outfit instead. Yeah.
He did, but not anymore. I think he will be happy with the pink shirt.
He's back to pink.
He's back to pink. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
But I think it's a cool blue picture, right? That you want to have as an astronaut.
Totally.
So that's definitely a cool picture to have.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait until it's your turn. And but yeah, Andrea, it's real pleasure to meet you. Thanks again for our partnership, and obviously great to see you and the team, and wish you every success in the year ahead, and look forward to catching up again soon.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Our next guest is not only a great friend of mine, but also a huge supporter of our Travel Trends podcast, right from Season 3. It is Brennen Bliss, the CEO and founder of Propellic. And Brennen, to our audience, is very well known from doing amazing keynotes at our AI Summit the last couple of years. He'll be back again this year. He's become a very well-recognized figure in the industry, and it's all very well-deserved. He's built up an amazing team, an incredible client list, and it's always a pleasure to catch up with him at these conferences. And Brennen, I'm glad we have the chance to sit down and have you join us again on the Travel Trends podcast. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Thrilled to be here.
Yeah, you have just gone from strength to strength. It's amazing. One of the things that Brennen always does at these events is organizing a fantastic dinner, which he did on the first night. But tell everyone, for anyone that is not familiar, that is just listening to this for the very first time and doesn't know anything about Propellic and Brennen Bliss, which is less and less, tell everyone about Propellic and what you guys do.
So we work with companies that like to make money, broadly. I feel like that's a descriptive adjective for most of them. But particularly through direct-to-consumer marketing would be our general specialty, and we do that through a couple of paths. So there's a very strategic arm in terms of how we position and how we invest in marketing, but once we've decided to do that, we also have the execution arms associated with advertising. So that would be things like Google Ads, which the industry is heavily dependent on, Meta, TikTok, etc. And then also on the organic side, large language model visibility optimization, which we've been leading the research and charge on, as well as traditional organic search optimization.
And to give everyone a bit of background too, not only has Brennen been on the show multiple times, we did a special marketing episode that was truly fantastic, got a lot of pickup, a lot of interest, and we're actually going to be doing a 3-part series on marketing in season 8 of our podcast. As part of our collaboration with Propellic, because again, that standalone episode was so popular, we wanted to bring the expertise that Brennen and the team have, starting with SEO, then getting into paid media, and then GEO, which I want to talk to you about as well, since that's very top of mind for everyone here at the conference, and the fact you've moved into content and really have become a full-service marketing agency and a top-tier firm working with some of the largest travel companies in the world. So I highly encourage all of our listeners to go check out that episode, and then also check out your keynotes that have been on our YouTube channel as well. Tell everyone a little bit about the team, because obviously you've brought on John Matson now. You've got Shannon doing your sales. You've got Soledad that does all the marketing. And one of your SEO team members are here. Like, you've built a really impressive team. So tell everyone about that first, because I think that is core to your success. You are an incredibly smart individual, savvy entrepreneur, and a great marketer, but you've built, and most importantly, a fantastic team around you. Tell everyone a bit more about them.
Well, I appreciate that. I think that's got to be the hardest part of what I do, what any entrepreneur does. I think that specifically when you're in professional services and you're selling essentially expertise, you're not selling a product, you're not selling a online booking, there's a lot of room for inconsistency and a lot of room for falling short of expectations. And I have a mentor that likes to say, if you look at, if you put on a line expectations in one place and reality in the other, the gap between is disappointment. So my job is essentially we need to find, recruit, and build a team and develop a team that can deliver at the same level that I would expect if I were doing it myself, which is a fairly high standard, and that is both the hardest thing but also the most rewarding thing, because when we do that right, the downstream effects on performance for our clients, on morale for the team even, and retention. I mean, I think we've had like probably 2 people leave the company in the past 5 years voluntarily, and just say like, I found a new job. So I'm really proud of the culture that we've built and the people that we have on our team. But yeah, we've added some recent senior leadership as well, as you're calling out. Of course, there's people who have been here for a few years, have been incredibly valuable and important to the team. Soleil and Shannon, as you mentioned, and then you met Emily, who's our director of SEO, and then yes, John, who comes from about a decade in the travel industry, has come in to help us with on the senior leadership team with growth.
Yeah, it's fantastic. So his role is he's a CRO, and he's across all of the marketing activity and the sales activity and customer service.
So basically, it's anything that produces new business for us. Yeah. So conference strategy, sales, marketing. It's not going to be the customer service side of things, though, because that would be more so our operations team.
Yeah, and John's great. I mean, I know John before. Many people in the travel industry will John Matson. So I'm thrilled for him and for you that you guys have partnered together and he's come into Propellic full time. It's a fantastic addition to the team, and that's where you guys have been going from strength to strength, and it's impressive to see not only in the team but then also the clients that you are working with as well. And so tell us a little, and I think our audience will find that interesting because, as Brennen and I worked together many years ago, like the origin story for us goes back to my time at the Travel Corporation and a brand within the group called Grand European, where we brought in Brennan's team that was focused on SEO and had an outstanding experience. Him and I have kept in touch over the years, and as he built this company, and I've been building up the Travel Trends podcast, we have had a parallel journey, but both on exciting trajectories and also strong collaborators and supporters of each other. So it's like, so tell everyone about some of the major partnerships that you've been able to realize.
Yeah, so I have to be sensitive to the ones that we're allowed to talk about and the ones that we're not. Unfortunately, all the big and most of the big and exciting ones, generally we need PR approval from their teams before we can publicize things, and a lot of those are fairly new partnerships that we're really excited about, but I would say anything from a very well-known mountain travel company to very well-known, one of the largest hotel groups, hotel property management, hotel loyalty brands in the world, to G Adventures, of course. That's a public one where we're their global agency of record for media and organic. And yeah, there's 55 other brands in there. So I don't even know where to begin. Of course, the big and exciting names are big and exciting, but also I get incredible levels of personal fulfillment and reward from working with the companies that are on the way there, that are not there yet.
And the reason I wanted to ask that question is because many people listening to this need a marketing agency and a partner. A lot of these travel companies that have partnered with Propellic in the last couple of years have actually decided to move from an in-house team to utilizing an agency. G Adventures is a good example of that because they see huge benefit of working with Propellic. And that is, as Brennen knows from my background, I've managed in-house team and I've worked with agency partners. And you work with an agency partner when you can't build out those teams yourself and have that expertise, which is increasingly more complex, especially in the age of AI. And so before I switch on to that topic and some of the trends that you're seeing, Brennen, for the companies that are listening to this to try and figure out, wait a second, should we be working with Propellic, which is likely many of the people listening to this, tell us a little bit about what is the kind of the ideal client size for you, for how you kind of, Shannon and the team are trying to assess the opportunity, because clearly there's maybe many smaller companies out there that don't necessarily have the spend level. So when companies are thinking about working with Propellic in any of the different capacities, what would be your advice to them as far as when they should reach out?
So I'm actually, there's one piece of the company that I still am deeply involved in, and it's the second conversation any new potential customer has with us. After we've had an introduction, gotten to know a little bit, I step in and I run a strategy meeting. It's in that meeting where I decide yes or no. I think I've seen the pattern. I know how to fix this problem. We can take this project on and do good work. So for anybody who is on the fence about do you have the ability to meet our issue? Can you solve our issue, whatever that may be? We will tell you. That's first and foremost. You're not gonna end up down a path where it's not the right fit, because I'm not as worried at all about whether or not we work with companies as I am that it's a successful outcome when we do. So that's number one. I would say in terms of size or spend levels, I'm not as worried about that as I am levels of maturity. We look for certain things, like we want to work with someone, we cannot be the first agency. We won't be. That's not something we're willing to do, because we have no benchmark and they have no benchmark for what good versus not good looks like. And then other things would be, are there really gaps that need to be filled? Is there a tracking deficit? Is there an attribution issue? Which the answer is yes, 99.5% of the time. Just like 99.9% of germs are killed by most hand soaps, But I think that really it's a stage of maturity in terms of what does the marketing team look like? Is there a project owner that's not the person spending the money? Lots of different things around those narratives. It's it's hard to say with one key.
Well, one thing I want to make sure all of our listeners do know, and you've probably heard this throughout our podcast whenever I'm doing a ad and a call out for Propellic, is that they do offer a free marketing audit to any of our Travel Trends listeners. So just feel free to reference that when you reach out. And this is where I've always encouraged any of our advisory clients or any of my close friends and associates in the industry, if they're looking for digital marketing support in any capacity, especially SEO and GEO, but also paid media, just to reach out to the Propellic Propellic team and ask for a free marketing audit. Your team will get a huge amount of benefit from at least having had the conversation with Brennen and the team. So definitely make sure to do that. But now let's talk about some of the cool stuff you guys are working on, because one of the things that we feature in our newsletters, there's always a call out for Propellic every month, but every quarter we also feature one of your reports. And this is something that you have your blog, you have your own podcast. You guys have been very progressive in your approach to help educate the travel industry about great marketing. But you've also been doing reporting, especially with the utilization of AI, and you were very early in that. Give everyone a bit of an overview of that report that you ran last year that is still really valuable and interesting, and really set the stage for even some of the Phocuswright numbers of how Google had changed. You were very early in highlighting that. You were part of their AI summit earlier this year. Tell us a little bit about your work in GEO and AI optimization for travel brands.
First, just because I'm very proud that this is something where I have, personal fulfillment from educating, and one of my core values is generosity of knowledge, and thereby it's one of the companies as well. We were first to market on any content AI search related for travel, because we know that if we don't pivot, then who's going to pivot? It's our responsibility to support the companies we're working with, and if nobody is pushing to do that, and I will say that travel moves fairly slowly, even travel tech, then it's simply just going to not be done right, and there's going to be winners that are not the companies we work with, and that's not an acceptable outcome for me. Some of the things that we've looked at are we ran the largest statistical analysis of how users are researching, planning, and booking with AI surfaces. Specifically, it was AI mode through a user experience study that got picked up by, you mentioned Phocuswright, Travel News. It was very well received in the industry, but we found things like the distribution of how OTAs are showing up versus direct operators. We found things like how important that Google business profile is for a hotel operator, for instance, to be their storefront in the AI mode surface. And then most recently, other research that we've done, we just released a paid media benchmarking report based on $250 million in ad spend that we have in our data warehouse, and showed trends, things that we learned along the lines of not necessarily in the travel season, but in the booking seasons, on the shoulder seasons of booking. If you make your investments more significant in those periods of time, generally you're going to see a much better bang for your buck than if you make the investments only in high tide booking season. So
yeah, well, and so there's three things there. There is the AI work that you've done, which we could actually just do an entire episode of the podcast about, and obviously we'll likely touch on that when we do our 3-part marketing series. There is the fact that you are looking at spend of across $250 million across different travel brands, which is incredibly powerful for anyone to learn from. And then also the report that you did about the Middle East and how it's reshaping travel demand.
Oh yes, that was a race to the finish line. We really because the data warehouse is new, and we really put that to the test. And we're able to now query, at least we have the methodology now to be able to say, like, there's this global event happening, what's it doing to customer acquisition and travel, which is so exciting.
And it's directly connected to the fact that we're here at Phocuswright in Barcelona. The very first day was the Middle East conference, because they couldn't hold it in the Middle East, so they moved it here to Barcelona and hosted it on the Monday. And a number of people were fascinated and very keen to see what's happening in the Middle East and how significant the impact it is having on travel. Came up at dinner last night with someone that was flying back to New Zealand via Toronto and not going through Dubai. Like, global flight patterns have shifted, traveler behavior has been impacted. I know Tour Radars, one of your clients, we're both good friends with Travis, and Egypt has been impacted significantly. And this is where people need to know, when Australians are not leaving the continent because they're afraid that they're not going to be able to get back because of jet fuel, these are the things that, and it's exactly why we started the Travel Trends podcast. So my point of saying this is that these reports are timely, they're topical, they're important, and I love that you continue to do them. So it's not as if you're just doing them on digital marketing. You're actually tapping into the trends that are happening in the industry. So what's next, Brennen, for Propellic? I know you're growing the team, you're growing the number of clients you have, you're at all the major conferences, you're building this, the go-to marketing agency in the travel industry. Tell us what's next, what's in store.
So one of the things that I've noticed is we have this list of services that situationally can be very useful for different brands depending on where they are in their stage of growth. One of those would be attribution modeling, for instance. Another one would be the signal engineering piece. Another one would be customer journey mapping. And those items historically have only been accessible through our long-term engagements. We're modularizing them, so we're able to help companies at their specific point of need with that issue, even if it's a one-time project. And I'm really excited about that because it will just make things more accessible that otherwise haven't been accessible to travel companies of more scope and more size, which is exciting for me.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well, let's make sure all of our listeners, Propellic.com, Propellic with 2 L's. If people want to reach out to you directly, Brennen, as a result of this, or connect with John and the team, what would be the best ways for them to do that?
I would say through, so if it's working with Propellic, for instance, I would go through the Propellic website and fill out the form on the contact page. For me, feel free to reach out on LinkedIn, Brennen Bliss, spelled with an E, or shoot me an email, Brennen@Propellic.com.
Thanks again, Brennen, for being here, making the time for this. Obviously, it's fantastic to see you again. Thanks for our friendship. Thanks for our continued partnership. Wishing you and the team every success, and look forward to seeing you again at the next conference, which is, again, coming up soon. I know you're traveling on from here to Brisbane for Arrival, so tell people where they can find you. And again, thanks again for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. So getting a hold of me, it would be through my email, Brennen@Propellic.com, Brennen with an E, and then, or LinkedIn is also good. And then for the team, if you want to look at working with Propellic, I would do that at Propellic.com. Click on the contact page. Thanks so much, Dan, for having me. It's always great to talk.
Our next guest is the CEO and co-founder of Welcome Pickups. It's Alex Trimis, and he and I were on a panel together yesterday, which was really fantastic. It was a round table. We had Reno join us as well from the Federal Switzerland Railways, and then also Christiane from SiteMinder. So we kind of had the hotel perspective, we had the rail perspective, and very importantly, we had Alex's perspective as we talked about ground transportation and the reality of how we can improve as an industry the guest experience when they're welcome to a destination. It was a really fantastic session, and Alex and the team kindly asked me to moderate that panel. So first I wanted to start with a thank you, and then also a welcome to Alex, the CEO and co-founder of Welcome Pickups. Great to have you with us.
Thank you, Dan. You did an amazing job as always. Like we had the last panel together too, and you're an amazing host. Thanks for hosting, and I think it was an interesting discussion with the panel, and I'm glad that we are taking the lead and we're pushing this discussion in these conferences around ground transportation, around arrival experience, around what we see as an important piece missing of the travel industry.
Totally agree. And it was fascinating for me because, as you mentioned, when we were in San Diego, I had the opportunity to be on the panel. And then this time you guys kindly asked me to moderate, which was obviously a thrill to be part of that session because I, like you, but obviously you're running this business, I, like you, I strongly believe there's a big opportunity to help people better understand how they can improve the arrival experience, including making sure that you actually have someone there to pick you up when you arrive on the other end. So and I think it's an unrealized opportunity. Let's actually, just to bring our audience along, give them an understanding of Welcome Pickups, because you just even in the last year, the deal you did with Airbnb was significant. The number of people that have commented here, and there was someone that came up and spoke to us yesterday and who will be on this podcast recording as well. When you came over, he was just like, I've been using your service for the last several months. I love it. He was in Tashkent recently, and he came into our session as well. Anyway, you've got a lot of raving fans, including staff here at Phocuswright that use Welcome Pickups. So it's really cool to see your success, the continued progress. So tell everyone, though, about Welcome Pickups, the company you created and where you guys are based and what you guys do.
Yeah, the short version of that is that, I started a different company that basically wanted you to connect you with the local side of a city, right? And then take you behind the scenes and behind what you see normally. And that didn't work for many reasons, but then we said, okay, what's something everybody needs and is poorly served right now? And it was the ride from the airport to the hotel. And everybody was seeing that as a commoditized thing, as a necessity, as a logistics problem. And we said, why not turning that to the first amazing travel experience you're going to have? You have so many amazing locals who can share their perspective, they can tell you about their city, they can intro you in the right way, and you're missing that opportunity, and you're having either a bad taxi ride or a bad ride-hailing ride, and we're saying, okay, how can we do it? And in the beginning, when we're more naive, we started like with normal people, and we said, okay, let's have like a person who is planning to be a diplomat, or like an English teacher, or like with their own cars, like testing things, etc. But then, because of the licensing structure and all that, we turned to professionals, but we kept that mentality of we really need people who are ambassadors and mayors of their city. They know their city. They can tell you about their city. They can hear their stories of the city. And then it's not just the arrival, right? Because we see it as the first step. And if you do a really good first step, as we were saying yesterday, the hotel will be happy, the guest will be happy, the destination will be happy, right? And then the traveler can keep on discussing with you, can keep on the conversation with you on what else is there to do, what else are you suggesting, what else can we be doing. So that's the main premise, right? So we start from that first experience, we make it super personalized, friendly, easy, and we build on top of that. And the way it works, just on simple terms, like you pre-book, you prepay, you know the driver beforehand, you can chat with the driver, you have locked the price. The moment you arrive at the destination, you meet that driver at the exit gate. He will take you and like do a mini intro of the city, or like you can ask questions. And the driver would speak English, and that's available everywhere, right? So you don't have to worry. And another thing we're discussing yesterday is like people are afraid of traveling, and like people haven't been traveling a lot. But so for someone, Paris is a weird place. It's a foreign place if you're traveling from the US for the first time. But for an experienced traveler, Cairo is a weird place. How many travels you have done. So either you're arriving in Buenos Aires, Mexico City, Cairo, Bali, like wherever, like you can have that service, and it's like this is a great peace of mind to have as a traveler, and it opens your desire to travel to further out places.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So there's a number of things you said there that I find really interesting. Obviously, the arrival experience itself, which can be dramatically improved for most guests while traveling. A lot of tour operators will include the transfers. Companies like Colette, for example, they have free transfers both ways. I've always tried to encourage anyone traveling with a guided tour to arrange a transfer. I mean, many times these guided tours will have someone that'll pick them up, or get the coach will be ready right away. But most often they have to get to the hotel. Like their starting point is the hotel, but they have to get from the airport to the hotel. And as you just described, for most people, it can be overwhelming, especially when it's a foreign language or an unfamiliar place, and they're concerned about their safety and well-being. It's like, why would you ever start your trip without feeling like there's someone on the other end that's going to be there waiting for you? And what a wonderful feeling it is when someone is there holding a sign with your name on it. And I've always taken that opportunity traveling with my young kids. We arrived in Costa Rica for the first time just on our own, and we're overwhelmed. We thought Costa Rica was going to be far more developed at the time than it was, and it was all the touts and the people trying to pull us in different directions, and it was a very stressful experience. And I said, I don't ever want this again. I want to make sure that we always arrive, and we're like that, take the stress out of arrival. But the other thing you just mentioned is also really important and for those of you who are following along and multitasking, it's welcomepickups.com. And one thing you'll see, it's beyond transfers, it's sightseeing rides. Yep. And this is the part that really, I think there's a huge opportunity and a huge unlock for you and the team, is that once you get to the destination, and I'd mentioned this to Alex, so that we had gone to Cancun earlier this year, and we had transfers for our family, but then my wife and I did Chichen Itza with the same company. And so we had a comfort level now with who picked us up and was going to take us back to the airport. And then on the final day, rather than just going back to the airport, I said, actually, can you pick us up 5 hours before and do a half day? Exactly. And we can go see 3 places. And it was like, it made our trip so much better. And all these other people were sitting around the resort waiting for their flight for 5 or 6 hours in the lobby because of just the way that the scheduling is. I was like, we had this great extra day. Yeah. And so tell us a little bit more about those sightseeing rides and how you're moving beyond just the transfer.
Yeah, the idea behind that is that, as you said, like, you travel to Cancun with your family, you travel to Barcelona for this conference. Like, Dan is not the same guy, in every trip he's taking. And at the same time, your trip profile changes, and it's different when you arrive at 8 a.m. and you can have a day. It's different if you're arriving at 5 p.m. It's different if you're arriving at 2 a.m. And we treat all these cases in the same way. Like, I'll get a taxi, I'll go to the hotel, and then you might not be able to check in, or you might not be able to find it. So it's much more complex and much more different and much more personalized what can be done, and especially in the era of AI and data and all that. Like, it's a pity to not have that personalization, right? And depend on like the random coach or the bus that will take you to a destination, and then you're treated as a herd, as a seat. So about sightseeing, the whole idea is that if I know that Dan is traveling to Cancun with his wife and his kids, and I know that it's his first time in Cancun, it's he's going to stay 5 days. He he's interested in history and this and that. Then I can make personal suggestions to them, right? So I can start saying, wait, you should definitely do this food tour, like that, sightseeing, or that restaurant, or that other thing. So I have the data because I connect. I have the airline data, I have the hotel data. I'm spending about an hour with Dan in the car sharing what he's going to do. So I can leverage and piggyback on that data and like start doing things for Dan that Dan will appreciate. And it's like on the sightseeing part, if you land in Cancun and you meet Juan, and then you build a bond with Juan, and then Juan says, "How about we do this tomorrow?" Then you say, "Why not? Like, I really like Juan. Let's go to
That's so
Chichen Itza."
true, yeah.
And then Juan says, "How about like I pick you up tomorrow?" You say, "Why not? Like, Juan's an amazing guy." And then since Juan's becoming your best buddy in the destination, you always remember Juan and Cancun, right? So that's the idea.
It's so true. Like, that was exactly our experience. And why don't more people travel like this? It was like it was still, the cost was reasonable, but everyone, like, our kids were happier, like, and it was just, our bags were in the vehicle. We got to go in, like, to a restaurant. We had to go shopping. We're like, this is fantastic. We're like, why didn't we discover this sooner? And speaking of that, you've had this company for nearly 12 years. You're based in Athens, and the scale of the company, like, you guys, when I mentioned you guys are going from strength to strength, you're in like 374 destinations around the world. You've got more than 1,500 hotel partners, and I think you've had almost 3 million customers. Like, it's just like, so tell everyone where Welcome Pickup is today and your plans over the next 6 to 12 months with how you're going to continue to grow this business.
I think we're entering the third phase of the company. Like, the first phase was 2015, and in 2020 we're like learning the ropes, product market fit, growing the company. Then COVID happened, and we need to step back and like rethink our operating model and make sure that we're profitable, and grew a lot profitably after that, and we're still profitable and growing. And then now we're entering this third phase where we're trying to push the word out and create more brand awareness and change the brand identity of the company to expand outside of the transfers into the arrival experience, into the overall in-destination experience, and become that gold standard. Either you're a traveler and you're traveling somewhere and you're thinking, okay, what am I going to do about that problem that Welcome Pickups is in your mind, or you're a partner like Airbnb or like an airline or like Booking or like other partners we have, and it's like, okay, who should I work with on this problem, right? And this year we'll service about 4 million travelers, and we're growing nicely, like a lot year over year, and like deals like Airbnb are definitely very helpful, and the team there is amazing, and we're doing great things because more and more people realize the problem and realize that once they implement a solution like that, it actually works. It actually works. It's not like another service that you might want. It's something that you really need, and especially if you're going to vacation rental and it's like you don't have a front desk, you don't have a lobby, you don't know where you're putting your bags. Like, why wouldn't you look for a service like us? And it's like the partnership is going great with Herbranda. I'm very happy about that.
No, that's fantastic. No, I'm so happy for you and the team. And as I've gotten to know various team members at Welcome Pickups from last year's Phocuswright and even preparing for this one, like, you've got a really solid team around you as well. So credit to you for building a great culture of the company. To bring us to where we are today in Barcelona, as the conference is in its final day, And as people are listening to this, we've had a number of different really interesting conversations with executives and people come together for this conference. I know one of the key reasons for you being here is, being a part of the roundtable. And but what are some of the other reasons that you come to Phocuswright? Because clearly, to me, I see welcome pickups like there's so much opportunity for you here. But so I'm keen to know, outside of that session and our recording, you're very active in meetings and everything else going on. Tell us some of the other highlights of being here and what brings you to Phocuswright Europe.
Yeah, I'm a loyal fan of Phocuswright. Over the years, especially after COVID, I haven't missed either the Europe one or the US one, because I really believe it's a great place to meet people and potential partners or see partners. And the sessions are great, but the connections that happen outside of those sessions are even more amazing. So, we see Phocuswright as the place to go and meet interesting people, and credit to Pete and the team of setting up a great conference. So yeah, meeting new partners is a key for us, and understanding how we can create synergies and grow together with other companies. I think that's the main one.
Yeah, definitely. I know we'll see each other again in Florida later this year, and then the next conference will be in London next year. And so I see welcome pickups as being like a permanent fixture of Phocuswright, and hopefully also growing the awareness for ground transportation, because we did have a full house yesterday, and there was a lot of other sessions we were up against, and I was impressed in San Diego that we had a full room of 50 plus people in that instance that were very interested in ground transport, because when you look at the options and people are like, ground transport, what's all that about? It seems like the less interesting, but actually, as we both agree, it has the most significant potential. It's the most misunderstood and the least. And so I think the one thing that was a real highlight for me from yesterday's session too was the number of ideas that people were coming up with how they could actually better improve the guest experience and all the benefits to do that. So to finish along those lines, I would love to hear where you think this industry is headed over the next year until we see each other again in, say, Florida in 6 months or a year in London. Tell us a little bit more about what you have planned for welcome pickups, and also how you see the industry changing.
Yeah, for us, for welcome, we want to keep on growing and keep on adding, improving the experience. For us, we're not happy. We have a great NPS, it's plus 83, great scores, great public scores and reviews. But we don't want to stop. We want to keep on thinking, okay, what else? How else can we improve the service? And this is, a very important component of our next steps and what people need and how we can service that need. And regarding ground transportation for us is before, when we talked in the U.S. in San Diego, there was no Airbnb partnership yet.
Right.
So
yeah.
And there was no Expedia and Uber partnership. There was no and I'm very happy that ground transportation is becoming a topic, and it's becoming something that people are thinking, okay, why nobody has ever really gone deeper in that problem. It's why everybody has accepted a bad service, accepted that this part of the journey needs to be stressful or needs to be bad, and okay, we'll power through and we'll get to the hotel, and then the trip will start. And we're always saying, the trip needs to start the moment you step on the destination. You don't have to power through to the next step. And I'm very happy that these discussions are happening, and we're not just discussing about another solution that can bring 0.5% on your margin or something, and we're discussing about something that's truly important for the traveler, right, and truly important for the experience.
Yeah. The one other thing that I'm also bullish on about this category is how loyal people are to ground transport once they've found someone. You gave that great example with someone you meet on holiday like Juan, and you have a fantastic week. But the reality is, if you have that great experience with Juan by virtue of welcome pickups, all of a sudden welcome pickups becomes your go-to for everything. And so hearing a number of people here comment on just how massive fans they are, for me, as you have all those new partnerships, the reality is it's obviously a very exciting time for you to be in this business, because how it's going to scale over the next few years. by virtue of the fact that you're going to bring in all these customers, and they will then become loyal to the Welcome Pickups experience. That's that's going to be their default. Kind of like people, like they'll use the same hairdresser or the same dentist. There's certain things when you know that someone can reliably get you to the airport or pick you up from the airport. Why would you choose someone else when you have someone that you like and you enjoy working with and you have great experience? So, they'll keep coming back. So is that lifetime customer value has to be a big focus for you?
Yeah, I mean, 50% of our business coming direct, so from people using us again and again, and like we are, everybody's like, first of all, in our sector, most people go and like attach themselves to another brand. So 90% of their business is B2B2C. So they're going to a partner. They're offering a commoditized, product, and they're trying to get a margin out of that, and that's what you see. But we are, I think, one of the very, very few ones that have, such a big exposure to direct, to B2C. And that's, a key part of our strategy. How do I get done in the first trip in with one, and then how he comes back and he's happy and he's keep on using Welcome. So this definitely is one part. And the other one is, that's why I was saying gold standard for the traveler, but also for the partner. How can we make sure that the next big brand is understanding the problem and is working with us to solve that gap. So very happy about the future.
Yeah, as you should be. I mean, you guys have become the ground leader and the global leader in ground transportation, and not only is the scale of the customer so impressive and the partnerships, but the idea of this hassle-free automation that is actually I think is still a huge unlock for the industry. So I'm bullish on this sector. I'm obviously very optimistic for your continued growth. Obviously, I'm delighted for you and the team. On that note, I want to make sure anyone listening to this that is like, wait a second, we should be working with Welcome Pickups. What would be the best ways for people to reach out to you and the team?
That's a good question. We have an amazing team. I can share the details with you, Dan, and then we can add them in the podcast details. I mean, I'm on LinkedIn. I'm not a big Twitter fan, or like I'm not like a big social fan, but like you can find me on LinkedIn and connect there, and like we can follow up with all the details.
And just for those people most people will obviously be using LinkedIn, it's Alexandros Trimis, but obviously you go by Alex. Yeah. So just when you're typing that in, but if you type in Alex Trimis and then Welcome Pickups, you will find him yourself. Yeah. And obviously welcomepickups.com, so people can reach out to your team. But very, very excited for you, and obviously great to see you again. Thanks for making the time for this, and have an amazing rest of 2026. And I look forward to seeing you again in Florida in November.
Yeah, thanks, Dan, and thanks again for the panel, and thanks for hosting me here. And it's amazing to see you again.
Our next guest here live in Barcelona at the Phocuswright conference is Julie Cheetham. She is the CEO of TravelAI. Welcome to the Travel Trends podcast, Julie. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Dan. Thanks for having me.
Of course. I'm very keen to have you on this special event spotlight episode, not only because you're a senior executive in the industry, but also I want you to explain TravelAI to our listeners. So let's start there. For anyone's not familiar with the brand and what you guys do, would you please give us a bit of an overview?
Sure, I'd love to. TravelAI was founded back in 2019 by Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex. And at the time, he got a number of major travel and technology brands around the table and asked them, what can we do for making the world a better place together? So from a sustainability perspective, how can we collaborate? And that was the genesis of TravelAI. We're a not-for-profit company that's a voluntary coalition of $3 trillion worth of travel tech payments, other companies like your Google's, Booking, Skyscanner, Expedia, Trip.com. We all get together to work on making travel impacts better for people and planet.
Well, and just as our listeners, I always want to make sure as people are multitasking, if you're driving in the car, wait till you wait till you get to your desktop. It's TravelAI.org. So TravelAI, I love obviously like catalyst.
Yeah, the travel being the catalyst,
yes,
right, for good impact.
Love it. Yeah, and so it's a really powerful backstory. Tell everyone about your role there. Obviously the CEO, but you're from South Africa originally. Tell our listeners how you got involved with TravelAI.
Sure. So In 2024, Travelist acquired a bit of software that I had been the founding CEO of, part of the developing team, called Weaver. And that was with the intention of having a data ecosystem that could ungate sustainability data for the world, right? So how do we have a global database of really important information for travelers, businesses, destinations, and policymakers? And I got into travel tech a little bit by accident. My background actually is in financial services, where I spent the first 15 years of my career. And now the next almost 15 years have been very much on sustainability in the travel industry, conservation, human rights in the travel industry. And it became evident to me the only way to really scale any work is to make it digital, right? Hence the first startup, hence the journey into Travelist.
Fantastic. Well, and so I know this is your very first Phocuswright conference, Phocuswright Europe conference,
yes,
I should be
it
specific.
Is.
Yes. Tell everyone what brought you here this year. What was the catalyst for you coming to the event for Travelist?
For Travelist, we're facing into multiple sort of, inflection points at the moment. So traveler demand is changing, technology is changing so fast. It's so difficult to keep up, as an intermediary of the industry. And we're seeing that impact all of our partners, our coalition, what do we work on? And so Phocuswright really seems the place to be to find out who's doing what, who's focusing on what's important to the industry, what's important to the consumers. And so I'm here to keep my finger on the pulse.
That's great. Well, and one of the things that I always talk about on our podcast is sustainability and using travel as a force for good.
Yeah.
And so clearly, and I was born in England. I have an affinity for Prince Harry myself, and so given the royal family, the background for me, and this is where, when you think about the work that they do, the intention is to do social good and
Absolutely.
to tell us a little bit about the organization, where you guys are today, some of the initiatives you're working on. And I'm hoping too, Julie, that we're starting to see more of a trend of people actually embracing companies like Travelist, because ultimately the only way we're going to continue to live on this planet happily together and see the planet go forward is to take better care of it and each other. So tell us a little bit more about your mission and hopefully some optimistic signs of human behavior.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think that, using soft diplomacy through industry coalitions, through the public sector and the private sector working together with perhaps some, philanthropic funding to actually be able to scale and catalyze things. I think all of these kinds of partnerships are just critical for us to move forward and, as you say, to sort of meet the needs of planet and people, right? And so the first 5 years of Travelist was really focused on what is the first most helpful solution going to be. And together with our coalition and Google was a main partner in this, we launched the Travel Impact Model, which helps travelers to understand the carbon footprint of their flights. And so if you are looking for a flight pretty much on any search engine and you see the carbon equivalent of your flight, that is because Travelist coalition partners made it happen. And so that information's appeared in front of more than 160 billion searches to date. So I mean, that's massive, right? And so if even 4% or 10% of travelers are making a decision to take a more sustainable flight that's got a similar route and a similar cost, that's having a huge impact in decarbonization.
Right.
We're in year 2 now of our second 5-year journey, and the focus is on doing the same for rail and for accommodation. And so the accommodation MVP has been launched. Rail will launch in this next quarter. And the ultimate goal is really to help travelers, destinations, and policymakers have better information so that they can change, right? So that we've got some evidence-based planning and tracking. We're also very involved in the policy space, really trying to be a voice for that sort of matches consumer needs, needs of communities, needs of the planet, our partners' voices, suppliers' voices, and then bring that to the table where policy is being made and implemented.
Yeah, that's great. I want to speak a bit more about the industry side, but just for any of our listeners, travelers,
you have more information they can go and find out about how to travel more sustainably.
Yeah.
And so I definitely encourage our listeners to check that out on the website. When it comes to the industry side, you have some incredible partnerships. And, Booking.com is one of them, Amadeus, Expedia, Google, Sabre. I mean, all the big names in travel. And that's incredibly encouraging to see. I guess that when industry players are looking to collaborate with you, what's the best way for them to do that? How do they reach out? How do they get connected? What are, especially when you're advocating, but what are some of the ways that they actually can partner with you? What would be some good examples that all of our B2B listeners can wrap their head around?
Sure. So we have different kinds of partnerships at TravelList, and all of those big names that you mentioned are part of our coalition. They sit around a coalition council. We meet regularly. We try to pool our resources and our thought leadership to create solutions for the industry. And then we have industry specialist partners that sometimes could be smaller entities that are really passionate about something. Like one of our partners, Squake, has helped us with a rail methodology for rail footprint. And now we're open sourcing that and making it accessible to everybody. And so you can be a technical specialist or an industry specialist in just one or two things, or you can be a big global OTA or payment platform, or CMS or PMS, or and the more the merrier. So whilst we're quite selective about who gets to sit at that coalition table, there are a lot of gaps. Our big tourism ecosystem hasn't got a representation from everyone around that table yet. So please, if you want to join us, get in touch with me.
Definitely. And I just want to highlight too, some of the stats that we have been tracking on our podcast around travelers taking much more interest in sustainability, and Booking.com is a good example of that. You can now search with filters that will give you idea of what properties are greener. And this is where pre-pandemic we would see out of the top 10 reasons that people travel, sustainability was like 8, 9, or 10. It was a nice to have. Post-pandemic, given that time, that reset, because the things that you're focused on around wildlife and protecting habitats we saw that break in travel and the impact when all of a sudden there weren't planes in the air. And so when travel came back, all of a sudden people were more mindful, especially because, and I say that with one caveat, we also saw everyone rush back to Europe and southern Italy, and it was overcrowded and overheated. So everyone also quickly realized the limitations of the travel industry going in the direction that it was pre-pandemic. So you have a stat that 75% of travelers want to travel more sustainably over the next 12 months. I found that really interesting because it is very much consistent with what we are seeing across the industry, is that travelers, this is table stakes now. This is essential. No traveler is going to choose a company unless they understand that their commitment towards sustainability. So tell us if you wouldn't mind sharing a few more stats along those lines that will hopefully make sure that all of our listeners, from a commercial business point of view, realize that this is not a cost center. This is actually a revenue driver.
Absolutely. Well, and the thing is that sometimes those stats can be tricky because you can ask someone what they intend to do, and then where they actually make their purchase decision, that intention might not, follow through, that intention action gap. But as you mentioned, those stats coming out of the Booking.com recently released report and also Expedia's recent report do show us that it is increasingly a decision that travelers are making. Booking.com recorded over 1 million bed nights that have a third-party verified sustainability certification. So people are actively searching at least 1 million bed nights last year for a hotel that has been certified to be doing the right thing for people and planet. And it goes even higher than that quite quickly when you look at generations. So we've got fantastic info out of Expedia's latest report that says Gen Z and millennial travelers are over 90% indicating that they will travel out of season on the fringe to lesser visited destinations, and also that they will consider social and environmental impact choices when they're traveling. Over 90%. So that action and intention gap is closing with the younger generations of travelers.
Fascinating. And one thing I know you've just recently published too is your TravelAS annual report for 2026, which is only fresh of the last couple of months. I had downloaded this and I was having a look through, and I would just, if you wouldn't mind, along the same lines, sharing a few of those observations that, this is where, for our listeners, some kind of valuable nuggets of information around what your
what you're seeing when you put those reports together.
So actually, that was last year's report, and this year's report is coming out next week.
Oh my goodness! I was seeing March 17th. I was like, I thought there was one from in March 2026.
So you'll see. So the 2025 impact report will be released next week at London Climate Action Week.
Okay.
And then you'll see all the most up-to-date trends and analytics and thoughts. But some of the things that we're seeing there are some of the demand bits that we've just discussed coming out of Booking, Amadeus's reports, Expedia's report. And that's also why the certifications initiative is so important, because right now we're seeing increased regulations on consumer communication. And so what we can currently legally and compliantly put in front of a traveler is limited, right? It has to be audited by a third party. And this is with the incoming EU regulations for empowering consumers for the green transition. And so these certifications and these labels become so important to communicate to travelers, whether it's a flight emissions label or a sustainable certification label. And then AI is really starting to guide decision making in travelers. We're seeing that. We've seen an increase in travelers booking their travel using AI from 47% in 2024 to 54% in 2025. But we know that up to 90% of travelers are using AI and large language models to actually plan their trip, research their trip, even if they're not booking necessarily on those platforms. And that gap is just going to narrow, right?
For sure.
And then the other thing that we're seeing is that expectations are rising. So when you spoke earlier about data being the new currency, I think we're very quickly seeing the death of estimation. There's so much information and technology is so powerful that we're closing the gap very quickly between saying things that can't be proved or have evidence basis. Often referred to as the godfather of sustainability, John Elkington recently said the era of soft sustainability is over. And how I interpret that is, we often have got these two streams of comms. Like, what do we say to our customers, our travelers? And that's very marketing, fuzzy, perhaps not as fact-based. And then we have these corporate reporting, ESG, financial standard disclosures that are very different, and it's far more onerous. And thanks to technology and information availability, I see those converging really quickly now. I don't think you'll have two different sets of data and analytics within the next 5 years. It will be one and the same, and it will be regulated, and it will be transparent.
Yeah, that's exciting. And very encouraging. And this conversation has made me much more optimistic about the future. Because one of the things that comes up when talking about AI that is how much environmental impact it has by virtue of the power that's needed to run all those data centers. And there's a huge, what right now would be a hidden cost and a societal impact of building all these data centers. And these are the things we're going to be grappling with over the next few years. So we're seeing all this excitement around the technology, but it's going to have significant ramifications in our work life and obviously for the environment. And so that's one thing I would love to see Travelers continue to lead the charge on, to be able to have those conversations around, yes, AI can do a lot of good, but we also need to be mindful of the negative impacts and what it means for the travel industry. So I'd love to have you back on the podcast at some point and to continue to explore that, and potentially even our summit later this year where we're talking about beyond AI and the idea being, what role do humans have? What is really the essential role of humans in travel? And ultimately, I'm very encouraged because human connection is what we're all seeking from our travel experiences. And so I definitely want to be measured in our approach of AI. So I'd love to get your last take on that, and maybe if you can share with our listeners also the ways beyond the website to connect with you, to learn more about Travelers, and ways to connect with the team.
Sure. So you're absolutely right. AI can be so powerful, and even with our OTA partners right now, we're seeing how they're busy using smart technology to disperse unbalanced tourism, right? Sending tourists on fringe seasons or sending them to the second or third most popular visiting spots in a destination to try and better balance that tourism, make it a better experience for travelers and communities. And we can do that in real time to say, go to this particular experience later this afternoon, it's not as crowded as this morning. So the potential is endless, right? But what are the guardrails? What are our responsibilities? We know that, for example, areas around a data center, for up to 10 kilometers radius around a data center, the ground temperatures can rise up to 2 degrees Celsius. So, I mean, that's significant, let alone the water and the energy consumption. And we have a responsibility as an industry to work on that. We're in a unique position as a coalition to approach this as a team of partners, because no one organization or industry body or government can solve this on their own, right? And that's what makes Travelist exciting, is that we try to work on these things together. We've actually recently launched an internal partner working group on AI, so watch this space. I'll be able to tell you more
that sounds great.
when we talk next.
Awesome. I look forward to it. Yeah, and let's make sure, I'm definitely going to follow your journey and look forward to speaking again, and let's make sure that all of our listeners can do the same.
Thanks. Well, there's the information at travelist.org email address, which you can get on our website, but please feel free to contact me directly if you'd like to look into partnership with us. That's julie.cheetham@travelist.org. That's TRAVALIYST.
Awesome. And I'll make sure it's in the show notes as well, but I'm sure a number of people will reach out to you, because this is where I feel like there's still a lot of strategic advantage for travel companies to embrace this in the right way, to make a meaningful difference, but also to integrate it in a way that their customers will see that they truly are committed to this. And I'm it's a real honor to meet you finally. I've been very impressed with your work, and obviously will continue to support and stay in touch. But Julie, a real pleasure to meet you. Thanks so much for joining us for this.
Thanks so much for having me. And it's been a great pleasure to have the chat.
Our next guest is the Chief Product Officer at Rail Europe. Rail Europe has been on our podcast a number of times. Bjorn Bender, we did a fantastic session with him in last season. We did a special focus on rail, our partnership with Rail Bookers and Frank Marini. I love talking about rail. I love this side of the industry. So it's fantastic now to have a sit down with Seb Herbranda, the Chief Product Officer of Rail Europe. Seb, great to have you on the Travel Trends podcast.
Great to be here, Dan. Really looking forward to it.
Tell us about your role, Chief Product Officer. That's got to be a pretty cool gig.
It is a pretty cool gig. It's also a very challenging gig, but that's what we're here for, right? And it's bringing something extremely complex on the back end, because we're working directly with about 250 rail providers and unlocking that content to our clients. And undoing that for both B2C and B2B is what we're in for.
Fantastic. And this is your first Phocuswright conference?
It is definitely my first Phocuswright conference, and it's been great. I come from fintech, which is a lot less personal, so it's really cool to see that personal relations still really, really matter. And travel is just a fun industry to be in, for sure.
Totally, yeah. And let's make sure any of our listeners that are not familiar with Rail Europe, if they haven't heard Bjorn on the podcast before, I think most people think of Rail Europe, they think of the Rail Europe pass that they can get. But tell everyone about Rail Europe, because in the episode that I encourage people to listen to, I was fascinated to get the backstory of Rail Europe. The fact that the company was actually created in New York City in the 1930s. That was like... There was so many fascinating things I learned about the business and the brand, and then where you guys are today in terms of scale. Give everyone a brief overview of Rail Europe.
Yeah, sure. It's definitely for me a change being in a company that's almost 100 years old. So really coming from that historic kind of train industry, which of course is 200 years old. And what we're doing is unlocking the content, unlocking the real journeys for users, mainly overseas. So international travelers, leisure travelers coming to Europe that really want to experience Europe, in my view, in the best way. And we unlock that content for them. So it is really about people that are unfamiliar with the European rail system, unfamiliar with the different carriers, unfamiliar with how train travel actually goes, and we unlock that those journeys for them. And we do that directly for our end users, so on our consumer platform, but also through our API and our B2B platform for agents all over the world. We have about 25,000 agents connected all over the world that enable their travelers, whether they're in Australia, in India, in China, in the US, in LATAM, to travel through Europe in the best way and really have that experience outside of the big travel hubs, outside of the big airports, and see the continent for what it is.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing company, great business, and obviously one of the things that you guys work with, as you highlighted, is all the B2B partners. Yeah. You're growing in B2C and B2B, but B2B has been a huge growth for Rail Europe. Tell us a little bit more about your role as the Chief Product Officer, and that's why I say it's a cool gig, because I love
when you get to enhance the product experience for guests. I love that side of the business. So tell everyone a little bit more about what you're focusing on and what are some of the new projects and enhancements that you and the team are bringing.
Yeah, so for us it is, if we look at, so B2B and B2C are very, very different in that sense, because obviously B2C we can directly talk to the end customer, and I always highlight with our teams, there is a C in every B2B. For us, we focus on leisure travelers, and there is a C at the end of the chain, right? There's always an end customer, always a traveler at the end of the chain. So we focus on bringing those journeys, those experiences to these end users. And if we look at the B2B space, there's two things that are super important for us. And that is making real content sellable and making it operable. Because the biggest problem that our B2B partners have is that real is scary, real is complex, real is just a level up from what they're used to sell, but customers want it. Like we see so many customers that really ask for real journeys in Europe, so our agents all over the world are really required to sell that. And yeah, we bring those experiences to life, and it's not about I want to go from, we're today in Barcelona, I want to go from Barcelona to Madrid. It is about I want to experience France, I want to experience Italy, or both of them, and how do I make that experience rich? So it's not so much, and especially now in the age of AI, not so much just unlocking the content, integrating APIs and the technical stuff. It is that layer on top of that. Like, how do you create peace of mind on something that people are unfamiliar with?
Well, let's talk about AI for a moment, because obviously that has to be something that the executive team, the investors are asking, how you're utilizing AI, customer expectations are increasing. So as the Chief Product Officer, how are you looking to incorporate AI? What are some of the use cases already? And I'm not talking about the hype of AI. I'm talking about like the real valuable use cases that you're seeing and how you're incorporating that technology.
Yeah, so for us, there's a few sides to it, right? Like there's obviously the efficiency side of AI that just allows us to do more. Like we can move faster, we can do better by using AI for, especially of course on the engineering side, internal tooling, and it just allows us to do more and do better. It also obviously creates a whole different context for intermediaries, and ultimately we are an intermediary, where again, unlocking the content becomes commoditized because we have 250 carriers integrated, and that took years, then now it takes months, and over time it hopefully takes weeks. So we need to move up as a intermediary into that value chain. So we are unlocking new tools for our B2B agents and ultimately also for our B2C clients of how do we create journeys, how do we mix different providers into one single journey, and that's where the AI capabilities actually become very interesting, so that we can not get distracted anymore by the boring stuff, just integrating data and making data readable, but actually these layers on top of it. So I'm really excited, but there's a big but at the moment, because we don't know where it's heading, right? So from a product point of view, we are a lot more in a phase where intuition, product sense, customer feeling is much more important than pure reading the data, because the world changes in 2 months' time, technology changes in 2 months' time. So product craft, I think, and I hope, of course, working in product, I need to say this, but I think product management and product sense, product understanding only will get more and more important because we live in an age of uncertainty, macroeconomics, everything happening around us, but also because of the age of AI, it really comes down to having a good product sense.
It's really interesting to get your take on AI, because that's always one of the topics that comes out, not only in our podcast, but in an event like this. And I hear a lot of people say every session was about AI. And so I'm sure you've heard other utilizations of AI over the course of the last couple of days. I was also keen to get your take on, given this is your first time at a Phocuswright conference, I'd love to get your perspective. We're having this conversation on day 2. We got a chance to speak together yesterday. Well, what have been your observations and insights from being here at the conference?
It's been fairly reassuring because I think we all, in this age of uncertainty and unclarity, I've heard multiple times people saying, if you're not worried, if you're not anxious right now, you're doing something wrong, or you're hiding in the corner. And I think that's reassuring in a way that everyone is living through this big change and this big transition. So distribution is changing, user behavior is changing, the markets are changing, and we need to act on that. And so it's reassuring to connect to other companies in the field and really understand what's happening. On the other hand, I was also saying to someone last night, I do think we will look back in maybe even 5 years, 10 years, maybe 2 years time, and think back of these conversations that we had and think how ridiculous it was, how we talked about AI, how we talked about some of these trends that are happening, because it's like the start of the internet, right? Like you were talking and dreaming about how the world could look, and everything will change in a couple of months' time. So I also think in a way we are the people in the industry, right? And many of us have been in this industry for very long, and there are things happening right now that are completely under our radar, and that we will be completely blown away by, and that's going to be personally very fun. Probably if you're an investor, shareholder, it's probably less fun. But as a personal person, I really enjoy this phase of uncertainty, craziness, and new things happening every day.
Well, it's true. The number of people I've spoken to, even a few industry players that have come back into travel with the advancement of AI. There was a gentleman I was speaking to at dinner the first night that had retired at 40, and he's been retired for 10 years, and now with AI, he's come back and started a new TravelAI company. And the overall enthusiasm for technology, we haven't seen this since the dot-com era, that's for sure. And so the fact that your role working for a large travel brand to utilize this technology, yes, and for sure, it's changing. We did our first AI Summit in 24, our second one in 25, and the theme for this year in 26 in October is Beyond AI. How do we look at how it's just incorporated into the experience, and what is the human role? And so that's one question I'd be keen to ask you. I've asked two people on this podcast about where humans are still relevant in the age of AI, and I'd love to get your take on that.
Well, again, it's predicting a future that we don't know, but I think a lot of, and that's also something to your previous questions, a lot of the conversations haven't actually changed. So when you talk to people and some of the challenges the industry is dealing with, they are still the same, and they will remain the same, and AI is not suddenly going to solve it, right? And I think travel is a human experience. I do hope that this will elevate the human experience, unlock getting access to personal opinions, more curated journeys, and real tailored experiences that AI can unlock as an enabler. The worry that I have sometimes is that there are two scenarios that because of democratizing technology, everyone has access, and it's a bit at the start of the internet, like everyone can be an entrepreneur and everyone can be part of the game. On the other hand, data, first-party data, is the absolute key in success. So there is a scenario where it's only going to be more consolidated, a smaller market where only a few big players remain. And I do hope that that's not necessarily the case, and that a new innovation will actually unlock some of those opportunities for smaller entrepreneurs, smaller companies to really drive innovation as well. But the human experience, I don't think that's going to change. What we can do now is be human on scale, and actually you can connect with people that are very much like you or enjoy a similar experience like you on the other side of the world. And I think information availability and unlocking information should make that easier. And human experiences are still the key, I think, in travel. Of course.
Yeah, and that's something I'm very optimistic about, is the fact that it does come back to human connection and why we travel. And we don't travel for technology. Technology can make travel experience much more efficient, and that whole idea of like seamless and take out friction, all things that will actually enhance the traveler experience. But at the end of the day, humans will get on planes, they will, and they're keen to see all these amazing places around the world. And a big part of that is the cultural and human connection. So that is the beauty of getting on a train in Europe, and it's the people that you meet on the train and the people that you meet at your hotel. And so I'm very excited for the future of the travel industry in the face of AI, and a lot of people that have been on our podcast say that's the best thing that's ever happened to the travel industry and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. If you were looking forward to Phocuswright next year in London. What do you think, from the conversations you've heard here, what do you think is one of the themes that will likely carry over to next year? Clearly, AI, agentic AI will be one of them, but what are some of the things you think we'll be talking about a year from now?
Yes, but I do hope that the AI conversation has matured in a sense of now the questions have been, but how do you apply agentic? What's the effect going to be of agentic AI? And I think those questions are fairly silly, because that's a component of a technology that enables something, and it can run processes fairly independently. That's great, but we need to start asking those. And I hope that next year there's more maturity in AI, that we will see real proof and not get beyond all the confusion, and already seeing proof of what it actually can enable us to do and how it actually can then enrich these travel experiences, because that's ultimately what we're here for. And it's exciting to see that everyone is still in that confused phase, but obviously you see that now we get to an adoption where it's not about, because that was last year and maybe the year before, where people were like, you use AI already in your company? How do you use it? And now it's everyone in some shape or form uses it. If not, they're very worried. And now it's around real applications, real useful proof points that we can actually build travel experiences for our users.
That's fantastic. Well, obviously, I think Bjorn has done a great job bringing you into the company and building out his executive team. And so it's fascinating to have this conversation with you and get your take. I'm keen to make sure our listeners can also connect with you if they have questions, and obviously learn more about Rail Europe. So on that note, Seb, what would be the best ways for people to reach out and connect with you and also the Rail Europe team?
Yeah, so definitely we always want to get closer to our users. We always want to understand, because that's in the end what product is still about, is really understanding. And AI cannot solve that. How users experience your product, what users like, what users don't like. So please connect with me on LinkedIn, and always happy to talk about what is happening in the travel industry in real, and just connect on what's going on.
Fantastic. Well, Seb, it's great to meet you. Good luck with the rest of the conference, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
It's been a real pleasure, Dan.
Our next guest is the CEO and co-founder of one of the hottest global AI startups. He started out of San Francisco. Him and the team have been extraordinary for us to work with at Travel Trends, and I'm of course speaking about Andy Moss from Mindtrip, and I'm delighted that he is here in Europe. We've connected at many other conferences, and he's been on our podcast before, but this is his first time here at the European conference for Phocuswright, and I'm delighted to have this opportunity to sit down with him. Andy, great to have you on Travel Trends again.
It's great to be here, and I am British originally. I have lived in California for over 30 years, so that's, but yeah, Europe is coming home for me.
It was the funniest thing. So we had dinner together last night with our friend Mauricio Preto, who runs the Travel Tech Essentialist, my favorite newsletter in the travel industry. I definitely encourage anyone to subscribe to that. And Andy joined us for dinner as well. And one of the things that really made the entire table laugh is that everyone was trying to place his accent. And he's from Southampton in England. I'm from Portsmouth, very close. He still has the remnants of his lovely English accent, but he's been living in San Francisco for 30 years, and he said basically that combination gives you an Australian accent, because everyone was convinced you're Australian. And some people have commented, you sound like Elon Musk, you sound like, you're South African, but no, you're English American.
I'm also not doing quite as well as Elon is this week.
But you have, it's funny, and there's the self-deprecating humor. Even when Andy introduced himself last night, I was telling the people afterwards, this is a guy that's a serial entrepreneur who's had major success, a few big exits like you, and then you've decided to get into the travel industry, and I'm delighted that you did, because you took this incredible founding team that you've worked with, Michelle, who you know I have the greatest affinity for, your CMO, but you took your team and brought them over to travel. So let's give everyone a bit of background on Mindtrip. Tell us a little bit about the company, why you created it, and what you guys do.
Sure. So the company is almost exactly 3 years old. The product's been in market about 2 years now. And we're a team that's worked together not just on a previous company, but across 4 or 5 different startups over the last 20 years in different combinations. But we really wanted to do something in AI. To be honest, we started with AI instead of travel. And this was actually before ChatGPT actually hit. We were brainstorming what we were going to do in AI. And when ChatGPT did arrive, we were in the middle of that process. And it was very easy to lock in on travel as the best use case for AI. If you think about other industries, it's very quick to get into a checkout experience or other things. Travel is just very multifaceted and pretty complicated, and it's perfect for the AI use case.
Well, one of the things that's really interesting, and there's so much to this story, but I will just add a quick point here because this is where Andy is so, if anything, like I'm obviously a huge fan of Mindtrip. Clearly, you are. You've invested in it, you've built it, and you're fully vested in this venture. But as they built out this trip planner, which Rod Cuthbert, who's here at Viator, and you had a privilege to meet him. He was always the one. He was always the Simon Cowell of the judging. When anyone came up with a travel planning tool, he would instantly say, "No, not investing in it. There's a graveyard of travel planning tools." But what's amazing about the Mindtrip story is it started as a trip planning tool. It still is. But you guys expanded, you started as B2C, you expanded to B2B, started working with all of these destination marketing organizations. And we did a 3-part series with Mindtrip that I definitely encourage our listeners to check out, because you can see how valuable the technology is that they've created for DMOs. So many of them now, more than 100, is it right, Andy?
Yep.
Across the US and the Caribbean, and now you're expanding to Europe, have utilized their technology and added these widgets to their website to help people plan travels to these different regions. But then now you guys have taken a step forward and actually introduced agentic booking into the platform. And so this is a really exciting time for Mindtrip. I know you guys have continued to scale investors and your profile in the industry has continued to raise. So tell us a little bit about where you guys are today.
Yeah, so first, a couple of things you sort of mentioned. I think for us, the vision was always how do you build a personal travel assistant? And when we started to get into travel, people actually advised us to focus on, one niche and, not sort of go broad. But our philosophy from the beginning was you need all the touch points that you have, with a traveler. If you had a really good travel agent or an executive assistant that was helping you, you'd expect them to help you from everything from inspiration and planning through to booking, through to, what is actually happening when you're on the trip as well. So, the idea of a connected trip with the consumer at the center and everything, you're really supporting you from a personal assistant perspective. That really has been the vision from the beginning, and that's where we've continued. It just turns out that opportunity is also very helpful for B2B partners as well. And we started our destination DMO business just over a year ago. And again, I describe it as more than a widget. It's a pretty, deeply embedded solution, that a DMO can actually activate very quickly on their site. That gives them full conversational AI. It gives them, visibility to the types of chats that, consumers are asking for. That is extremely helpful for understanding GEO as well, which is on everybody's minds. So, those are the two sort of follow-ons to just the description of what we do.
Yeah, actually that's a really important point you mentioned about GEO. The opportunity to work with Mindtrip like these DMOs have with all of their content, like a good example is Visit California. There's more than 2 million pieces of content, and the way that they now can organize it and structure it in a way that they can get indexed properly. So you're not only offering them a tool, you're also offering them kind of a gateway to make sure they're relevant as travelers shift their search patterns from traditional Google search that you've obviously known for many years in that customer journey to using AI planning tools, and specifically Mindtrip. And so, as we're here at a Phocuswright conference, one of the key things I'm keen to get your take on is, what brings you here and some of the benefits. One thing I just wanted to highlight before is that, and this is where, when I'm very emphatic about Mindtrip, the business and the potential, is you just look at Mike Coletta's presentation around trip planning that he shared at the conference in New York earlier this year. And I was talking to him about it here, which, the last 3 quarters, AI planning has gone from 30% to 40% to 56%, and now it's exceeding how many people are using Google search. And there's a real opportunity now to move into agentic booking that hasn't shown up in the numbers yet, but I know that's where you're focusing. But you've got so many opportunities to grow this business on the B2B side with DMOs, and then obviously, you guys could certainly be the ones that, when the dam breaks on agentic bookings. So tell us a little bit about, as I set the stage there, Andy, what brings you to Phocuswright Europe?
Yeah, so there's 2 key points to sort of follow up on there. I think the first one is, why am I in Europe? The main reason I'm in Europe is we're actually launching our destination business with our first European DMO partners. So we're open for business in Europe. We have the data center and first couple of customers established. We're working with Madeira and the Norway travel cluster as the first 2. But many more to come. So I've been meeting DMOs, I've been presenting at conferences, we're just starting to hire the team in Europe. So that's the sort of first one. The sort of second thing you were leaning into was the agentic side of things. Less why I'm in Europe, but we are indeed going super deep on everything agentic. We launched a major partnership and product with Sabre and PayPal about 6 weeks ago. That coincided with us launching Mindtrip.ai flights, so Mindtrip flights. And that, I think, is the sort of most fully end-to-end example of somebody being able to use Mindtrip and an LLM to really understand pretty complex flight needs, and then go all the way from that, all the way through pricing and availability, through to checkout and actually booking the trip. So go check out Mindtrip flights. We have Mindtrip stays coming really soon, which is a very similar product for hotels.
Yeah, it's fantastic, and that's where you say there's the 2 paths there, but then there's 2 reasons you're actually here. I should highlight as well, because your wife is here and your daughter's here, and you guys have been traveling around Spain. And I was so happy for you, because ultimately this is one of the things that I think and I'm highlighting this because for anyone who's working in this industry and loves travel, it always has to be the reminder of why we do what we do and why we work in this industry. And so when we were en route to dinner last night, I was asking Andy all about his travels around Spain. You were telling me all the highlights about the Alhambra and how Sevilla was such a big highlight, and you've just been in Valencia. Tell everyone a little bit, share a couple of highlights from your trip, because again, this is why we do what we do.
Yeah, no, totally. So I mean, this was just a great opportunity with these 2 conferences, and my daughter has just literally graduated from college. She actually went to the University of Hawaii, lucky girl, so she's going to have to adjust from not going to the beach every day. But, so yeah, it's my wife and my daughter and her boyfriend. He hasn't been to much of Europe, so he's sort of seeing Paris for the first time. He's seeing Spain for the first time. But yeah, I mean, just, we love doing road trips. What we sort of find is, unless you actually sort of get in a car and drive across the country, you just miss so much, right? So you fly into a city and fly out again, you get a certain experience, but what we really love doing is sort of going to somewhere and then spending 2 or 3 days in a place, seeing some of the tourism stuff, maybe just relaxing by the pool, and then getting in the car and, driving for 3 or 4 hours to the next place or whatever. So yeah, so we started in Paris, then, Seville, Granada, Madrid, decided we needed some beach time, so down to the coast, and then finishing off in Barcelona.
That's awesome. I'm so glad you did. I know it's been a while since you've taken a trip of this duration, and so and obviously wonderful to get that family time. And what was interesting is that on the very first night, I arrived on the Monday and went to a dinner function, and I was speaking to a new industry a colleague, and I was telling him, "Oh, you need to meet Andy." And he's like, and you need to know about Mindtrip. And he was like, you're the 4th person that's told me that today. And so it's got to be great for you after having a bit of downtime and then coming to a conference like this, because you're a known entity now. I mean, I remember 2 years ago when you guys were at these conferences or going to a Virtuoso conference or Arrival, and Christian Watts obviously is a good friend, Gilad as well. And so as you've been invited into all these different aspects of the industry, now all of a sudden, people are recognizing Mindtrip is where the industry is headed. You guys are, very much ahead of the curve, and so all of a sudden people are now finding you.
Yeah, no, that's totally the case. I mean, we're definitely, I guess we're 3 years into travel now, but I mean, every startup we've done, we've always started in an industry that we actually were outsiders on, and then became insiders rapidly over time. And certainly helpful and nice when you get to these conferences now to have a lot of friendly faces that from prior ones, and even help you get to good dinner reservations in the evening.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Tell us a little bit about what's ahead for Mindtrip, and specifically for Europe. I know you're going to be recruiting and adding team members. And so, yeah, tell us a little bit about what's ahead for the business, not just in terms of technology, but in terms of growing the team.
Yeah, so So with Europe, it's two things. I mean, one is just really working with destinations locally. So we're hiring a GM. We'll be starting very soon. But I think it also needs consultants in each market that understand the different markets. So actually having come from the UK originally, I have a different appreciation of Europe than many Americans do. That there's lots of micro markets, and you need to know how to sort of have someone inside the tent in each of those individual markets. You can't just do it all sort of centrally or whatever. So partly it's any destinations that are interested in working with us, we'd love to talk to. And then the second thing is we're also taking the opportunity. We've always had multi-language and whatever for our DMO partners, but we're now pushing that out across the whole of our consumer side as well. So we'll be supporting in the next couple of weeks 10 languages and currency conversions and all the right date formats and units and all those kind of things. So that'll make it a lot more accessible for people who aren't coming from the US.
Fantastic. Yeah, no, it's such an exciting time as you continue to grow this platform, grow the team, expand globally. So obviously the focus now is on Europe. I have to assume that in the next 2 years it's going to include Asia as well.
Yep, we already have some early opportunities there. So yeah, that'll be coming very quickly.
Yeah, and for any tourism boards that are listening to this, I mean, obviously you can have a look at that series, but there's no reason why a tourism board, and I was at the Visit California conference. That was actually the most telling. I was at the Visit California conference and did a panel and had a few different tourism boards, all of which were using Mindtrip, like Monterey, Anaheim, and the benefits they're seeing from the platform and the better understanding of their customers. You can see why you've quickly gotten to 100 plus. And when you think about the global scale, I'm bullish for Mindtrip just in that category. And then you think about all the different verticals and sectors, and then, as you mentioned, flights and hotels. So obviously, I'm encouraging all of our listeners to watch this space very closely. We'll have the Mindtrip team back at our summit later this year. We'll have Michelle speaking. If people want to follow your journey and be able to make sure that they can connect with you, Andy, directly, but also follow where the team is going to be. I know you've got Rudy out there at conferences as well. Like I say, what would be the best ways for people to follow the journey and to connect with you?
I mean, number one is try the product. You'll be blown away how complete it is. So firstly, do that. For contacting us, we're still a startup. We're still sort of 40-ish people, which usually means our first name, and Mindtrip.ai works really well for email. You can reach me that way, or most of the other sort of senior team members as well. We're at a lot of the conferences. We sort of spread it out between us, but look for us when we're there as well. We'd love to connect.
Well, actually, I road tested this, and I had a call with Michelle a few weeks ago, and I was preparing for this trip to Scotland, and I had actually used Claude and ChatGPT and Mindtrip, and I had put them into different in a Google Doc and shared them with my mom and my brother for this trip. And then we printed them off and went through them. And overwhelmingly, it was interesting because when I printed them off and we went through them, people didn't know which platform it was. And overwhelmingly, the Mindtrip was like the recommendations, the routing, the suggestions, it was so much more robust than any of the other generic platforms. So for any of the listeners out there that are currently just using another platform for travel planning, try Mindtrip.
So maybe we need to introduce the Coke Pepsi blind taste test for the Mindtrip versus the LLM.
Yeah, exactly. You definitely do. It's because it is purpose built for travel, and this is one of the things in our industry. Is it feature complete? Is it like fit for purpose? And the answer is it absolutely is. So those challenges that people are having using other platforms to plan their trip is not the case with Mindtrip, which is again why I think once people actually get that itinerary or have those options, then they want to book that flight or book that hotel. So Andy, obviously it's always great to see you. I always enjoy your company, the conversations. I think so highly of you and the team, and obviously wonderful to see you having great success here at Phocuswright Europe. I wish you continued success, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Perfect, and thanks for all you do as well. You're a really strong advocate for the whole industry.
Our next guest is a great friend of mine. I always look forward to sitting down and catching up with her at a conference like this. It is Charlotte Lamp Davies. She's the founder of A Bright Approach. She works with the Phocuswright team. She's done sessions here at the event. She works with a lot of different companies in the travel industry. I have a great respect and admiration for her. She's kindly brought me into ITB over the last couple of years. So, Charlotte, welcome back to Travel Trends. Great to have you with us.
It's absolutely wonderful to be back and great to see you here in Barcelona one more time.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, you were such a key part of this event. Tell us a little bit about what brought you back this year, because I know you're so involved in various sessions. And specifically, I'm keen to know about Monday's start to the conference with the Middle East research. So tell us, what brought you back and what have you been focused on the last few days?
Yeah, as you know, I am a great fan of the Phocuswright event, being the European or the one in the States. I have my little pin, which means that I have done more than 20 Phocuswright events now over the course of 18 years, which is which really shows my love for the company and for the event. More importantly, yes, Monday was a fabulous bonus. I must say, because we sadly didn't get to do Web and Travel Middle East back in May due to the terrible circumstances of the war kicking off back then. But we managed to move it to this event, and obviously the lovely Hoon was driving it as always. And I think for me, this is where I was mostly in the conference hall on Monday rather than networking, because I really wanted to try and get my finger on the pulse in terms of what is happening in the region, what are our friends doing in the region to mitigate all the risk, but also very importantly there was some fabulous data-based presentations delivered by Oxford Economics, and the very best one on the day, to my mind, was actually delivered by Gemma Timmons from OAG. Phenomenal lady, really manages to bring data to life, which is a skill in its own right. So that was a super bonus for me.
Fantastic. We kicked off this episode with Hoon, which was perfect timing for our listeners to learn more about web and travel and her amazing role in the industry, because she's another one of those legendary figures like yourself that people gravitate to and is incredibly knowledgeable and so well connected. And it was fantastic that you guys had the opportunity to go ahead with that conference. I know Pete was so excited that it was still going to go ahead here, and I heard some fantastic feedback, including from our common friend Stuart Greif. And Stuart was taking pictures of the data, and I interviewed him on this podcast as well to share some of the highlights. What were some of the other big takeaways for our listeners that didn't have the privilege to be there about what the state of travel is in the Middle East? And I know we can't predict the political situation because it keeps changing. It looks like it's getting more optimistic, but what is the kind of the long-term view? I think Stuart was saying it's about 18 months if the war does subside for the business to come back in that region. What were some of the other interesting takeaways from Monday?
Well, I mean, we know that the aftermath of anything like that just takes time for things to stabilize. But overwhelmingly, everybody that was in the room and that all work within the region and with clients from the region were overwhelmingly positive, either about how business as usual is happening to a great extent in parts of the region, and also how fast that everybody believes that things are going to be right back where it was once we start to sort of see a more stable situation out there. So overall, maybe a little bit surprising that it was as positive as it was. Well, we had just had the news that the peace talks were going in the right direction as well on Monday. So, and this is a little bit up and down. I'm geopolitically, I try to keep my finger on the pulse a little bit, but I'm no expert. So we don't know from one day to the next what it's going to look like. But overall, I think there is so much focus and there's been so much attention on the Middle East that people are staying very optimistic about its recovery as soon as we get to that stage. So maybe that's the biggest takeaway.
Yeah, and the one thing also that Hoon had mentioned that I'm sure is a trend that you're paying attention to as well is the increase in regional travel. So we've seen in the U.S. market a massive increase in domestic travel this year, which, again, there's winners and losers whenever these travel shifts happen. So international travelers international destinations that rely on American travelers have been challenged this year, and same with Australia. But domestic has really taken off because many Americans are staying home, 250th anniversary. But the part that really stood out for what Hoon shared is that when people
still continue to travel within their region. I shared the example of South America because we've seen a real increase of people within South America traveling to other countries in South America. So being more reliant on their regional neighbors, and I guess that's also what they're seeing in the Middle East as well. That if you don't have the international travelers, well, Saudi Arabia is still busy with regional countries traveling to Saudi Arabia because all these amazing resorts that they've built. So it's just interesting how these travel patterns shift and change.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call myself a Middle Eastern expert, that's for sure. Wouldn't necessarily call myself an expert at all. But what I do know, and what I think has been a little bit of a misconception, is that, I mean, the Middle East is building out its tourism offering first and foremost for the locals, and eventually one day the internationals will be a benefit. But I'm not sure that that's what they would say themselves. But they're not expecting the whole world to descend on the Middle East just because they're building these resorts at the moment. They are relying on the locals first and foremost, and they will be there.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Well, another area that you actually are an expert on for sure is on the tours and activities side, not only in your role at ITV, but here at Phocuswright. And I wanted to switch on to that next. Talk us through the session that you did yesterday on tours and activities. I'd love to hear, because I didn't have the opportunity to present live. I always take the opportunity whenever you are on stage, but given I was tied up with recordings, I didn't have that privilege. Tell us a little bit about the session, who was a part of it, and what some of the takeaways were.
Well, you were missed. I was looking around. Where is he? He's always here for this roundtable. No, it's great. I've been moderating the tours and activities roundtable for a number of years for Phocuswright, and it's close to my heart. I love travel, but I'm also, should we say, equally a little bit concerned about how we travel, and maybe sometimes even the lack of education in terms of how we prepare people to travel and to travel well and to be respectful when they're in location, mixing with the locals. And it's not trouble-free. It's a wonderful sector, the tours and activities, the most loved, or whatever it is. A lot
the
of
best
people
part
say.
of travel,
the
as
best
Douglas
part,
Quimby
as
says.
Douglas says, Douglas Quimby, yeah, the best part of travel. Well, I wouldn't disagree with that, but I think what the roundtable was very much about yesterday was very much talking about how do we balance things now? I mean, how do we really seriously work on getting the balance right so we can keep our locals happy and we can still invite, the travelers and the tourists into all of the best places in travel, shall we say, but also maybe a little bit further afield.
Yeah, and I know those sessions are always particularly valuable. I like the roundtables, given the fact that people get to really interact and ask questions. Charlotte, the other thing I'd love to get your take on is, as we're having this conversation towards the middle of day 2, and this conference is 2 days plus it's kind of midday Wednesday, I should say, and you're 2.5 days into the conference. I'd love to hear any other takeaways and insights from the other sessions, because I haven't had the privilege of attending a number of them, and I know you make the effort, because you're not only great with the networking, but you're also great at being at the sessions and learning and being able to apply that knowledge. And I think you're probably most similar to me in that regard, because it's not just about the networking, it really is about the knowledge sharing, and you want to be in the sessions to be able to see. So I'd love if you wouldn't mind sharing if there's been some interesting other highlights from Phocuswright Europe this year.
I mean, we kicked off with Center Stage yesterday after we had the startup competition, the global startup competition, which is always great. I love that. I just love to see who's doing what and who's thinking differently and who's coming in from outside of travel into travel to show us what's the next big, the next best tool is going to be in order for us to navigate the travel landscape. So I enjoyed that very much yesterday. Again, there was a fantastic opening presentation by Philip Filipov, CEO of OAG. I happen to be a great fan of Philip, and ever since I knew him when he was with Skyscanner, I have followed him quite closely. He says it as he sees it, and he's a great presenter. So it was just very, very interesting for him, again, to use the data that they have in order to sort of kind of come up with a few predictions, and I like that. And then, like you, I mean, I struggle with both networking and jumping in and out of the sessions, but today I'm very much looking out for the big AI session this afternoon, just because we need to try to understand what's going on.
For sure. And I know you're very active across the industry and have a number of different clients that you work with. I'd love for you just to share what your views are in terms of the trends you're paying attention to, Charlotte. So outside of Phocuswright and us being here in Europe, obviously one of the things, you're based in London. This conference is moving to London next year, as you well know. What are some of the things you're paying attention to that our audience should also be aware of?
Well, I think it's probably been said before, I'm sure it's been said before that everybody is still working out how best to implement AI and where to implement it. It is still very much part of the bigger conversation. Most conferences opens up, with AI in the first sentence. So it is still something that we're very, very focused on getting right. A number of my technology company clients are implementing it or have built their technology on AI or with AI by their sides. So, I'm very close to it in that regard, and I see how, again, they are selling their services and their tools into the travel industry, and the feedback from that is very much that we are beginning to see the results in certain areas, and other things are still being tried and tested. So it is not that interesting at the moment, what I find to be new. I still think it's the same thing that I said 6 months ago.
And given that you are traveling all the time, working with different clients at conferences, tell us what the next 6 months looks like for you. I know we'll see each other throughout the year, and we'll be together again in Phocuswright USA in November in Florida, which is awesome. I'm so looking forward to getting back to the Diplomat. But tell us what you have planned for the next 6 months, for the rest of 2026.
Well, I'm definitely hoping to have a holiday over the summer.
You deserve one. If anyone does, it's you, Charlotte.
It's been a hectic 6 months. And of course, June has been back to back with travel conferences. I mean, it's the new crazy season, that's for sure. I'm looking forward to the Travel Tech Show next week and the Business Travel Show, of course, in London. Yeah. I'm not quite done yet. And also we've got the Travolution Connects event next week. So again, 3 events back to back. We just about leave here before the next ones kick off. Then it's a little bit more quiet for me over the summer, maybe to contemplate how to get into Q2 and then we get into Q3 before we know it. I do a number of German events as well for my DACH, German-based speaking clients as well. So I'm looking forward to FVW Congress in Leipzig again this year. So there's a couple of little more niche conferences that I attend as well.
Yeah, well, one of the things that I mentioned when I was speaking to Stuart about you, so we were speaking about your ears might have burning, it's just what a great advocate you both are for diversity in our industry and obviously female leadership. And yourself, one of the things I've mentioned on our podcast before, but for anyone who's just getting to know Charlotte, one of the things she highlighted to me was actually mentoring young men to help them actually better understand to be inclusive leaders in the workplace. And so, you a bright approach. You're you're a bright light, a positive energy. I always look forward to catching up with you, and I know you work with a number of different travel companies as an advisor who are very lucky to work with you. And on that note, I know how busy you are. I do want to make sure that any of our listeners who are just coming to learn more about Charlotte Lamp Davies and a bright approach, tell everyone how they can connect with you or potentially collaborate with you if they were so lucky.
Well, I'm always open to new conversations. Always. I love it. I think part of the biggest joy for me running the management company is my love of connecting with people and connecting people with people. So it's an easy thing to do, and when you're at an event like this, it's double easy because everybody is in the room. So if anybody fancies a chat, they can find me on LinkedIn. Is probably the easiest, or look for A Bright Approach. You can find me via the website there as well. And yeah, I look forward to seeing you at the next event very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charlotte. I really value our friendship, and I always enjoy collaborating with you in any opportunity to be on stage and be at conferences. And you're just such a wonderful person to know. So thank you for making the time for this. I'm glad we were able to sit down and get this little brief moment together. Good luck with the rest of the conference, and I will see you again for sure, again very soon.
I can't thank you enough. Thank you for having me.
Our next guest here live in Barcelona at the Phocuswright conference is Carolina Castillo, and she is the general manager for the European and Middle East and Africa for travel payments. And she's based in London, but here together with us at the conference today. Carolina, great to meet you. Thanks for joining us on Travel Trends.
Dan, thank you so much for having me.
I would like to start by giving everyone a bit of an overview of WEX. The website, of course, for our listeners is wexinc.com. Some of our listeners may be familiar with WEX, but for those of our listeners who aren't, would you mind just giving us an overview of the company?
Absolutely. So WEX is a global business, and we have three main divisions: benefits, mainly running in the US. We also have our mobility business, which includes fleet cards and EV. And then, of course, we have the travel space and global corporate payments, where I sit, supporting directly travel companies.
Fantastic. And so a bit of background on WEX, because when I was having a look at the website in anticipation of our conversation, all the cards that you have, like fuel cards, employee benefits, WEX is a big business. How did you guys get into travel?
That's a very interesting question. I think it just came naturally issuing virtual cards, and virtual cards solve a very important problem, right? It helps about the reconciliation and automation. So it helps travel agents that have become the merchant of record to scale up their operations. And at the same time, it protects them from fraud, it protects them from risk of failure from the suppliers, such as airlines or potentially hotels. So it just came as a natural evolution of being a payment-centric company.
Fantastic. And so, and your role, obviously, general manager for one of the key regions globally. Tell us a little bit more about your background, how you got into this space, and specifically about your role at WEX.
I've been in payments most of my career, and I was delighted when I joined WEX because it's the intersection between payments and travel. And travel is, as we know, such a fun industry to work in. And what I love about being here is being able to bring all the payment innovation into the travel space, making sure that we can support our customers, not just with our product, with our platform, but with the advice we give them about trends and what's going on in the industry.
Well, I know you spent nearly 12 years at American Express before as a Vice President, Commercial Partnerships and Innovation. So American Express is one of the more innovative financial services companies that I've ever had the chance to work with, when you actually get behind the scenes and understand all the things that American Express is doing with the data, understanding customer profiles. We've done a lot of targeted mailing to customers who have American Express cards, but to understand their travel patterns. So that clearly has to be one of the values of utilizing WEX, is you get a lot of data on customers and how they're using virtual cards.
Yes.
Tell us, what would be some examples of partners that WEX works with?
In terms of our clients, we work with Booking.com, so one of the major travel agents in the world. We, in fact, work with 8 out of the 10 top travel agents, OTAs, in the world. So they are trusting us with their operations. And of course, they give us a lot of data. So we know where people is going, we know what are the trends, we know of the challenges, and we can anticipate those challenges for advice to our customers.
Fantastic. And then specifically being here at Phocuswright, I'm very keen to know what brought you to the event here this year. Clearly it's not too far to travel, and actually next year, for many of our listeners who are just finding out, it's going to be in London, so you won't have to travel too far.
Yeah, well, that has its pros and its cons, right? It's always nice to be here in sunny Barcelona, but we'll be delighted to be welcoming people in London. So I think Phocuswright is a great event to connect with people, connect not just with clients, but with tech partners. For me, it's continue to making sure people understands the evolution of travel payments, understand that without a payment strategy, they don't have a growth strategy. So payments has become so central in terms of how people in the travel industry run their businesses that we have to be at the center of the C-suite discussions.
Yeah, and for me, this is my second Phocuswright Europe conference. One of the things I like about the size and scale of this conference is it's more manageable. I love the US conference. It's the flagship, but this conference you get top industry executives that are much more accessible. I know we're having this conversation towards the end of day one. What's your take so far on Phocuswright Europe, and what's your take so far on Phocuswright Europe?
Yeah, I think it's very similar to you, the ability to be able to speak to top executives, have very engaging conversations, and it's not a massive space. We're all really in a relatively small space, and you can have lunch with somebody else, have a coffee in the morning with somebody else, so it just works.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and that's the sessions as well. Like I did a panel session earlier today. A lot of them are smaller, more interactive sessions.
Yes.
So you get a chance to actually get involved as an attendee. as far as some of the things you have planned, how do you divide your time here between networking and sessions? Is it a combination of the two of those, like learning from other practitioners in the space? But I'm assuming there's got to be a lot of great networking opportunities for you guys as well.
Yeah, it's how do you maximize your time. I do have enjoyed many of the sessions. I was just being in the startup ones, great ideas, great entrepreneurs thinking how they solve problems for our industry. So that is absolutely fantastic. And then, yeah, just the breaks, the lunches, to spend time with people.
That's great. And then getting back to some of the trends that are happening in the industry, I would love to know, from your vantage point on the payment side, what are some of the trends that you're seeing at WEX that obviously you're bringing to conversations here at the conference, but also some of the things you're paying attention to that our listeners might find interesting?
Well, I think if you work in the travel industry, there's always something going on, right? So there is volatility. We know we have the Middle East conflict. So how, knowing that this might happen, is how do you make sure that you have the right strategy to help people mitigate the risk, preserve their cash flow, and very importantly, preserve the trust of their clients. So there's been a big question around what's happening now with the shock that we have in February when the conflict started, and where we're seeing is, yes, there has been a decrease, of course, of people going in and people from the region coming out, but we are seeing some other areas where that travelers are choosing to go. So I think that is something that I have heard other people as well commented, and our clients say it, we see it in the data. But what is important is people to remember to be prepared for the next crisis, because there's always a crisis around the corner.
Yeah, that's so true about the travel industry, is we kind of go from crisis to crisis. And the reality is that travelers keep coming back. Travelers are incredibly resilient, as you know. It's interesting, during the COVID, which obviously is part of how this podcast ultimately came about, one of the things that I was seeing across the travel industry was the need for virtual card payments, because people were unsure who to trust. And if you have a company that might fall over during the pandemic, that's holding on to client funds, so all of a sudden virtual cards took on a new meaning. What is sort of, in 2026, given the uncertainty, what are you seeing some of the trends in payment activity, whether it be from suppliers or for customers?
So I think people want choice, and that comes from the consumer also to the travel agent. So one of the things that we have an advantage point is we are able to offer our clients either a prepaid solution or a credit solution, or something that we have as a hybrid solution where they can do both with the same product. So the ability to flex for one another and not be worried about if you're going to have the cash flow is an advantage you're giving. So I think choice is very important. Removing friction as well. And of course, we cannot stop, we cannot mention AI, right? And the sort of things that are going to happen. For me, if I just may drill a little bit on AI, I don't see necessarily that there's going to be a huge change in the payment itself, but in the wrapper around how that payment takes place, the controls that happen for that payment to go safely. Is it coming with the right intent from the customer? Are the risk models from issuers being adjusted, because now there's a card not present, there's not going to be biometrics, there's not going to be IP location. So there are so many things that are going to be changing that the issuers have to start recalibrating that to make sure they don't have any much more false positives than necessary. And of course, accountability. When it comes to things going wrong, but sometimes that happen, who is accountable for? And that's where regulators are going to start looking and making sure the process is watertight.
Well, so let's talk about AI, because actually in this series, we haven't been overly focused on it. Many previous event spotlights, and how it works in conversations at conferences, everyone's talking about AI all the time. But let's get into some of your views on where AI is in the travel industry, or even as it relates to payments. What do you think the impact is of AI so far in travel, and where do you think we are in that journey, and where are we headed?
When I was here last year, everything was about discovery. People were worried that what's going to happen to the big travel OTAs? Are they going to disappear? Is Google going to get into becoming a travel agent? I think we're past that. People now know and understand that they had to readjust their websites to be discoverable. And instead of having SEO, we have GEO. Right. So that was last year. We're moving into that. That just become the stream. Really, when AI is adding a lot of value, is in the back office. Like all those repeatable manual processes that could be automated. So those companies that are really investing on making their operations more efficient are the ones that are going to move faster and be able to have a differentiator, not just on cost, but on customer service, and will keep them at the forefront of the travel industry.
And then tell us a little bit what's ahead for WEX. Where are you guys headed over the next year? What are some of the innovations, whether it be around AI and technology, or even just partnerships? Where is WEX headed over the next 6 to 12 months?
I mean, WEX, as a global business, of course, we're very bullish about AI. We recently, in just 3 months, our tech team created what is called Chat GTS with AWS Bedrock, which, if you can see, there's a YouTube video about it. It's quite interesting how, in a short period of time, they created this to attend to 4,000 tickets that are created, and it's reducing now 25%. So we are really making sure that we are working with AI and maximize it to get our operations working. In the forefront, when it's specifically about travel, for us it's very important to have partnerships. So we work very closely as well with airlines to make sure that they are also part of the ecosystem and they're happy to accept cards. In the past, and generally, there's been a resistance of accepting virtual cards because there is a cost, but there's only a cost when you don't see value. Right. So it's our job to work with the airlines, and we're seeing more and more on that. And our clients come to us and stay with us because they know that we can make the pie bigger for them, because we are going to make sure that they have more places where they can use their cards.
Exciting, and I think that's where one of the things that gets forgotten is the importance of payments in terms of conversions, and just it's ultimately that's the moment of truth. Is someone going to pull out their credit card and actually make this purchase? And there's so much friction still around payments. I think there's still a lot of innovation that can happen around the payment space. Is there anything you'd point to for especially businesses that are trying to increase their conversions or make sure that customers continue to come back to them? What's your take on, what would be your advice to them?
As I said before, if you don't have a payment strategy, you don't have a growth strategy. And I cannot emphasize that enough. It's understanding also from your paying and balancing, how many payment options that you have, and there are the right options for your market and for your audience. If you have too many, they're going to get confused. If you have too little, they might get you might lose them, right? And if they are not smooth and there is friction, then they're going to have will have abandonment through the customer journey. So that's just money going in. But then, what's your payment strategy for money coming out? Because when there is a shock, and we've been talking about crisis, and then your client wants to refund, a travel agent has to get that refund fairly quickly, otherwise they're going to be having negative cash flow, right?
Yeah, chargebacks, all these things that come
exactly.
up. Yeah. One thing I want to make sure is that as our listeners hear more about this is that they can follow up and connect with you. But before we do that, there's 2 last questions I have for you. So if you project forward for our industry, when we are together again next year in London, what is, as an industry and as a conference, what do you think we're going to be talking about this time next year? What do you think is going to be the hot topic? What would you project forward for our listeners would be, where do we go from here after Phocuswright Europe in Barcelona?
I think this time next year in London, we will be talking about all the transactions that are now happening with agentic AI. I think that they go very fast. But I also think that we will be listening to the case studies of how people have used AI in the back office as opposed to in the forefront. So that's my prediction.
All right, I think that's a pretty accurate prediction. And on that note, I just want to make sure, Carolina, that our listeners can connect with you after the conversation, whether it be on LinkedIn or our email. What would be the best ways for our listeners to reach out?
Absolutely. LinkedIn is a good place. Otherwise, my email is carolina.castillo with a double L @wexinc.com.
Fantastic. Lovely to meet you here. Good luck with the rest of the conference. I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you, Dan.
My next guest has traveled all the way from both Tel Aviv and Munich to be here, where he divides his time running an incredibly successful travel company called Move. He's the founder and CEO. Erez, Bousso, great to have you on the Travel Trends podcast. Thanks for joining us.
Wow, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
And so his website is wearemove.ai as we're having this conversation, but the company is called Move. Tell everyone a little background on the company and what you guys do.
So so we tackle one of the let's say last segment to be digitalized in travel, which is holiday packages, and we build an agentic commerce infrastructure for travel. We've been back then from the tour operator. I've been a tour operator, classic one, taking commitment, flight, and so on. And for the last 6 years, I'm obsessed about solving this complex segment, which is the holiday package, and delivering matched offer to the user that is struggling to find it online.
And you are a serial entrepreneur. You've had multiple startup success stories before this, and as you mentioned, you've been running this for 6 years. So you also have been to the Phocuswright conference before, as I understand.
Oh yeah, many time. Yeah, many time in the Phocuswright. It's been a great coming year, meeting people, sometimes new, sometimes the same people. We're speaking along the year. And I think it's the best place just to understand that we're doing the right thing, and we're not just, building something that no one wants.
Well, and the work around infrastructure for AI in travel is an important conversation that's being had here at the conference. Tell everyone what brought you to the conference this year. Obviously, you've been here before. Any specific reasons you came back to Barcelona to be part of Phocuswright Europe?
Yeah, sure. So 2 years ago, I came here with an announcement that we're building the first intent-first booking platform. We won back then the People Choice Award as a startup, and that was quite exciting. And I think what was very exciting back then is that I was on stage presenting a deck without even mentioning AI one time. Today, this deck will never pass. So today I'm here to present Move, which is moving from a product which was Holiday Heroes, our product that we started to build, into an infrastructure that is open now for everyone. We tested what we've built, now we're opening for everyone, and that's exactly the place to announce it.
Yeah, and actually just on that point, so there's Holiday Heroes and then also RateCore. Tell everyone about those two businesses and platforms which now are under the Move business.
Perfect. So those are two products under the Move umbrella, the Move infrastructure. So Holiday Heroes is where brand can build, run, and scale their travel business, their travel store. Think about Shopify for travel, okay? Shopify, you can build, everyone can build this store, and that's Holiday Heroes Hub. It allows you to easily onboard, create your store, and start selling travel online. And a RateCore is the agentic system that is transforming any intent into bookable item, and it has its own MCP, so a protocol that allows all AI agent with one query to get access to flight, hotel, packages, and in the future we're going to have also cruises and other services. So those are the two services and two access points into our infrastructure.
Fantastic. And so with Move now being this infrastructure play, who would be some examples of clients you'd work with?
So currently we're seeing huge demand coming from especially, AI trip planners that are build amazing platform that understand the user and building beautiful itinerary, but I need the booking part. And when the customer says, okay, that's nice, that's amazing, now I need to book it, that's where it breaks. And that's exactly the gap that we're filling, and that's one of the segments. The second segment, I think that all tour operator, big brands, travel companies that have a strong brand but are relying on legacy technology, they are now moving from legacy into an agentic infrastructure, and that's exactly what we're delivering. So we're giving them the infrastructure and agentic infrastructure that allow them to address the user where the user want to be, which is ChatGPT and Claude and different AI funnel.
So you mentioned trip planners, of course. Also within the travel ecosystem, I know you work with tour operators. Tell us a little bit on this idea of like AI-powered packaging. I'm really intrigued by that because a lot of tour operators are very disconnected and very offline. So I'm sure many tour operators listening to this would be intrigued to know how can I become an AI native business?
Yeah, that's a great. You know, I stand the other day in front of 200 German tour operator, and I didn't feel good because I was talking about AI and so on in front of people that are using and still taking commitment and Excel sheets and so on. So I think it is really time to understand that for too long, those tour operators, they force customer to buy what they wanted to sell. And in travel, it doesn't work this way. It's not because you took a commitment or you decided to commit on 100 rooms in a hotel in Mallorca that's what the user wants. And now with AI, where the customer can express what he wants, the industry need to change. So the tour operator, an AI power package, is a package that is built based on user intent. So I'm telling you that I'm looking for a beach holiday with a family. I'm going to tell you what is the age of my kid. I'm going to tell you what I like to do during this holiday. Now it's your turn to tell me where you want to take me. And it's not about endless option, it's about outcome, because that's what the user currently looking for. He wants outcome. He's going to tell us what he wants. We need to bring outcome. And that is forcing the industry to change. So those tour operators who have excellent brand or for years based their entire business on inventory that they wanted to sell, now need to get rid of this inventory and just connect and give results.
And let's talk about results, because obviously I know you guys have had quite a bit of traction with your platform over the years, and now as you look at what's having a big impact for travel companies in terms of conversion. One of the things that has been highlighted by my good friend John Lyotier, who runs TravelAI, who's part of this podcast as well, is the number of people that after using generative AI tools to do research, they're much more likely to actually book. So the conversion rates are much higher when people have done that research on their own. So tell us, like in terms of either booking uplift or increased conversion rates, what are some of the success metrics you'd point out that would be interesting to our listeners?
100%. So if we go back then in the traditional search, the conversion rate on packages was around 0.6%. When we introduced an intent-driven, which was just asking the user some question before just delivering and not asking him where we want to go, asking him what he wants to do, we went from 0.6 to 2.4%. And with natural language, we reach 4% conversion rate. The reason is simple. Not that simple, but simple. The reason is that when you force a user to put a destination, you're not asking him really the question. You're asking him a question that he doesn't have the answer to. You ask me, where do you want to go? I don't know. There's so many out there. I saw so many destinations. I don't know when I want to go. But when finally you don't ask him where do you want to go, you just tell him, what do you want to do? What do you feel? More emotional. What do you feel like doing in your holiday? Then he is much more engaged with the result because he feels that the result match an emotion. It doesn't just match boxes that I just filled up and you forced me to do that. I didn't want to do that. And I think that's where we see a significant uplift in conversion, and we proved it.
And then where to from here? Obviously, you've got multiple businesses now under, obviously, it would sound to me like Move is on the march and you guys are continuing to expand. What's ahead for you guys over the next 6 to 12 months?
So in the next 6 to 12 months, we have a pipeline of partners to onboard on our infrastructure. So from small AI trip builder to very large operators that we want to onboard, and we want them to take advantage of years of experience of an infrastructure now that can deliver on the AI era. And in 5 years, I'm going to jump to 5 years because I think that in 5 years, every AI agent that is going to book travel is going to run on our rails. That's where we want to go.
That's exciting. That's a big proposition. That's and even being willing to go out 5 years because so much is changing month to month at the moment, as you well know with AI. But you guys were ahead of the curve. You founded the business during COVID, obviously a challenging time. So you guys were ahead of this AI wave that we're all very familiar with now over the last 3 years. From a conference like this, I'd love to get your insights around, what else brings you to a conference like this, and what are maybe some of the other benefits of being here at Phocuswright Europe from what you're seeing and hearing about what's going on in the industry?
So it's very interesting to see different. I think this is quite an interesting industry. I think there's only sellers here. There's no buyers. So it's very interesting to see everyone challenges and everyone where it goes. I think one of the things that always very surprised me, that there may be something that evolving, but something that doesn't change. Travel is still a trust issue. Companies are here. And what I see, there's more and more, we're shifting into more and more data companies. I'm seeing here much more companies that are providing data and providing very tiny solution to solve specific problem. And I think this is very exciting, because at the end of the day, we are living in a world that finally understand that it's all about data, so travel is shifting. And this is very interesting. What brings me here is just to meet people. Travel is around network. Travel is a face-to-face business. And AI is maybe accelerating a certain shift, but AI will never limit us to continue meet people, seeing how we can grow faster. And I think that is the big opportunity. I'm speaking with people that are telling me, all of them, wow, we shouldn't build that. So that means we can be live in 1 month, in 2 months. And then I said, yeah, you can be live. Because today everyone understands that owning the technology doesn't mean a success. If they can, but time to market, it is very important. And this priority give us, we've built it, we've done it. So it gives us a great advantage, and being here, it's just great.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I got 2 more questions for you. One, I'm just keen to get your take on what's happening in the industry at large. So outside of this conference that we're here together at, I know you have offices in Lisbon and Munich and of course in Tel Aviv, and you operate globally. What are some of the other things that you are paying attention to in terms of the trends, whether it's traveler behavior or customer sentiment? What are some of the things you're paying attention to in 2026 that might be interesting for our listeners to be aware of?
So the current sentiment is, so on a professional perspective, the current sentiment is, okay, where AI is going to give it. We are currently raising fund in order to accelerate our growth, because we're getting a significant, and I can tell you that the sentiment in the industry is, and I'm hearing it more and more, is where does really AI is going to take us? Where is AI? What's going to happen? What will be the behavior of the user? How they going to book with AI agent? How they going to book inside a chatbot, or everything is going to stay the same? Those are big questions, and let's be honest, no one has the answer. No one has the answer. The important thing is to listen to the customer, test and learn, test and learn, test and learn. So that's in terms of the user, what's extremely, extremely interesting to see in the behavior, in the sentiment of the user, is that suddenly he understands that someone listened to him. So I can experience an emotion and someone is listening to him. But when it comes to book a travel, and this is very important, trust will win. They're coming back to the brand. They're coming back to speak to someone. And there's so much thing happening around the world that something gonna happen with your flight. There's a big chance something gonna happen. Something gonna happen maybe with the hotel or whatever. I want to speak to someone. And that is a sentiment that we're seeing more and more. People want this connection when it comes to book a travel. Different from a lot of things out there in e-commerce, travel stays human business.
Yeah, and you know what? I couldn't agree more with that sentiment, because that is literally the angle for our summit later this year about Beyond AI and where humans are still relevant. Because that's the question that a lot of us have been asking ourselves and each other, is where's the human role in travel if a lot of this is being automated? And so I'm sure a lot of people have been intrigued by our conversation. I've mentioned the website, wearemove.ai, but I want to make sure that
people can connect with you either on LinkedIn or email, and also reach out to the team.
Course.
So what would be the best ways for our listeners to do that?
So either on LinkedIn, you can reach out my LinkedIn, Erez Bousso, or anyone in the team. If you go to the website, you can also reach out through the website. But always, LinkedIn has become a great place to communicate and so on, and to exchange it to. Happy to connect with anyone that is interesting to join our journey.
Awesome. And just for everyone's for spelling, Erez is E-R-E-Z, as I'm Canadian, so I say Z, or Americans Z. B, and then his last name is B-O-U-S-S-O. So Erez Bousso. And I definitely will be keeping in touch for sure. It's a real pleasure to meet you here, because it's the first time that Erez and I have had a chance to meet and get to know each other. I've had a chance to meet some of his team members, and I'm certainly intrigued by what you do, and I wish you every success in the year ahead, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Let's enjoy Barcelona. Thank you.
Indeed. Ciao. My next guest is the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for Data Appeal Mabrian, which he worked at Mabrian. The companies have now been merged. We're going to get a bit of the backstory on that and what brings him here. But he's been to the Phocuswright conference for many years, and he's well known to many people in the travel industry. And I would now like to introduce Carlos Sendra. Welcome to the Travel Trends podcast.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for having us.
For sure,
Pleasure.
yes. So tell everyone about Data Appeal and Mabrian, these two companies, and how they came together.
Well, actually, we are integrating both companies. Both of us, we are working in the data ecosystem for travel and tourism. In the case of Mabrian, we are very much focalized in destinations globally, and Data Appeal was working with destinations and companies. So what we are doing now is just integrating our capabilities in order to have a broader scope in the world and extending our services worldwide.
Well, I know these two companies were doing something similar, and as you were just explaining to me before we had a chance to sit down and record together, that the Data Appeal is based in Italy.
Correct.
And based in one of the most beautiful parts of the world, Menorca. And so, which is actually a big hub for travel and technology, which I've recently kind of uncovered. I know there's a lot of travel companies based there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I always say that probably that's the foundation and why we decided to go for tourism when decided to create a company that will basically develop big data analytics and AI back in 2013. So it's been 13 years now developing our own AI algorithms, which seems to be new, but it's not. So I always say that the fact of being born in a very touristic place like the Balearic Island and Spain probably make us to decide to go for tourism, where there was a lack of evidence-based decision making.
And so it's really interesting because 9 years that you're at Mabrian, and now it's just been in the last few months these companies have come together. What was the background on Mabrian as a company?
Yeah, well, Mabrian actually was the one born in 2013, and we start by doing sentiment analysis, basically using big data that we pull from social networks in order to interpret the spontaneous conversations of travelers to understand global travel trends and trying to predict those trends and help destinations and companies as well to know better what's going on the travel and tourism sector globally.
And then the Data Appeal, as a standalone business, how did that differ from Mabrian? And then just connect the dots as far as why they came together like this.
That's a very good question, because they did something similar. I mean, they were very much specialized as well in traveler sentiment, but the starting point was different. In Mabrian, we start from the traveler, and in Data Appeal, they start from the point of interest. What does that mean? What they did is mapping all kind of points of interest that have a relation with the tourism. I mean, from let's say critical infrastructures like airports, hotels, short-term rentals, but even hospitals, restaurants, anything, museums, anything related to tourism. And from those, let's say, physical spots, they track all the digital traces that they can get from more than 100 different review sources in order to get the sentiment of all travelers interacting with those points of interest. In Mabrian's side was the different. I mean, the starting point was the the traveler, and so we found each other in the middle, and we complement a lot each other in the analytics we can do.
And now the data appeal, we mentioned Italy, but specifically Florence. And for those people who are multitasking while we're having this conversation, it is dataappeal.io is the main website. Tell us a little bit more about what brings you to Phocuswright this year. Because obviously you've been here before, but obviously you're now wearing kind of two hats as one with Data Appeal and Mabrian. Tell us a little bit, and I know you work closely with Phocuswright, but yeah, tell us a little bit what brought you here this year.
Well, for us, being in Phocuswright is very important. First, to be updated on the innovation in the travel tech sector where we are, and also because of being a partner of this event is very relevant in terms of, let's say, visibility and relevance for our brand, right? I mean, even though we work specifically mainly with destinations, we are very interested in being identified as an innovation company, and Phocuswright for sure can bring us that positioning.
Yeah, and this is where you're also a partner. I know you do a lot of research and reporting, which is what Phocuswright is known for. And coming to a conference like this, that's what most people are going into sessions looking for, data, insights that they can act on. And so that's one of the things I'm keen to ask you about in a moment, is some of the trends that you're seeing across the industry. But before we move on to that, tell us a little bit more about Phocuswright Europe this year and some of either the sessions you've been involved in or some of the things that you are looking to share and showcase while you're here.
Yeah, as always, the event the content on the event is very, very well curated. And so far, the sessions have been participating has been really interesting. I've been even participating in a roundtable as a speaker, where we were talking about the importance of the experiences on the decision-making process of the travelers today. So how the experience drive decision-making for the traveler now is basic, right? And how the tourism decisions have moved from something more, let's say, more static vacation to more experiential traveling, right? And I mean, with companies with like Civitatis and many others that are really engaged on that segment.
And I unfortunately didn't have the chance to attend your session. I was doing another panel at the same time, because there's 4 different things, and this is the reality of a conference like this. So many things are happening at the same time, you've got to make a decision. And the roundtables I really enjoyed because they're so interactive and people can ask questions. Tell us a little bit more how yours went today and what were some of the outcomes of that session.
Yeah, in fact, was full session. I mean, was packed of attendees, and was, as you mentioned, was very interactive. So everyone had an opinion, and it was nice. We also tackled the matter of the over-tourism and how experiences can also help destinations to manage that challenge, right? And we also got with us responsibles for the Catalonia Tourism Board, where Barcelona is based, and how they are obviously facing these kind of challenges, not now, but for some years now. And it was really, really interesting how both public segment, but also private segment attendees were discussing and interchanging their opinions.
Yeah, that's great. And for me, that's one of the main benefits of being at a conference like this, is the interactions that you can have with senior executives and key decision makers that obviously you're trying to get access to. In the outside world, you come to a conference like this, and next thing you know, you're in the same room together. One of the things I'd love for you to be able to share with our listeners, too, is some of the big trends that you're focusing on, and to help kind of guide our listeners where the industry is headed. So tell us a little bit, as we're having this conversation, it is June 2026 to timestamp it. Obviously, we can't predict various events that are happening around the world or swirling around us, but in terms of the main trends you're focusing on this year, and what are you seeing from consumer sentiment? What are you seeing with businesses? Where do you think we are right now in the travel industry?
Well, in terms of global trends, we just launched a couple of days ago a global analysis on the travel trends and how the demand is moving globally for this summer 2026, where we can highlight, for example, the specific good momentum of Europe and Southern Europe in terms of gathering all that demand that may be diverted from other regions of the world due to the current situation, the geopolitical situations that is affecting not only in Middle East, but even a lot of destinations in Asia, South Asia, since the connectivity is very much related to that area. And some of the, let's say, most important markets for those destinations are in Europe. So the divert of that demand is affecting positively to the south of Europe, for example. Also, we can talk how North America is performing really well during this summer, thanks to a huge event, which is the World Cup, which is obviously bringing a lot of demand for that. But then we can see also very optimistical figures for Latin America, since we are seeing how some destinations are now taking off in terms of international demand and jumping from basically regional or domestic demand to a broader, let's say, scope.
So I want to actually ask you a bit about the World Cup and sports tourism. We just did a recent episode on our regular Season 7 podcast about sports tourism in 2026, and it got a lot of interest and attention. We had Expedia as part of it, home fans, and a colleague of mine, Azaz Sheikh, who's done a lot of work in sports tourism, and he's an avid football fan. And so we created this episode, and I think it has huge potential to become a standalone series because there's so many people that are interested in sports tourism. Tell us a little bit about that market, especially World Cup, and what you're seeing as far as people actually being deciding to travel for sporting events.
Yeah, I mean, events itself it's an engine for traveling, so a great motivation, and we have many studies published regarding how events can really help destinations to drive demand, but not only for international markets, but also for the domestic, which is, for example, the case of the World Cup. 80% of the demand for the World Cup in the hosting countries, US, Canada, and Mexico, will be from domestic market, and that's something that is very relevant to comment on, since we are talking about huge markets, specifically in the case of the US. Even though the soccer is kind of gaining fans in the countries, is still not in the top 3 probably sports, but this is going to be a boost for all the cities hosting games, for all that domestic traveling that probably will enhance a lot the tourism industry in that places. But also in Mexico, we've seen something very similar. Mexico is a very populated country, and they are probably more into soccer or football than the US. And yeah, I mean, we're seeing a huge trend of demand from the domestic markets, even though there is obviously a lot of international demand as well.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly excited to continue to follow that sector, and you're right about events. I mean, last year it was all about Taylor Swift and the Swift effect, right, of events, and so people are definitely traveling for events, people are traveling for festivals, you know, there's all these little niches, but they add up, and some of them are substantial markets. So sports tourism is definitely a big focus. Is there any other kind of categories that you would highlight to our listeners that they should be paying attention to in terms of what consumers are choosing today as far as travel? Any other kind of big shifts in consumer behavior?
Yeah, for example, we just did a research along with Phocuswright, a white paper for this event together regarding how the profile of the Europeans is switching when traveling to the US. And what we found out is how the interest for the active and nature-related activities is increasing constantly since some years now. In fact, what we did in this report is comparing 2023 to 2025. And one of the conclusions was, that growing trend for looking off-the-path destinations related to nature, experiential destinations, very much related to great landscapes that we don't have in Europe, for example, since we are talking about the European markets. Also, we highlighted something very interesting related to the perception of the country, since probably we are now immersed in a stage where the perception of the country from Europe is key in order to really tackle that potential demand from the different European markets. We need to remind that, Europe is very heterogeneous in terms of profiles, even though it's a small territory. So that's something very relevant to keep in mind for the destinations in the US in order to really provide what the potential travelers in Europe may look for.
And is there a way that our listeners can get access to that report? Is it on your website?
Sure.
Or is
Is it in our website? And also Phocuswright is going to share it.
Fantastic. Tell us a little bit about, I've got kind of two final questions here for you. In terms of the company and where you guys are headed over the next 6 to 12 months, tell us a little bit more about, I know it's new, the merger and the companies coming together, but where are you guys headed and what are some of the main developments you're focusing on?
In fact, one of the strategic visions for us is, and I can summarize that in one sentence, which is no data, no AI. And that doesn't mean we doesn't bet for AI. That would be very silly from our side. I mean, we've been developing our AI algorithms for a long time. We are a lot into agentic AI development now. But what we realize is that this kind of technology is going to be a commodity sooner than later, and all that will be senseless if cannot be fed by the correct data. So accessibility and curation of data will be key in order to feed all those systems and have a good outcome of all that, right? So we are pretty much focusing on how we can be the most specialized company in terms of tourism data in order to feed and train all those systems that can be B2C or even B2B to provide with accuracy of data and accessibility of data.
Fascinating. And one of the things I wanted to ask you, and I've only asked one other guest this, but I feel like it's a question that you're well positioned to theorize on, which is, when we get together this time next year in London, that's obviously where the conference is moving next year. If there was a topic you think we're going to be talking about a year from now, what would you predict that's going to be one of the main themes of the 2027 Phocuswright Europe conference?
I guess will be in automation. I mean, in all those seamless process that agentic AI will be probably a reality within the next 12 months. Yeah.
It's interesting. That's agentic AI. It's one of the questions that people were asking you at dinner last night. What do you think the breakthrough technology is? What's going to happen? And the reality is that agentic AI, eventually the dam will break. People will start booking with agentic AI, and it's going to be an uncertain and exciting time for the industry to see exactly how that plays out. And so I think that's a great prediction. But let's make sure that all of our listeners can connect with you, learn more about the company, follow up if they want to partner with you. Obviously, I've mentioned the website. But Carlos, what would be some of the other ways for people to reach out to you or the team?
Well, you can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me also in X. By my name is Carlos Sendra. My surname, I can spell it. I mean, it's actually it's not even Spanish. It's Catalan. I'm born in an island here in Spain where we speak Catalan as well. So my surname is Cendra. So happy to connect with everybody and chat and catch up for trends, for technology, and for all that joins here together.
Awesome. Well, gracias, Carlos. It's really great to speak to you. I'm glad that we had a chance to meet here at the conference, and I'm really intrigued to see how everything goes as the companies come together and what the potential is, and speaking again next year or before. But great to meet you, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thank you for having us.
Our next guest is Brooke Gilbertson, and she is the head of content and conference manager for World Travel Market and Arabian Travel Market, the travel market conferences. Brooke, it's great to have you on the Travel Trends podcast here at the Phocuswright conference. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Well, it's perfect timing for you being here, obviously, as we're at the Phocuswright conference in Barcelona, you being based in London. And one of the privileges I've had over the last 2 years is to speak at WTM, and it's been a huge highlight for me. So I just want to start by acknowledging that and saying thank you again for those incredible opportunities, and what a fan I am of World Travel Market.
Of course. No, it's always a highlight. We always have you kind of leading on our marketing summit. So thank you for always being a participant, and I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, no, I'm excited about that as well. So we'll make sure that we do finish with that, because we want to make sure all of our listeners plan to join us there as well. And interestingly, Phocuswright is bringing their event next year to London, and so Phocuswright Europe will be in London as well. Everything seems to be happening in London. It is like I was born in the UK, as many of our listeners know, and I love traveling to England. But let's talk about what brings you here to Phocuswright Barcelona. So tell us a little bit more about the reasons for you coming to this conference.
Of course. Well, I'm just here to absorb all the knowledge. I want to learn a lot more about the travel industry. Travel tech is such a intricate part of the travel ecosystem, and a lot of parts of it are quite fragmented. So I'm just here to really absorb, learn, educate myself, and just really to hear what's happening in the industry, what pain points there are, and maybe if there are any opportunities that we can fill with our content.
Yeah, for sure. And so tell us, I'd love to hear some of the highlights. I mean, we've caught up over the last couple of days, so it's been great to see you and have some time to chat together. And I know you've been in and out of lots of sessions. What have been some of the highlights and takeaways for you?
I think I just came out of a session about agentic commerce, and I think that the key thing we're looking at there is that the consumer side and the business side are very different, right? Consumers are lacking the trust in agentic AI, and the businesses want to start implementing it. So how do we bridge that gap? How do we really facilitate a trusting environment on the web? Do we have the kind of human-first web pages? Do we have the agent-first web pages? How do we deliver SEO for those kinds of things? And how is that going to look in the future? And it's kind of just mind-boggling right now, because businesses don't know how to fill the gaps. Consumers don't know if they're going to feel the trust to use their agent to book their holidays for them. So where we're going to be, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, and that's the beauty of these conferences. One of the things that I love about Phocuswright conferences is all of the content that they produce, because obviously at the core of their business model, they're a research company. And this is what I would always come to a conference like Phocuswright for, was to learn, so I could go back and apply that in my executive role in a travel company. For me, the networking was always secondary, because I never was really focused on business development, but obviously that is another big reason that people come to the event like this. What do you think from your vantage point? Because it's really interesting having this conversation with you, because World Travel Market is an incredible conference, and it's very special, and it's very different than Phocuswright. And so, there is some overlap potentially in terms of the individuals that might attend both conferences, but they each sit in their own very unique niche. And so, what would be, when you look at Phocuswright coming to a conference like this, what do you think is unique about the Phocuswright experience?
I think from my perspective, coming to Phocuswright, it's the people in the room, right? You have so many investors here, and I have had meetings with people that founded companies or sold companies like Viator and things like that, and I'm just kind of in awe of the audiences here. Whether you're just grabbing lunch and you sit down and you find out, okay, this guy was on the board for Expedia or whatever, and it's just like you don't get access to those people anywhere but here, right? And I think with the BTM, I am able to curate content to help, build the ecosystem in a better way, right? And I think what I'm trying to deliver at WTM puts me in a unique position, because I get to try and solve the problems with content, and I think that we have more of a standpoint on getting maybe the people on the ground on the stage, the people that are doing the things that they're talking about, rather than getting those C-suites in. We're getting the people that are actually actioning change. So that's what I think is maybe the unique difference between the two.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more, because Phocuswright USA has always been one of my favorite travel industry conferences, because it combines the senior executives, the decision makers, with also a U.S. scale of about 1,000 to 1,500 attendees. Being here in Europe last year for the first time, the one thing that I thought was really cool about this event is it's more about 500. It's more like 500 attendees, so it's more intimate, but you get actually in many ways better access to individuals like Chris Hemmeter from Thayer Ventures, for example. In the US, he's sort of behind a velvet rope doing deals. Here, he's wandering around the room and chatting with people, and as you mentioned, Rod Cuthbert from Viator. There is, the people around the room here are senior leaders with incredible experience, but they're very accessible. But on that note, let's talk about World Travel Market. And I mean, World Travel Market, for the last 2 years, I had not been before, and like it was eye-opening for me, the scale of a World Travel Market. For anyone who's not familiar, so WTM.com, for anyone who wants to multitask while we're in this conversation, to learn about WTM London, the Arabian travel market. You also have Latin America and Africa now as well. And you continue to expand. Riyadh, India, like it's really incredible to see the scale and growth of the conferences you guys run. But obviously, WTM London is particularly special as well because this is your largest conference. And so, tell everyone, for anyone that's not familiar, that's listening to this, a bit of background on WTM London and that conference itself.
Yeah, WTM London is the flagship for all of the WTM brands, and it is, we see over 50,000 people come through these doors across 3 days, and the people that come are travel buyers, sellers, exhibitors. It's a trade show first and foremost, right? My role sits within the content and all of the conferencing. That's the secondary part of the show. The main part of the show, people through those doors will be making meetings with the likes of Emirates. They'll be coming to meet Hilton. They'll be making business deals on the show floor. The amount of MOUs that get signed there is just insane. The business deals you see. It was quite funny, really. My parents live in South Africa. They had a local newspaper, and in the local newspaper, it was announcing a new flight path from Cape Town to Brazil, somewhere in Brazil, I think. They took a picture of it and sent it to me, and I was like, yeah, that was at World Travel Market. That deal got signed where I work, and I think that just was like one of those moments, full circle, really. My parents were like out in South Africa, seeing all these business deals being done in their local newspaper that were happening on the show floor at London.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, just the scale, 500 people here, 50,000 at WTM, and that, the tourism boards from around the world that come together for the conference, the exquisite trade show booths that they put together, all the different events over the course of that week. It really has become, a landmark week, the first week of November, and you guys always carve out that time, November 3rd to 5th. Let's tell everyone what you have in store for this year. What are some of the plans, given that, here we are having this conversation in June, many people listening to this in July and August, so it's coming up quickly. What are some of the themes for this year and the plans for the conference?
Yeah, so fresh off the press, we have opened registration. So if you want to go onto the website, WTM London, go ahead, make your booking. We are ready and waiting for everyone to get their tickets, which is exciting. There's a lot of change and a lot of transition that's happening this year. I think that one of the most exciting things is that we're partnering with Wanderlust, who are leading on our headliner stage, and we have got an interview with Sir Michael Palin happening. So that's very exciting.
Legendary. Love Michael Palin.
Yeah.
Love Monty Python, and love that he went on to do travel and travels around the world. I'm a huge fan. Yeah, that's really cool.
Exactly, and so we bring voices like that to the stage and on our headliner stage, but we've also kind of had the opportunity to transition what we're doing on the other stages. And I think that what I'm most excited for is the ability to have these peer-to-peer conversations, facilitating networking, and making it feel a bit more like this kind of event where these people in the room are the decision makers and you have access to them. And we've got the future stage, which is our travel tech stage. We've got the trend stage, where we're going to have bite-sized 15-minute presentations of all the crazy travel trends, all the fads, what's going to be the biggest trend we're seeing for Gen Alpha, maybe, food tourism, things like that. And then our final stage is going to be an experience hub. And I wanted to kind of get rid of the name stage. I want it to be a hub because it's going to be for community, it's going to be for networking. We're going to address conversations such as sustainability, D&I, at the core. What we're trying to do is really give the community, the travel community, what they want, and listen to their wants and needs and just fulfill that through the content.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to being back, and obviously it's marked on my calendar as it is for many of our listeners, because last year was particularly special for us. I know you made some adjustments to the conference schedule to shift to make sure that everyone attended the last day. And so, the first 2 days are super busy, and then like any conference, the third day does start to thin out. And you guys made some really successful changes, and I was really proud to be a part of that, and I was nervous at first because you had moved my session with Matthew to the Thursday and towards the end of the day. And I was so thrilled that it was sold out. It was at capacity. People were still lined up to get in. Like the year before, there was about 150 people that couldn't get into our session. And it was a real thrill for me to see that. Listeners to our podcast, people just interested in the subject matter we were going to be talking about. And so I know we have plans to collaborate again this year, which we'll be sure to announce to our listeners in the near future. But one other thing we should mention, too, is that before WTM, you have Arabian Travel Market that's actually in September in Dubai. Tell everyone a little bit about that.
Yeah, so ATM, again, it's a global event. It's based in Dubai because, of course, the Middle East is such an emerging market and a destination that everyone wants to get investment in or from. And I think that it is very much on the same scale as WTM now. We're seeing around 50,000 at that event. It's a 4-day event, though, so there is an additional day on that. And we do a lot of stuff around, the global growth within the industry. We try to spotlight things such as sustainability again, because they're such core parts of the region. But we also have some really strong kind of support from the likes of the UN Tourism, for example, because they want to really bring the communities together within the Middle East and just to really share the message that, travel is still coming back. There's a really resilient region, and there's going to be a massive boom there. So how do we build the foundations for that boom again, And this is one of our, it's a long-standing show. It's been going for over 30 years, and it's been growing and growing and growing. And I think, ATM and WTM are both pretty much, the same scale, very international, and I think just very exciting places. And you'll see when you get to ATM, hopefully one time, the scale of the stands are just even more impressive.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to get there. And this is where, given my experience at WTM London, I've got a great respect and affinity for WTM and the conferences you hold, and the fact you're continuing to expand them globally is really exciting, especially to places like Latin America that I really think have such a exciting future, because as we've highlighted on the opening of this episode, we have Hoon joining us who runs Web and Travel, and we were talking about the rise of regional travel. One of the areas in the world that's seeing a significant increase in regional travel is Latin America. People traveling around Latin America, not just inbound into Latin America. So there's all these fascinating trends, and I know obviously you'll be talking about Arabian Travel Market's another area that there's a lot of regional travel. And so tell us a little bit as far as the future of WTM, some of those additional conferences you're expanding to. And then I know I've mentioned the website, but I'd love for all of our listeners to know how to get involved and to be able to reach out and connect with you too, Brooke.
Of course, yeah. So we've got our WTM Spotlight events, one of which will be in Riyadh a few weeks before ATM, and the other one will be in India. And these are just really exciting emerging markets, and they're opportunities to, again, connect with the region. And like you say, regional tourism is so important. And we facilitate connections for the communities. We facilitate connections between all of the travel and tourism ecosystem. So if we hope that these events can expand and be as successful as our larger events, but also to really fill that gap and to enable growth for the tourism industry in these regions, right? That's what we do. We're in the business of building businesses. That's the core part of why you come to these shows. And so these new launches are really exciting for us because we can help rebuild the travel industry in those areas.
Fantastic. Yeah, and just to finish off, because obviously, Brooke, it's great to get this time with you. Wonderful to see you here at Phocuswright. If people want to reach out to you, obviously you're active on LinkedIn, and WTM.com is the main hub. Is there any other ways that people should be aware of to get in touch or to collaborate with you guys?
I think the best way is always through web.
Yeah.
As I was saying right at the beginning, are we going to be going through agentic commerce? Maybe I'll have an agent one day that you can contact me through. But no. So far, LinkedIn, website, straight in there. And yeah, I'll be there. Best person to speak to around, connecting on topic areas and new ideas. I'm always open to a new idea. I think that's what I'm really excited about, because I have an opportunity to transform things and change things and hopefully push the industry forward in a new way. So yeah, connect, reach out. My inbox is open.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. I couldn't agree more, because I love LinkedIn, but the messages I get, I have struggled to keep up, as some of my listeners may know. And once a month, I go through all of my LinkedIn messages, and I just ask everyone to please email me and just carry it over to a platform that I can better track and monitor. And so one of the agentic solutions for sure is I need to automate that inbox. So that's a great reminder and suggestion, and will be great for both of us, because I know how busy you are and how successful this conference is. And so, Brooke, I look forward to seeing you again in November, keeping in touch before. I know we're planning to do a event preview episode, so we'll share that with our listeners as well, so you can learn more before the event about what you should do and some of the important developments and focuses and sessions and speakers and partners. So, Brooke, wonderful to see you here in person. Safe travels home, and look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you so much.
Our next guest is C.D. Lyotier, who is the Managing Director of TripAd. He was also in my panel session yesterday. It was fantastic to have him in the room. He asked some really fascinating questions, and he also made the audience really laugh. So it was great to have him as part of that ground transportation conversation. We've gotten a chance to know each other over the last couple of conferences. So C.D., it's great to see you again. Thanks for joining us for the podcast.
Hi, good afternoon.
Tell everyone about TripAd and what you guys do.
So TripAd is an ancillaries marketplace. We came about during COVID, when our sister company, Blue Ribbon Bags, which is a delayed luggage crisis concierge sold in lots of online travel agencies, was approached by many of our clients to ask us what else we do, because they're desperate for ancillary revenue. And at the time, my colleagues, Robert, Daniel, Diego, myself, would answer, that's all we do, we find lost luggage. And the pushback was pretty intense. Come on, guys. Look at your LinkedIn profile. You've got 3,000 people. You know all these suppliers. You have to know someone. And we realized that there was a kind of a gap in the industry. People are talking to each other, but no one's actually being a matchmaker or helping anyone else get more revenue or sell more things to the supplier. So being a matchmaker is one thing, but then are the suppliers good suppliers? And how do we work with them? So we've got multiple hats. First, we got to find the suppliers. Then we have to vet them, negotiate with them, integrate them. But once they're in our system, we're a one-stop shop of ancillary revenue, which is used by a bunch of people.
Yeah, that's a part I was amazed at, the scale of the business. And for our listeners, it's tripad.com. Tell us about those partners and what brings you here to Phocuswright. I know you've been to Phocuswright for many years, so you're a familiar face, but tell us specifically why TripAd here at Phocuswright Europe 2026.
So we've got quite a few suppliers who are Europe-based, where it's the ground transportation suppliers, quite a few of them over here. That was the panel that we were on together yesterday. As well as some tech suppliers, electronic SIM card suppliers, lounge providers. So I kind of come to Phocuswright Europe specifically to save myself having to do 15 other business trips around Europe to visit my suppliers, because they're all coming here.
Yeah.
So part of it is a logistics reason. The other thing is every Phocuswright I go to, I have a goal to find out what is under the radar that I'm missing, or what's the new trend, or what are people speaking about that they didn't speak about at the previous conference. And there's always something. Is it a new supplier that we've missed? Is it a new angle that we've missed? Is it a new ancillary? And so besides for saving on the business travel, I'm always looking for what's the next best thing, or what are people talking about that we've missed. So that's why I'm here.
Fantastic. And in terms of Blue Ribbon, I also want to, since that's a sister company, you mentioned that because obviously you're still involved with Blue Ribbon as well as TripAd.
Yes, Blue Ribbon Bags is still very much a milking cow. Luggage is not arriving at the airport every single day. Any airport you land at anywhere in the world, there is still a lost luggage counter. That phenomena has not disappeared despite AirTags and Samsung tags and everything. People are still checking in suitcases, and some of them are going on a more exciting trip than the actual passenger. So the Blue Ribbon Bags Crisis Concierge very much still exists, and the service is sought after by tour operators and online travel agencies the like. as well as even some airlines and insurance companies, credit card issuers. So that as a standalone business exists, and there are still some of our clients that's all they want. And so it exists and we market it. But Blue Ribbon Bags is also a supplier inside the TripAd marketplace, because there are some of those, if you remember what I said about COVID, there are some of those online travel agencies who have migrated entirely. They said, we want to keep Blue Ribbon Bags, we need a ton more. So how do we move to a system that can give us 7 or 8 offers to the supplier at the same time?
Yeah. Well, now I know you were super engaged in our session, which again I appreciated, because that was the intention of, and you obviously have a lot of experience and expertise in that space as well, given the work that you do. I'd love to hear some of your other observations and insights from other sessions you've attended over the last couple of days.
I definitely have noticed that I think it's kind of a COVID lesson that we had. That in COVID, initially everyone said that this is the end of travel as we know it, and there'll never be travel ever again, and we recovered.
Yeah, indeed.
And then when everything started going south in the Middle East recently, everyone was like, oh my God, Etihad, Emirates, Oman Air, Gulf Air, Kuwait Airlines are going to shut down. And my answer to that was, just make a cup of coffee. People have to travel. If you look at, for example, a market that we're very engaged in, Australia, if I'm not mistaken, the average Australian has 30 paid vacation days a year. Maybe it's because they're so far from everything and they need to travel for so long. People will travel. We want to see things. We want to explore places. We want to go around. Okay, so there's always that initial, oh my God moment. And then people are thirsty. People want to see places. They want to experience new things. Travel rebounds. And what I came at least from the first day of the WIT part of this event is people are optimistic. And I think that it's all going to bounce back. Okay, so there will always be the people I'm not traveling via for the next X amount of time. And then they'll see a really, really good business class airfare on Emirates and they'll forget everything that they said and they're going to be flying via Dubai, or they'll be taking advantage of the Etihad layover program where they pay for your hotel and whatnot. So I think also a good thing is that God gave us the ability to forget and forgetfulness. And I think that people will get over their I will never. Let's not say that.
Yeah.
People will. We'll get over everything. And I came out with a lot of optimism on that first day. So that was really something that I'm glad that I came earlier for the conference to see that optimism. But I'm also noticing, the one thing that I did notice is that fraud is a very big discussion right now. AI fraud, even physical fraud in airports, payment fraud, that is a very big topic of discussion that I have noticed. And as I said, I come here to see what people are talking about. And fraud is a big discussion this conference, interestingly enough.
Yeah, it's one of the guests that we actually had runs, she heads up partnerships for Chargebacks 911. And this is where people are now protesting their credit card charges and sometimes doing so fraudulently. They've had a great trip, but then they actually say they didn't and they let their cards are charged back. And it's interesting, these are the things that clearly we're starting to see more of in our industry. And as you mentioned with AI, it's probably it gets the least amount of coverage is the negative impacts of AI, including the ability now to impersonate people's voices, and so how difficult it is for banks, let alone travel companies, to try and know that they're dealing with the actual customer, and all of these new cases of fraud that find a big industry like travel and kind of go after that for a period of time. So I think you're raising an important warning flag for our listeners, but what would you say people should be doing about that?
There's always the dark side, unfortunately, of every industry. The travel industry, and especially the hospitality industry, is you're expecting the customer is always right, to smile at the guest that comes to the front desk. And I pray that it's not going to be the guest is now under suspicion at that front desk of the hotel. I really hope the industry doesn't go that way, because that would be sad. Okay, because we still hope to get that smiley face when we check into the airline or we check in at the front desk. But I definitely, if I'll use a classic example, is the entry cards that you need to complete digitally, like for example to Bangkok. I strongly suggest that if you're not sure, if you've used AI to ask what is the digital entry card that I need to complete, I actually think that when it comes to things where you need to put in your critical personal data, your passport details, etc., go to the embassy website and find the form there. Don't do an AI search. Don't rely on AI to tell you whether you need a visa or not, because at least from what I'm seeing, AI is out there to make you feel good and happy and give you a positive response. And it'll tell you, yeah, you don't need a visa. If you say, do I not need a visa? Yeah, I think you do not need a visa. As opposed to use a company like Sherpa, for example, or some of these companies that is exactly what they do. They'll tell you whether you need a visa, or even go to the website of that country and see the direct source. Yes, it's a bit of extra work. But when it comes to a thing of being denied entry into a country because AI or ChatGPT told you that you don't need a visa, that's not going to be a very good experience.
Yeah, for sure. And this is, it's really interesting getting your perspective on this, because I know you grew up in hospitality. Like you have, do you mind sharing that? Because I thought it really fascinating when you jumped into the conversation yesterday. Because someone who understands hospitality understands customer service in a way that then translates to the guest experience when you arrive at an airport. So I'd love if you wouldn't mind, CD, just sharing your personal background in the travel industry.
So very interestingly, I did live in an actual hotel for a good few years of my childhood. Rooms 406 through 410 of the Belmont Hotel in Sea Point, Cape Town was our family home. We owned the building, and that's where our dad decided the fourth floor was a good place. My grandmother was in room 502, and my other grandparents were in suite 302. At some point, my dad bought the house next door, and we moved out of the hotel. But I did have an opportunity to firsthand see how my father and mother dealt with guests. And yes, the customer is always right, but sometimes you also need to manage expectations. But one thing I learned from my dad was, especially when it was repeat customers or an unknown customer, in those days it was a fax. I remember when my dad got his first fax with the rolls and the thermal paper and that type of a thing. But my dad would ask a new customer, is there anything that you need? Is there any advice you need? How are you getting to the hotel from the airport? Questions like that, which was what's nowadays referred to as a pre-alert. But in those, then it can be often be done via an app. But my father would keep a little profile on the repeat customers, remembering these are tea drinkers. Make sure that we put lots of tea bags in the room. Or these are early risers and go out for a walk. So to put that, in those days now it would be a paper, but those days it was still okay to have a styrofoam cups in the room because they like to take their coffee out with them. Or to ask them, are you renting a car again? Because he remembered the previous time there was issues. It's a bit of a narrow neighborhood. There were issues with parking, and try to see if we could and those wasn't like major things, and the person could probably manage, but if you could ask them in advance, or just have a quick pre-trip. And that was something that I learned, and is something that still is a gap to this day in the hospitality industry, is that pre-arrival questionnaire. What time are you arriving? Room service is going to be closed by the time you arrive. Is there something from the attached PDF of our room service menu that we could have in the room for you? I mean, that speaks... That's massive. That can be a reason why you'll come back to a hotel. Just the fact that they preempted your arrival.
Yeah.
Which is a gap still to this day. And my dad was doing it manually with a pencil and a pen and a fax machine back in the 1990s, and in 2026 we still have that gap.
And I appreciate you sharing your personal story and your background, because it is very relevant to our conversation and to this event spotlight episode, because at the end of the day, it does come back to the guest experience. And what I mean by that is the consumer. What are the consumer expectations? What does the consumer want? Who's taking care of the guest? And hospitality has always had a special way of doing that, to really delight them and make them feel incredibly welcome and take care of every need. And then also, like, early stages of CRM, really understanding their customers and ensuring lifetime customer value, they're coming back. So all those principles of running a successful hospitality business in the 90s or before are still very relevant today. But to fast forward to where we are now, and Barcelona together, and to bring our conversation back to TripAd, now that people know your background, tell us a little bit more where the company is headed. And the reason I want to fast forward to that is because clearly you're responding to partner interest, and partners are responding to consumer requests. They have customers, there's an opportunity to generate more revenue. And so you guys are going to be continually under pressure to do more, add more partners. So tell us what the plans are in the next 6 months for TripAd.
So we have, from our sister company, Blue Ribbon Bags, a lot of online travel agencies and some airlines so that's a nice base of customers to convert to the TripAd marketplace and usage. But there's a lot of chatter in the industry of the online travel agency is doomed, AI is going to take over, etc., etc. I don't know if I agree with that, and I'm not 100% sure if I'm ready to join that conversation, because I do know that there are some online travel agencies, look for example at Trip.com, who are actually not seeing themselves anymore even as an online travel agency. Trip.com almost sees themselves as a fintech company that sells concerts and events and happens to also offer you a flight afterwards. So I'm not sure if the OTA is going, or the OTA is just redefining itself. What's not going away is the airline's website. And there are going to still be a lot of people that will book directly on the airline, whether they are a frequent flyer, they are a fan, they have got a compensation voucher, it's easier for them to book on United.com or whatever it is. And for that reason, TripAd is very focused on airlines. Not only, but we are. Qatar Airways uses the TripAd marketplace for its travel extras, and there are a few more coming along. And so airlines is definitely a place that we're looking at, as well as hotels have actually started selling travel extras. Why? Because the hotels have realized that if a person is coming to Marriott.com or to IHG.com, and they're holding their credit card and they're booking a hotel, then why don't you sell them an airport transfer? They have to get to the hotel somehow.
Sure. Right.
Marriott sells travel insurance now. People thought that was why? Because Marriott realized, well, they're going to buy the insurance somewhere else. Well, we may as well sell it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really great perspectives. And for me, in catching up with you, CD, I mean, you have your role at TripAd and Blue Ribbons, but I think you just add some really valuable perspectives to the industry. And so one of the things I'd like to ask you is, I got one more question for you, then we'll make sure that our listeners can connect with you and follow up with you for both business opportunities and also just to know you as a voice of the industry. But you highlighted several interesting things in our conversation. Fraud was a great example of that, an AI fraud. What else would you suggest that our listeners be paying attention to as far as the trends you're seeing in the global travel industry? You mentioned obviously about the Middle East and that day one, which it was like Charlotte Lamp Davies also mentioned. There is a very optimistic view going forward, and if it does take, like Stuart mentioned on this podcast as well, 18 months to come back, like it will come back. Yeah. But I would love to hear what else is top of mind for you that you think our listeners should be paying attention to.
I actually think that there are so many places in the world that are undiscovered or underexplored, and we really should go out there and enjoy them. And if there is no cell phone coverage over there, even better. Despite growing up in South Africa and knowing it pretty well, we went last year in August on a 3-week vacation. Some places my wife and I had been to, even some of my older kids had been to, my youngest had not. But we specifically combined well-known to unknown places. I asked some of the travel advisors that I know in South Africa, these are the areas we're going to, but can you give me some things that are not on TripAdvisor that AI is not going to tell me, a local business or local attraction that you local people like to go to? We landed up going horseback riding for a whole afternoon in an area where, as a kid, I used to go to a summer camp. But the summer camp probably just never turned left at that junction because I'd never explored those mountains and those caves, and it was absolutely amazing. And I think that, like, we should, in this digital age, we should look out for, well, where can I go that I can disconnect? And you know what? My teenagers, who all have their smartphones and whatever, they didn't complain. Yeah, the first evening, the Wi-Fi is a bit bad over here, and they just got used to it. And suddenly they were playing Jenga, and suddenly they were in the pool for double the time because they actually realized it's not the end of the world not to be on their phone. And so I really suggest go to a place that you've never been to. I want to go to Mongolia because people say it's absolutely amazing and unexplored, and it's definitely on my bucket list to go to. And I think that we should travel and explore, but go off the beaten track, and maybe even ask a travel agent, actually one of those mom and pop shops, for advice for a place that you have been to, and if there is good food there, even better. And if you can get involved in the cooking of that food and take the recipe home with you, you'll remember that more than any digital experience. And I actually think that the trend, and I'm hearing so many people talk about it over here, is the let's go back to basics of basic, simple travel without a digital influence are the things that we as adults and our kids will remember way more than any Facebook or TikTok post.
I love everything you just said. I love the fact that you are very optimistic about the places that are still yet to be explored, and I couldn't agree more because there's so much concern about over-tourism and people crowding to the same places throughout the same times of the year. But there's so many secondary and tertiary destinations around the world that are, this whole idea of destination dupes, and there's islands to explore in the Philippines and Indonesia, and there's so much yet to be explored. And so there's that, first of all. I do think 10 years from now, we're going to be talking about a whole list of different destinations that we're not even speaking about today.
Oh, we don't even know what they are yet.
Yeah, and that excites me a great deal. And the other thing you mentioned that I couldn't endorse more is the enthusiasm for a non-digital travel experience. We did this Agentic AI event a couple of weeks ago in Toronto. There's a recording of it now that people can listen to out of interest sake. And the reason I mention it is because one of the questions that came up that you can hear in the recording was around the pushback against AI. And I shared a thought about creating a trip like travel like it's 1995. And it was partially a joke, but obviously partially serious because I know how special traveling was back then when it was the early days of the internet, but you still had to use a payphone and a long-distance phone card, and you were forced to walk into hotels and see if they had availability, and you weren't, pre-booking anything aside from you were showing up at train stations, and it was such an exciting time to be alive and to be traveling, and I think a lot of people still want or would like to travel like that, and sure enough, the line of the night became let's travel like it's 1995. And it's interesting, here we are a few weeks later at a conference, and it just shows you it's a human desire and a sentiment for put the phone down, be present, appreciate your surroundings. And so thank you for sharing your perspective on that. I do want to make sure all of our listeners can connect with you, CD, since I'm sure they'll be intrigued from our conversation, not only in terms of business opportunities for TripAd, but again, just because you are a great voice of the industry. So what would be the best way for our listeners to connect with you and seek out business opportunities with TripAd?
It'll be around 6 o'clock in the morning. I'll probably have just finished my run and I'm holding a cup of coffee. So if you see a dude like that, it might be me. No, I mean, that is true, but there are a few others like that. LinkedIn is a great place. CD Lyotier, so that would be Lima Alpha Zulu Echo Alpha Romeo. That's me on LinkedIn. Look up TripAd and you'll find me under there as well. I do travel around quite a bit. I'm always happy to learn, and one thing from my late stepdad from the hotel, one thing that he told me was always learn, don't stop learning. And I think that is so critical. Find a podcast, find someone that is a source of information, learn, explore, find out more about the world. I know, Dan, I'm literally telling people to listen to your podcast, so if you're already listening, well, there you go. And that's CD Lyotier. My email would be @tripad.com, and I look forward to meeting even one more person. That's already one more.
Yeah, that's amazing. Well, wonderful to see you again. Safe travels back after this, and I certainly look forward to keeping in touch and seeing you at the next conference. Thanks a lot, CD.
Thanks, Dan.
Our next guest is the founder and CEO of On Spot Travel Group, which is based out of LA, but he is actually remote in Rio. What an amazing place to live in the world. We've been chatting over the last couple of days, and I was keen to bring him into the podcast. So, Ben Surso, welcome to Travel Trends. Great to have you with us.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I'm super excited to be here. Thanks.
And as we were chatting before, you have been to Phocuswright in the US before, but this is your first time at Phocuswright Europe. But before we get into that, tell everyone a bit about Unspot and this company that you built going back to like 2006.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. So company is actually turning 20 years young this year. Starting the Unspot Travel Group started with a DMC brand. It's called Califun. Mostly because, I've been always a big fan of the US since my, childhood. And Unspot Travel Group now is composed of Califun, so more like marketplace for touring activities for the US, B2B. And then Unspot came about right a year after that, 2007. So Unspot is pretty much in the business of traveler care. We provide traveler care solutions for travel brands, such as in-destination traveler assistance and concierge services, and some duty of care.
Fantastic. And tell us, everyone, why you moved to Rio. What an amazing place to live. And obviously clarify your accent, because you have a wonderful French accent. So give everyone a bit of background on you, where you're originally from, and how you've ended up in Rio.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, originally from the Loire Valley. If you're familiar with France, that's where the King's Castles are located. Worked very early for a big tour operator, French tour operator, selling the U.S. And then age 23, I decided, I've been very entrepreneurial my whole life, as far as I remember. And age of 23, decided, it was time for me to leave the company I was working for, and I pretty much asked them, hey, I'm going to start at DMC. Would you be my first clients? I'll leave the company, and do you want be my first clients? So pretty much, I started pretty young in the city of Los Angeles, driving minivans, and I was offering French-speaking tours of Los Angeles. That's how I, started. And then, so that was US for almost 15 years, and then went to Brazil. When COVID hit, my wife being Brazilian and being from Rio, she's a carioca. We decided, there's not a bad place, like you said, to live during COVID, and ended up staying there. So.
And good for you. Obviously, that's the connection with your wife being from Brazil. But I know people that have moved to Brazil and people that have moved to Latin America. And it's amazing how COVID displaced so many of us. And the changes are long-term, right? It's like, you moved during that time and you've stayed.
That's right. Next thing you know, you need to get familiar with the place. And then you start making friends there. And then, starting build another company there. It makes total sense now. So we'll see how long we're going to be there, but I can tell you, Rio is a really cool place to live.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, and, you have that global perspective growing up in Europe, living in North America for as long as you have, and then I think that's really helpful when it comes to building travel experiences. So to bring us back to where we are here in Barcelona for Phocuswright Europe, tell us a little bit about what brought you here this year.
So pretty much what brought me here is, to, of course, network with very talented individuals, getting to understand, the new trends and technology, especially with what's going on with AI right now. We're obviously, like everybody, working and looking very closely as what is being done. But I guess more importantly, for me, it's getting brand awareness around what we do at Unspot. It's we believe it's more and more needed in the age of AI. You need that layer of trust. And in-destination assistance is a very important thing, for brands, to keep brand loyalty.
Yeah, for sure. And given that you've experienced Phocuswrights in the U.S., obviously the scale of those. This conference
is more like 500 people versus 1,000 plus. And we've talked on the podcast, as our listeners would have heard, about what actually is special about it being a smaller group of still very high profile executives, decision makers. I'd love to hear your perspective on your first experience in Phocuswright Europe, and also what some of the insights and takeaways for you this year.
Yeah, thank you. So basically, the only reference I have is the last one I did in San Diego, right? So a larger scale for sure. I would say, for me, the main thing is really being able to talk direct to decision makers. So that's really that. And when it comes to the quality of the panels and people that I've met here so far, it's been the same standard quality that what I experienced in the US, and that's definitely something that I keep doing every year, I think.
Yeah, for sure. And our listeners have also heard that we're headed to London next year.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be somewhat sad to leave beautiful Barcelona and the sunshine and the incredible weather. And many people have been out running, and it's such an amazing cultural hub. But I love London, so I'm actually thrilled that's the next destination. But in terms of OnSpot, and I just want to make sure all of our listeners, it's onspot.travel if you want to be checking out the website as we're having this conversation. I'd love to know, Benoit is obviously your full and proper name. Our listeners, it's the end of the day we were recording, and I was so struggling at the beginning to say Benoit, so he kindly said, you can just call me Ben. And that's how I got through the intro.
That,
but there we go.
I've lived in the US, I know that. Benoit, it's hard to pronounce. Right?
Yeah, well, merci Benoit for that. Tell us a little bit about what you have planned for OnSpot. What are, over the next 6 months, so the rest of 2026, what are some of the developments and some of the exciting partnership initiatives you guys have underway?
Yeah, so for us, it's really, how to, obviously, everybody has the AI word in, like AI is like definitely on the roadmap. But for us, it's mostly using it to really augment like our agent. We call them spotters. So we have like a network of travel experts around the globe, and we bring that human layer to a very AI and tech discussion right now. But we tend to forget about the emotions, right? When you travel to connect. So especially when you encounter a problem or an issue during disruption, you want to talk to a human too. So we bring both of it. So I guess we're working on AI to augment the capabilities of our agents. So we have several things on the roadmap, but around also duty of care, that is an important thing as well. To understand what the trip disruptions is happening more and more now. So to catch that and pretty much be as proactive as we can. So we're really trying to move into a proactive assistance approach and not reactive. That's what we use AI for.
And when I was checking out your website and preparing for a conversation, I can see that you work with travel agencies, tour operators, DMCs. For our listeners who are looking at whether or not there's a partnership opportunity here, what is kind of an ideal client for you? Who do you work with? And tell us about the B2B and B2C side of your business.
Yeah, so we are only B2B. That's, we end up serving the final traveler. So we're like a B2B2C, right?
Yeah.
But ideal traveler for us. We're very good. Main client would be, travel advisors, host agencies, who wants to pretty much don't want to have to wake up, in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. to handle clients' requests from overseas. This is a big one. So we pretty much, offer that trust in destination. So we're an extension of basically travel advisors and travel agencies to make sure they, give the best service to their clients. So that, yeah, and mostly FITs and I would say advisors that are looking to work with different in-destinations providers. If you work with like one DMC, usually the DMC tend to do that work, but as the travel gets more and more fragmented, if you use a lot of different suppliers, we're more like the go-to contact for the travelers in the destination, and we report live to you, and we have a lot of tools and analytics for you to understand what's happening for your clients overseas.
Given your work with travel advisors, I got two more questions for you, Benoit. So one I'm keen to ask you is, and this has come up over the course of the podcast because our theme is travel trends, and really what that means is trying to separate the signal from the noise and help our listeners pay attention to what's going to be most meaningful for their business. So travel advisors we actually haven't talked about in any detail in this particular event, Spotlight. And given that you have them as a client profile, I would love if you wouldn't mind sharing what do you think is going to be most important for them to be focused on over the next 6 to 12 months? What is one of the big trends that you're looking at or you're seeing that would be worth them paying attention to?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, well, something that I'm, it's, and they talk about this here as well. I mean, part of what we do is also there's this concierge layer component into it. And travelers are really expecting fast recommendations, answer, and they book more and more last minute. So the in-destination aspect of things is very important to pretty much create like a great brand reputation. So being able pretty much to vet and filter the right experiences for that right type of traveler is very important in destination. So we help with that. I think this is a great opportunity to do additional, revenue. And we have a lot of different options. Like I said, duty of care also is something is very big in the corporate travel, business travel. But when it comes to leisure, which is our main, FITs, it's also something that I think is very important and is really overlooked.
Yeah, and given I've mentioned the website, I know you're active on LinkedIn as well. Turns out we were already connected before. It's always amazing the way that works, because then you also want to go down a rabbit hole to be like, wait a second, when were we connected? How did that work? But I won't go down that rabbit hole now. But it was cool to see that we actually already were connected. So. What would be the best ways for our listeners to reach out to you, Ben, directly, or to engage with the Unspot team for opportunities following this podcast?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the website, obviously, we have a contact, form here. So unspot.travel. And then, Benoit, BENOIT at unspot.travel. And we'll talk about, your needs and how you can pretty much deploy a turnkey, I would say, concierge, white label concierge and assistance service for your travelers in destination. So
that's great. Well, thank you again for joining us. It was great to meet you here, Ben. And
thank you, Dan.
Safe travels back to Rio. We look forward to keeping in touch.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
Our next guest is Har Adir, and he's the founder and CEO of Yeoh, Vola.ro. He's based in Amsterdam, and he's here to join us today at Barcelona for Phocuswright, which he is a veteran of. So, Oz, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Dan.
For sure. Tell everyone about Yeoh. I was not familiar with Vola.ro. Give everyone a bit of a background about who you guys are and what you do.
Well, so we built an hotel booking marketplace, and we built it in a way that we thought, okay, I want to build a platform where customers don't have to look any further, and any way for them to save money on travel, well, we are gonna find it, bring it to production, make it a beautiful experience for them. So it started as a hotel price comparison, like the other guys you might know. Then we built an OTA into it, which basically meant that the cheapest prices is something that we can usually offer under our own brand. And then we started doing all kind of fun stuff, like allowing customers to book a split booking. So for instance, if we find a better rate that combines 2 different rooms, we'll do that for you automatically, or freeze, they can take an option on the room and we will even rebook it for them if the price drops. So any way that a customer can, save on travel, they will find out on Yeoh. That's the platform.
Yeah, the one thing I found fascinating was I was getting a chance to meet Oz and get to know him is the fact that the price drop, I didn't even realize that this option existed. So if you book a hotel for $350 and it drops to $270, it's one of the things you protect your customers with. And that is one of the things that's so frustrating about travel is dynamic pricing and trying to figure out when to book. And companies like Hopper sprung up just for this exact purpose to try and help people understand when to purchase your flights or hotels, but specifically in their instance, flights. Give everyone a bit of background on this, on Yeoh itself, and your role in the industry, because obviously this has been around. Like this is like your 15th Phocuswright, right?
So I've been around for a while. So you have to imagine we took the most let's say uncommon path you could do. So we started as a white label affiliate of Hotels Combined. Australian guys eventually sold to Kayak in 2018. And as they were selling to Kayak, we were just leaving and setting up our own standalone business and moving away from Task Combine, building our own meta. But the goal was actually not to build a meta. The goal was to build a dynamic marketplace where an OTA is quite dominant in it, helps build retention, helps drive more advanced features, and that's basically why at that time we left that business model. So we started as an affiliate. You've got a marketing company. Who are you really? And by now I think we've got, I would say, probably the most innovative product in the accommodation space today. So and that was always the vision, but it's just not very common that companies do it. And what's also not so common is that they do it without ever raising funding. So, when guys do funding, well, you're going to hear a lot about them because they need somebody to invest in them. But when they're bootstrapped, you're not going to hear about them so much because, they're too busy building a business and they don't need to tell everybody what they're going to do.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing I found really interesting, and one of the reasons I was keen to have you on this event Spotlight, because we've only, I think we've passed like ships in the night at various other conferences. We know each other, but only so well. I've not been overly familiar with VO.com and what you guys do, and I was amazed to see, the company's been around more than 10 years, so I was keen to get that context. And one of the things that you pointed out is that for travelers who are, on a budget, which most travelers are, having some of these solutions like freeze, split, price, comparison, this is incredibly valuable for travelers, and this is, again, like a real hook to get people engaged. And then you guys also work with a number of high-profile partners, Kiwi, Holiday Pirates, and also my good friends over at Stay 22, a Canadian company based in Montreal, who and they're one of the most innovative companies, I would say, in the space. They just raised over $120 million. Like investors that are backing that they're going to be, continue to grow at an incredible scale. So you've got some great partnerships. So take us a little bit through where the business is today.
So what we do today is, on one hand, you've got the VO's brand itself. You got our app that is, downloaded more than 5 million times, and our own brand that does millions of bookings a year. So that's on one hand. And on the other hand, we have a partnership program called VO Partner Solutions, where there's another Canadian company, even better known, Super, which has been a partner of us for more than a year and a half on the affiliate program, for example. So different companies are going to use us differently. So sometimes they'll use Super, for instance, they'll take the comparison offer we will offer. So they will show Expedia's prices or Booking's prices or VO's prices next to Super on their accommodation page. And with that, they'll help people know when they have a good deal, and they'll build trust on that. But if they don't want to book with them, they're going to click around. They're going to go to one of the OTAs, book there, and Super going to get a commission. So that's a way that many folks use us. They may use us for a white label. So for instance, Kiwi does that. They take the VO product, they run it as a pure OTA product as a white label. We do all the mess behind. We charge the customer. We do the customer support. We build a beautiful platform. But that's just a white label that runs under the Kiwi brand name. So you got that as well. So
very cool.
Folks use it differently.
Yeah. This is why I'm intrigued about all the different ways that not only consumers can work with you, but also partners as well, which is a key reason that we're here at the Phocuswright conference in Europe, is all the partnership opportunities. So given you have an extensive background of attending Phocuswright conferences, tell us a little bit about what brought you here to Phocuswright Europe this year and how the event's been for you.
Well, what brought me was a KLM flight, but I usually come for...
Nice one. No one's done that yet. It's just like...
It's one of those dad jokes, my kids would say. And what I love about Phocuswright is people come to network, they come to the business, they're open-minded. And in general, business events that's what we're supposed to do, So I myself definitely not come here to meet all kinds of payment companies and so on, but still some of them managed to catch me at the bar and show me how we can save 0.1% if we just did 100 different things. And that's also part of it, And then again, I'm slightly open-minded at the bar for such pitches. But travel is all about partnerships. And in a day-to-day, if somebody sends each other email or let's jump on a talk and let's figure out if we can do some business together, it's very hard to find a headspace for it. You're not in my OKRs. It's not, it wasn't something I wanted to do. But when you come to an event, it's there's a couple of moments a year where you're basically let us hear what you guys actually have to do, or let me tell you my deepest problem and see if you can actually solve that versus, the thing that you showed me on your brochure. And for that, I think Phocuswright is an amazing stage. What I love about the conference, and I especially like the US one, I like it that we have the same hotel usually, and you end up having a lot of fun conversations around in the breakfast or in the dinner, or meeting somebody by the pool if they end up going there like me. But the event itself is also effective. There is enough networking space that you're going to run into anybody you might want to meet, and you're going to also get introduced to via. If you know your way around here, people are going to introduce you all the time. So I like that dynamism, and I think it's very special in travel. Not every industry has that people by definition know that they're going to have to work with a lot of other partners, and they're very open-minded to do it, and there's a lot of send your bread down the water.
I liked your weighing up the ROI on a 0.001% and doing 100 things. It's a funny way to look at it. But the one thing, there are certainly a number of payment companies here, so that really made me laugh. But and this is part of the ecosystem of travel, is that there's real opportunities for them here. So clearly they're on the march and they're doing their pitches and they're realizing opportunities. What are some of the other benefits you've seen of being here this year? I mean, and I'm very curious to know how you balance your time at a conference like this between the networking opportunities, and networking obviously is another euphemism for bar time, but also between those opportunities and the main stages, breakouts. Has there been anything that's really stood out to you from any of the content sessions?
Well, sadly, the way I do these events is that I watch the content later on video.
Right.
I barely enter the main stage for the content. It wasn't always like that, and actually, I think it was 2014 in Los Angeles where I vividly remember Phocuswright. At the time, I was mostly a listener. I didn't have almost any business to do with anybody. I was a small white label operator. I didn't need any of the opportunities, so I really came to listen. And we had the founder and the CEO of Tunar and the founder and CEO of Citrip.
Ted Evers.
And both of them were pitching one after the other on main stage. And I say pitching because they had slide decks, about 100 slides each, and they were going through tons of content in 20 minutes time. And I just looked at it and I thought, okay, one of these guys is going to win China. I don't know who, right? And on the other hand, you could see the Western CEOs being interviewed, sitting all comfortably on the sofa, being asked some softball questions, relatively speaking. And you could see the mentality differences between those, founders working very hard, have a lot to prove, are in a very competitive ecosystem versus, the Western CEOs that by that time have won basically their positions in the industry. And I thought the contrast was beautiful, and I thought, and then I thought also the content was super interesting, and I had so much to learn. So then I really wanted to be in the crowd. Now I'm mostly watching later on video.
Yeah. No, and I mean, that's become my reality as well since I'm recording, because I love the content. It was always what actually I looked forward to most. So similar to you, that's exactly how I started coming to these conferences. And, you gradually start knowing more people, and then you start realizing more business opportunities for the networking. And yeah, I mean, the networking alone is enough of a reason to come to these conferences. So I'd love to know, in terms of where to from here for VO, as you wrap up at the conference and head back to Amsterdam, what are your plans with the platform, and what are some of the developments that our listeners might be interested in that VO is going to introduce over the course of the year?
Right. So, I mean, on one hand, I think this is probably the year of AI for everybody. I hate mentioning it too much, but as I'm here, my product team is basically building their product roadmap on how we can basically use new technologies like AI to enhance the product experience. So that is obviously a thing. We are not going to be able to stay with interfaces the way they have been. That's not happening. You're going to see, I think, every travel platform evolve from the relatively static. Here's our usual filters. Here's the usual hotel list. Here's the usual content we're going to show you, and into allowing users to bring input that is much more specific. Needing, on the other hand, to process that input and to quickly give people personalized results. So you're going to see VO's product itself evolve in that way, and I think you're going to see everybody in the industry having to do it, or be left a little bit by the side of the road, right? These big LLM platforms.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. And well, I've got one other question for you, and I want to make sure people can follow up and connect with you. But one of the questions I've been asking guests on this podcast is that, when we think forward a year from now, and I know that's a long time in age of AI, we'll definitely see each other most likely over the course of the year at the US conference for sure. But between being here in Barcelona and being in London next year, what do you think is one of the themes that our listeners should be paying attention to, and specifically what is something that will be top of mind a year from now at the London conference? What's one of the things you think will carry over from this that you anticipate us talking about or focusing on then?
I mean, here in Europe, one of the things that's very strong in everybody's mind is sovereignty right now, tech sovereignty, the moment, we're talking right now on the 17th of June on, just 5 days ago, Anthropic had to close their, latest model for non-US companies, so they or non-US users, so they ended up closing it entirely. And I know that let's say in the Netherlands tech system ecosystem, I think all around Europe, people are very worried about that fact. So in travel, we almost don't care where anybody is from, anybody as a person, and any company is from, and we all partner with everybody globally. But there is now a very strong tide wave in that regard, and I think it will become probably center stage. So we are either going to see that there is a lot more regionalization in that regard, and that, let's say, companies are trying to buy more in their own region, or we're going to see that it passed because, let's say, we are going to have much more, tech is going to catch up, that the big, let's say, platforms in LLM case are not going to have such an advantage that they currently have.
Yeah. That's a really interesting perspective. I'm glad you shared that. So that's certainly something that everyone should be paying attention to. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the course of the year and comes into next year's conference. But given that you are someone that's very much in the know and leading a large travel business here in Europe, I'm sure many of our listeners might want to reach out or connect with you. What would be the best ways to do that?
I think LinkedIn is the right tool for that, right? So it is, if you look up my name, Oz Veer, you're going to find it on LinkedIn quite easily, and that would be the best way to go.
Fantastic. Well, great to meet you and get this time together here, and wish you safe travels home, and look forward to keeping in touch.
Beautiful. Thanks for having me, Dan.
Our next guest is the AI lead for Maya, and Maya actually was a big part of our agentic AI series on the Travel Trends podcast. You met Ben Manzi, who's been a great supporter of the Travel Trends podcast and is doing some really innovative things in this space. And I was really keen to meet the rest of his team, and I now have the privilege to be able to sit down with Amy Santos. Rather than Ben. Ben's great, but I was like, no, today it's Amy's turn to be on the podcast.
Something different today.
Yes. So Amy, welcome to Travel Trends.
Thank you very much, Dan. It's great to be here. I've been listening to the podcast for some time, so it's very exciting to talk, and also in such an exciting place as well. So thank you for having me.
No, I'm thrilled to have you. And I was actually going to thank you when I pulled up your LinkedIn profile. I was like, you follow Travel Trends. Yay. I was
of course.
Yeah. But tell everyone about Maya first. For anyone listening to this that's not familiar with your company and what you guys do.
Perfect. I'll give a little introduction. So basically at Maya, what we have done is developed AI agents specifically designed for travel companies. So think everything OTAs, travel agencies, tour operators, and DMCs. And we basically help them automate all these very repetitive tasks that they have on their everydays. One of those being, for example, communication flows. So from having an AI agent on their website that chats with all users from discovery, recommendations, and pre-booking and post-booking, to also moving to other social media channels or communication channels, and basically supporting both to the end user and internally.
Very cool. And your role there obviously is given these clients that you have that are coming to Maya looking for opportunities to better understand agentic AI and how they can incorporate it into their business. Tell everyone a little bit more about your role.
Yes. So my specific role at Maya is, of course, supporting all the possible clients and all the clients to really develop this AI roadmap connected to all the capabilities that Maya has and the AI. So really helping them understand what fits best depending on their needs, what are their goals long term, and then matching these and supporting them also in the personalization of their AI.
Awesome. And I was going to encourage all of our listeners, too, that not only listen to the Agentic AI series, but specifically the one with Ben Manzi on the episode, because it is really fascinating to understand more about Maya, the business that Ben, Amy, and the team have been building.
because I know how rapidly your company is growing now, the number of clients you're taking on, you work with tour operators, and it's like there's so many different verticals. Which brings us to my next question, which is what you guys are doing here. I know you've got a booth. You guys have been busy over the last couple of days. Tell us what brought you guys to Phocuswright Europe.
Yes, so a big part of us being here, it's of course everything that has to do with connecting with people, right? So Phocuswright Europe is a great event to meet other people, meet really high level also executives, and really connect over the strategic part of AI. And also, of course, being so close together with the Phocuswright team. Also, they having their own AI agent powered by Maya is a big part of this, and also supporting them. And yeah, after all, connecting with people, sharing what we're doing, and yes.
And so I know you work with tour operators, and where I'm going with this next question is to better understand for our listeners, like our global listeners, they're tuning into this to understand what happened here at Phocuswright. MayaTravel.ai is the website, and you guys are the AI agent for travel companies. And this is where I mentioned that it's not no longer specific to one particular vertical. What has been the interest here? What have been some of the companies, and where are you guys looking to expand next?
Yes, so we have a big focus on, of course, continue the expansion in Europe. So we have a big base of customers here, and people already using Maya a lot. But of course, being here also helps us expand more into the US, where we also have some leading companies there, and then also a lot in Latin America, moving quite fast. And also being here, I mean, of course, listening to all the different conferences and all the different insights, it also brings a lot of value, of course.
Yeah, so it's great to see you. I know Ben has been at the Phocuswright conferences in the US, and but this conference, you guys actually have taken the booth space. You've been with the company a little more than a year. This is your first Phocuswright conference?
Indeed, that's correct.
And I always love to ask this question because I'm a huge fan of Phocuswright. All of our listeners know that. I love coming to this conference, and I consider a conference like this a real privilege to come to, and part of the reason we created these event spotlights was to allow our global listeners the opportunity to get access to the information and the leading voices that come together for a conference like this. And I'd love to ask you, Amy, from your perspective, the first time being here, what are some of the insights, takeaways, like what have been some of the benefits being here? I know you've probably been at your booth a lot of the time,
yes.
So you need to do partnerships, but I'm not sure if you've had a chance to attend any sessions, or tell us a bit how your experience has been.
Yes, actually so many highlights in so little time. It's incredible, to be honest, indeed, to be here, very grateful to be in such an amazing city as well. Some of the main highlights that I was literally just talking about it now, it's the fact that people come here indeed to really share, to understand what other companies are doing, and really basically talk over their strategies. And it's very interesting to see how in spaces of where just everyone gathering in the coffee space, and then you start chatting with someone, all the networking spaces that feel quite informal but are quite valuable have been definitely a huge highlight. And also, indeed, I have been able to attend to some conferences, and I think it's always very interesting to listen to the other startups, seeing their pitches, seeing the new ideas coming up, and then also seeing how then, the future of travel will be. I think that's very alive here. I listened to a conference today where they exactly mentioned this, like, there's still so many unknown things, and it's rather really understanding what the end traveler wants at the end of the day, like where are we willing to adjust and where not, and then companies like us and others are going to follow this, right? So really the human trend, basically.
Totally. Well, let's pick up on that point, Amy, because that's actually a really good segue to the topic I always like to discuss, which is some of the trends that you're seeing. So now that people understand more about Maya, your backstory, what brings you to the conference, I'd love for you to share some of the trends that you're paying attention to.
Yes, perfectly. So to be honest, something that I feel very closely to, it's of course my Gen Z vibes and the Gen Z atmosphere that I surround myself with. And I think a huge trend that I see, it's of course this growing demographic of Gen Z people traveling, really going out there doing solo traveling, and how they use AI. So I see it every day with my friends and myself, how I power my travels with not only LLMs, but indeed with direct chats from companies that we already trust and we already know. So that's it's been an incredible way to seeing this. Something also that caught my attention quite a lot, it's of course this new trend, of course, letting the agent book for all of us. I think that's something that has been a topic quite a lot today. And indeed, of course, seeing how people that are leading in these industries, there's still some hesitation sometimes, like some people are like, okay, perhaps I'm still a bit conservative between a 6 or a 7 in order to let the AI agent book for me, and some others really with high ideas and high standards for this. So it's really interesting to see where all of this is going to go.
All right, and here's one other question I'm going to ask you, because this is actually, since it is your first Phocuswright conference, and if we fast forward to London 2027, to the next Phocuswright conference, what do you think we're going to be talking about? What is one of the main themes, do you think, of that next conference?
Yes, I think a big theme is going to be surrounded about trust. So I think we already have the tools and we're already going to have the technology to really move the AI in travel indeed to be more agentic and to take more actions for all of us. But I think a big conversation is going to be, how do we support the end travelers to trust the brands, to trust the AI, to really be such an important part of this experience, and how we're gonna let the AI handle somewhat that is sometimes quite stressful for many people. So everything that has to do with planning, I think that's gonna be indeed a conversation.
You mentioned about how cool it is to be here in Barcelona. Obviously, we'll be in London next year. Mm-hmm. You're based in Belgium.
Yes, that is correct.
Your background, you're actually originally from the Dominican Republic.
Indeed. Yeah. Beautiful island, I must say.
So you have a global perspective. What else in terms of travel, any other highlights from here in Barcelona, or what you have planned the rest of the year for travel? And the reason I ask that is because one of the things that I love about this industry is being able to come to amazing places, and
Indeed.
It reminds us what it's like to be a traveler and why we do what we do and love what we do. And so if we keep the perspective of a traveler, so that's my question to you, and I ask this of almost all our guests on our podcast, is like, where are you traveling to next?
Yes, I love this question because I feel so related indeed. I think this sympathetic energy that comes from the industry is because of the fact that we all travel, we all connect, we all are willing to understand different cultures and then meet each other. And then some of my next travels are going to be actually going back home for a little bit. So I'm going to the Dominican Republic. And then I have some plans for my mom to come to Europe, and maybe we will go to Egypt. That's still to be decided, but we are looking for that. And this year, maybe Panama. That's still to be decided, but I think I'll go to Panama and also be with my family there.
Wonderful. Good for you. And I hope that all comes together.
Thank you.
Nothing better than traveling with family, and especially giving parents the opportunity to be able to see the world. And
greatest gift.
Yeah, indeed. And let's leave everyone. I know I've mentioned the website, and so I'm going to throw a bit of a twist on this question as well. I want you to kindly share how people can follow up with you directly, the team, to learn more about Maya. But the one thing my little twist is this: is whenever I go to the Maya website, I always get the chatbot come up. Mm-hmm. And sometimes I like to play games with chatbots just to see what answers they give. And when I interviewed Rafat Ali from Skift, I was using their chatbot, and I was asking the questions of the chatbot that I was going to ask him to see, and comparing the two. Oh. So I was like, what is the future of Skift for the next 5 years? So my question to you is this: how do people follow up with you, and what would be a good question for them to type into your chatbot?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, for people to follow up and learn more about Maya, you can find my LinkedIn. It's EIMYA Santos M. That's my name. And then, of course, following just directly with the MayaTravel.ai website. There you can find all the information about the team, and indeed just talk to Maya on our own website, and she'll really redirect you to the correct place. And then something to ask to Maya is, I think give it a little bit information about your profile and ask what's the best way to help them right now. So direct advice.
All right, I'm going to give that a go right after. But Amy, it was great to meet you. I think so highly of Ben and the team, so it's nice to meet the rest of the crew. And I wish you and the team at Maya great success the rest of the year and beyond.
Yes, thank you so much. You've been very welcoming. I appreciate it.
Our next guest is Sebastian Texier. He's the co-CEO and co-founder of Jinko, and it's gojinko.com. I was keen to get him involved in the podcast because of their unique focus on travel infrastructure and AI. And so I would love to get into the conversation with you on this, because I know it's your second time here at the Phocuswright conference. So Sebastian, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
For sure. So let's talk about Go Jinko and Jinko.com. Tell us a bit of background on this company and the business you've built.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been working in this travel industry for a while now, and what has always been, in our opinion, the blocker of the travel distribution is the difficulty to convert from search to book, basically the look-to-book ratio. So we've built a startup out of this in order to aggregate 6 years ago, in order to better distribute the upcoming NDC content without stressing too much the infrastructure from the airlines in leisure market, essentially, where the conversion ratio are very poor. We eventually been acquired by Hopper with my co-founders. We led the European expansion for Hopper for almost 3 years, and since end of 2024, we left Hopper and we created a new company named Jinko, because we are strongly convinced that there will be a shift in travel distribution with flights, hotels, all the travel component being intermediate by agent and not directly through humans. We can see this shift already with the search, with more and more people relying on LLMs and conversational AI when it comes to get inspiration. But we believe that we are just at the beginning, and that from search there will be bookings and all the purchase flow that's going to be managed within conversational AI agentic ecosystem. And for this, we strongly believe that we will have to rebuild a complete infrastructure in order to make this to work. And this is probably one of the reasons why it is not ready yet.
Well, one of the reasons I was keen to have Sebastian on this event spotlight is because of his background in the travel industry, starting in the aviation. You worked with Air France and KLM for a number of years, and then the fact you've gone on to be a successful entrepreneur, having launched and sold a couple of startups, and specifically I like some of the branding, not only with Jinko, but Mowgli as well, the company that you built that you sold to Hopper. And so you were the general manager of Hopper for Europe for a few years after that. And then here you are again on the startup path a year in. And so I wanted to share that with our listeners so they had a bit more understanding about your background and what you're building. So on that note, I mean, you've been to this conference before. You're now back with the conference again with Jinko. Tell us why you came to Phocuswright Europe this year.
Well, Phocuswright is interesting, of course, because it's where we can meet people, we can see the trend, and what is very interesting is also we can, from 1 year to another one, we can see the progress. We are in a market that we believe will shift. The question is that the biggest question is not will agent will be managing search and booking. The question is how long will it take to come to that point, and that's very interesting, and that's why I came back last year. People were, I would say, very unfamiliar with concepts like MCPs, for example. At that time, a year ago, we had built our first hotel MCP, allowing people to search and book hotels on cloud at that time. And we were really kind of aliens speaking about MCPs. Now, 1 year later, people are convinced that AI will play an important role in distribution, that agent will act on behalf of humans when it comes to make bookings. So that's also the reason, and of course, to meet people, to share views, to understand what are the trends, and of course, whom we can partner with to provide this agentic experience and distribution.
Of course, you're based in Paris, so you have a good understanding of the European market, and here we are in Barcelona, and I'm keen to ask you a little bit about the European tech scene, especially as it relates to AI, because it is quite different than what's happening in the US. But before we get into that, tell us a little bit about
we're having this conversation just for our listeners towards the end of the third official day, second day, depending on how you look at it, since they added day one on the Middle East with web and travel. But I would love to hear some of your observations, having been here last year and being back again this year. What has been some of the beneficial sessions, some of the takeaways for you and the team?
The trends that Phocuswright could provide, the roundtables, we really see that now people are considering AI not only as a shopping tool, but eventually a place where all the purchase flow will happen, from search to booking and eventually post-booking operations. So, yeah, this is it.
That's great. And then let's talk about the European tech scene, because it is quite different than what's happening in North America. And you occasionally hear glimpses of the investments in some of the AI startups. You're based in Paris, and when I think about both Spain and France, two big hubs for tech talent and investment in travel startups. And it's really interesting because Europe has overtaken the US in terms of investment in travel technology startups, and we're seeing a lot of travel companies, not just technology companies, that are expanding out of Europe globally. So there's something special going on here. What's your take on that, given that you've been in Europe for many years, you've been in the travel space? Why do you think Europe is experiencing such a renaissance at the moment?
I can't answer this question. I agree with you with the fact that we need to expand, and we are based in Paris, but we consider ourselves as a global company. Even though we are small, the market is global. We have a strong focus on the US market, and basically our first customers who are builders, agent builders, are in the US. So we are located in Europe because this is where we used to work, but we target the US market as the first market, and eventually we might be moving probably to the US at some point.
Interesting. Okay, so tell me a bit more about that, because obviously that's on that note, tell us a little bit more about where this platform. You were in stealth for 7 months, and you unrolled this technology. You've been kind of live in public for a year. Tell us a little bit more about how this business is scaling and why you would then consider moving to the US.
Well, we believe that our customers will be agents, AI agents. And so the question then is, where are these agents? And today, most of the agents are provided or built. It could be either through individual people who wants to build their individual agent, and they want their individual agent to manage travel. But it could be also agent platform to allow people to build easily OpenClaw-like agents, but in a more easy way, secured way. Or it could be also big tech players who want to integrate in their agentic product travel. And if you consider all these players, all these segments, most of them are US based. So that's why, and by the way, of course, it's the largest market. And we have the technology that is compliant with what the US consumer builders companies want when it comes to distribute travel through an agent.
And so, I know you have a background in flights, since you've built out the platform for flights for hotels, but my understanding is that you're planning to move into activities, which is obviously especially big in the US market, trains as well. So tell us about what your plans are over the next 6 months with the platform.
So what we believe at some point is that agentic distribution, when it comes to travel, is a new way of digitalization of the travel agent, the former physical travel agent. I believe that internet was the first wave of digitalization, but it has been digitalized in a do-it-yourself way. Internet provided information for you and me to discover, get inspiration, consider a destination, and eventually do a transaction on an OTA. We believe that today, and the consequence of this is that you are doing, as you were the travel agent, you were purchasing a flight, a hotel, and eventually, and maybe potentially an activity. But now, with the AI agent, I think we get back to what was a real travel agent, but done online. And the consequence of this is that we are moving upward in the funnel, and people, basically, when it comes to travel, they are not looking for a flight and then a hotel. They're just looking for a trip. And of course, we most likely will have to be able to answer to the question, where shall I not where shall I fly, or give me the best price for a flight from Paris to New York. The question will be, where shall I go on vacation? Where should I go on vacation with my family for under $2,000 this summer in Europe, for example, for an American citizen? And then you need to have and to combine the flight inventory, the hotel inventory, and to be able to provide the flight offer, a trip, a complete trip offer.
Yeah, and it's an exciting time to be in this space. And I think when we look at companies like Lyotier that are focused on the infrastructure side of travel, a lot of investors have said to me and on our podcast that they're very much interested in investing in the plumbing of travel. And that's where the real opportunity is in the infrastructure and the connectivity. And what I find particularly fascinating about the business you've built, and clearly obviously you know your stuff from your background in travel and technology, is that you've built this for agents. And you were very clear when you started explaining Jinko that's you've built the travel infrastructure for agents. One of the things I'd love to ask you, for all of our listeners that are still wrapping their head around the pace of change with AI, is that preparing your business, whether it's preparing for a world where agents are actually the primary users of your website, for example, that's a big topic of conversation today. What should travel companies, travel agents, travel advisors listening to this, what should they be paying attention to? What should they be aware of? What should keep them up at night? And what are the big opportunities?
I believe whatever will be the distribution channel in travel, because there are several distribution channels, there would be an agent somewhere. And when I'm saying this, I say that, okay, you can have an agent provided by LLMs that provide a full shopping and booking experience. But you also, on the other hand, on the other side of the spectrum, you will still have people that will be willing to sell travel, such as travel advisor. But even travel advisor will need an agent to prepare their offer to gain in terms of efficiency. I'm a believer that more and more people will rely on an AI agent when it will come to make a booking, and they will delegate to their agent the act of making a booking. But I also believe that other people will still rely on a human because of the trust they have in this human experience for such trip. That said, these humans will need to be efficient, and they will need also agents that are able to search, to benchmark travel offer in order to help the agent to provide the best offer to the end customer. So eventually, you will have agent everywhere.
Yeah, and that's certainly my view, and I think a lot of people working in technology and travel, is that as agentic proves its capabilities, the question becomes what you said is trust. And when will people trust agentic to make the booking? I've seen some great demos from companies like Lufthansa showcasing their technology for being able to book a flight in 90 seconds with voice only. And I love that idea. The question is, are people going to trust it, and when will they start using it? So it's great that the technology's there, and this is the next kind of stage that we're in, which is really exciting. So on that note, I know I've mentioned gojinko.com. I want to make sure all of our listeners, if they want to connect with you and the team after this, what would be the best ways for them to do that?
For them to do what?
To reach out and connect with you or the team.
to connect with us as a team, they can go through Gojinko, of course, gojinko.com. They can connect me directly to me through LinkedIn.
Fantastic. Well, Sebastian, it's great to meet you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for that. Bonne chance.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Good luck to you and the team in the next year ahead.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Our next guest is Mate Sata, and he's the Chief AI and Growth Officer at Vola. Mate, welcome to Travel Trends. Great to have you with us.
Pleasure to be here.
First of all, tell everyone about Vola. So it's Vola.ro, which is a Romanian domain name. Tell everyone about Vola.ro and what you guys do.
Yeah, so we're actually a group of brands. The biggest brand is called Vola, and the RO domain does stand for Romania because a lot of the company is Romanian, and we're a market leader in Romania, but we have other brands as well. We've been around for almost 20 years now, one of the first OTAs in Central Eastern Europe. Our second biggest brand is called Fru. It's one of the top OTAs in Poland. Because our development team and the other core office is in Poland. And we also launched Bulgaria about a year ago, have been focusing a lot on our app growth over the past year as well. And we're also a market leader in a smaller Romania adjacent market, which is the Republic of Moldavia. But we consider it a single market because historically speaking, we're kind of the same guys. So, yeah.
And you also have a background in this industry. Tell us a little bit more about how you got into this space, especially when you're the Chief AI Officer for a company. Tell us a bit more about your background.
Yeah, so I'm a recently new figure to travel, I would say specifically. My background is mostly growth. I've been doing growth for the past 16, 17 years now. Started working for Vola in 2017 initially as the head of marketing. I then got funded for my own startup that was in B2B advertising tech, so unrelated to travel, although we had a lot of travel clients, which I scaled to the US over the past 7-8 years, partially exited it last year, and started working together with Vola again after they got acquired by a Polish private equity fund called Resource Partners.
Very interesting. And then tell us a little bit about what brought you to Phocuswright since it's your first year.
Well, because we're focusing a lot on our international expansion and our AI product suite, I wanted to get to meet other people with more kind of experience in the industry and see what ways we can work together and what other OTAs are doing, what other partners are doing. So it's an interesting way to kind of get your finger on the pulse of the industry, see what people are working on for real.
Fantastic. Yeah. That's great. And what has been your observations for your very first time at Phocuswright?
Well, it's super. There's a lot of value in both the conversations, but especially the people that you meet. There's obviously a heavy focus on AI. Everything is AI native or AI adjacent, at least on paper. And I feel there's a lot of focus on trying to figure out how we actually tap into consumer demand, which seems to be the biggest problem. There's a lot of capital going around AI. I was just talking to Stanislav from Revolut, who sold his AI travel startup to Revolut. And it's interesting how there's a lot of money there, but we don't necessarily see the way to capture consumer demand right now. We've managed to do a lot of interesting stuff within the app ecosystem to move people towards the app and towards AI features, but it's still not at the scale that you'd expect considering the amount of capital that's moving around AI. So my point is we're still early, I think, in this AI race, in travel at least.
Well, tell us a little bit how you guys are approaching AI at Vola and what some of the integrations. What are some of the use cases?
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting. First of all, we're doing it very consumer facing. So we've done it already in terms of automatizing a lot of our internal ops, customer service, making life easier for our data analysts, for our admin team. But we started using it consumer facing very early. So we're mostly a flight OTA right now, and historically we've been flight focused. The initial application was the one that pretty much everyone is doing now, which is giving a conversational layer to search, right, and focusing more on inspiration and more flexible type of queries rather than from to adults, baggage, no baggage. And that worked really well. We managed to get a lot of power users, and about 20% of the people who use our app right now use AI for booking. But we're also adding new verticals, and it's interesting because we're starting them from an AI perspective, right? So we're not just adding the AI layer on top of an existing business. We're building a new vertical from the ground up with AI. So, for example, by the time this launches, it will be public, so I can say it. So we're launching hotels, which we've done very fractionally for a while, but we didn't really invest in it. And we're launching hotels, but we're doing it AI first. So by that, it means we didn't have to reconfigure our entire business and think, how can we refactor it with AI? But we actually thought about the experience AI first. So it was interesting to see. It's definitely different than what you see on other OTAs. There's fewer options, actually, rather than more options, because we feel that AI is a good fit when it comes to choice paralysis, right? And we'll see how it goes. Like, we haven't launched it yet, but we're pretty confident in the experience.
Fantastic. That's exciting. And for our listeners that are trying to wrap their head around AI and how it's impacting the travel industry, it's been a big focus for us at our last 2 virtual summits, but I'd love to get your take on what are some of the things our listeners should be paying attention to as far as how they should be incorporating AI into their travel businesses.
Well, I think there's 3 layers to it. One is obviously discoverability. That's been a big topic. So there's definitely more and more people using the most popular AI tools to discover travel, right? And discover flight options and booking options. So ChatGPT and Claude and Perplexity discoverability is one layer. So if you're trying to get more demand, I would focus on that. The second is on a product perspective. We noticed that there is a significant uptick in conversion rate for people that use our AI tools in the app. So second is, if you already have a pretty big user base, try to shift them towards an AI product. And if it's a good AI product, your conversion rate should see, I can't share numbers, but should see a shockingly high uplift if you're doing a good job. And the third is just being more lean and more efficient with your team, because you can do more internally by just automating a lot of stuff. For example, right now, a lot of the analysts are doing a lot more, like their output is significantly higher, and we're getting way more insights into what works and what doesn't, because we have this internal workflow that uses various AI tools to just make our life more efficient.
That was really exciting. Now, for people who want to connect with you after this, obviously I've mentioned the website. What would be the best ways for them to reach out to you or the team for different opportunities?
Website, Vola, LinkedIn. You can find me on your usual social media platforms.
And Mate Sata, so it's Matei and then Psatta.
That's correct.
Anyone that's very keen to reach out to you on LinkedIn. A real pleasure to meet you here. Good luck with the rest of the conference, and wishing you every success with Vola over the next year.
Same here. Thank you, Dan. Pleasure.
Our next guest is Nina Lakatos, and she heads up business development at Message.Help. Nina, welcome to Travel Trends. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, so much. Yes, it's a pleasure to be here.
Nina, tell us about Message.Help and what you guys do.
Okay, so Message.Help, it's an omni-channel communication layer which sits on top of the property management system, PMS. And our end client, that's a hoteliers, so it's a lodges, hotel brands. So that's the end client. And the idea of Message.Help is connecting the entire guest journey, starting from the pre-arrival, during, post, with integration of AI agent as well in chat. So like any messaging platform, let's say, for example, WhatsApp, Telegram, Instagram, Viber, Facebook, it's all connected to one omni-channel, to the property management system, which is the brain of the operation, obviously. And we would like to add some communication layer, right? So guests will be able to communicate in the selected channel, let's say WhatsApp, right? So, yeah.
So this is actually the very first time I've interviewed someone with the domain name .help. So
Yeah.
for our listeners, not only is the company called Message.Help, it's actually Message.Help for those of you who want to follow along. And I obviously, one of the big categories that's here is hotels and hospitalities. So if I understand correctly, that is your primary focus for clients. Is that right? Or do you work across other verticals in travel?
We do work across other verticals as well. So our adjacent vertical, that's beauty, medical, well-being, HoReCa. So that's where we've built our business already. We've been in the market for 4.5 years. So we've done it in MENA, CS, no, let's say worldwide. So we have already our business, and now moving into the hospitality,
And what is the primary reason? I know from looking at your website, boosting revenue, increasing customer loyalty. So those are obviously two things that every business for sure wants to do. Specifically, what are the benefits for hotels that use your platform?
So again, obviously that's an upsell, right? Increase the revenue, conversion rate. Let's say if, clients arrive, right? They do the check-in at the station. Yes, they could be offered by the receptionist. You can book the dinner, you can book certain service, you go to the spa, right? But again, if there is a human factor, right? People can forget about it. So if you don't upsell, it doesn't happen. But through the channels, let's say WhatsApp open rate, it's 98%. So let's say if you do it in a good timing, let's say based on the hotel, whether it's a small lodge or it's a chain of the hotels, it could be done in certain time based on category of the clients before the booking. So let's say 2 days before, somebody would like to schedule for like 1 week before, again with AI agent who can jump in the chat and upsell, let's say a couple is booking a romantic getaway weekend in the Seychelles, right? And like 2 days before, guys would like to upgrade your room, right? Have a better view, etc. And it's happening in the chat. You're like, okay, why not? It's not like you rushed with your suitcase and backpacks like when you arrived tired of the flight. So it's happened right time, right moment, like few days ago or week before. And the same in the stay, right? It can also happen during the, past the check-in, right? So upsell can happen any moment,
And now, have you been to the Phocuswright conference before?
It's the first one.
Oh, very cool. Okay, awesome. And so, first of all, what brought you to the conference? I'm assuming hotels, but given that there's lots of opportunity in the travel industry. So first of all, tell us what brought you to the conference.
So exactly, our main, let's say, connection and with industry, we would like to partner with property management systems. So, and with them, once the partnership occurs, we can build the market and we can connect directly to the hotelier world as well. And also we can do our marketing campaign. We already have a few clients, but again, we just like to connect through the property management systems.
Cool. Given it's your very first time at the Phocuswright conference, and one of the things I'm always keen to ask, especially first-timers, is what has your experience been like? So we were having this conversation towards the end of the conference. What are some of the highlights and benefits of being here?
Yeah, so it's definitely easy to connect to the people at such events because let's say travel industry, it's all about service, right? Working with people. So it's so much easier to connect during such events in person. It's always a human factor. So, and also I think mentorship, especially like if you're new, you're stepping into that market, there's like so many great, let's say, contacts who can advise you and lead you in certain direction as well. So for like upcoming events or somebody might know someone. So it's very huge kind of let's say benefit of networking. So it's number one, I would say, definitely,
You know, there's amazing networking opportunities. And the one thing I haven't had a chance to attend is a lot of the sessions.
Yeah.
Has there been any particular sessions on the main stage or the breakouts that have been particularly interesting?
Oh my God, there's so much happening around AI sector, if you've noticed, right?
For sure.
So it's like it's moving so fast, it's so diverse, like all company integrates in that, right? And everyone would like to be on ahead of the game, but at the same time, I think there should be a solid foundation. What do you build it on? So it's a lot of trial and error. It's like one of the conversations during the AI, let's say, speech. It was like, if you were given a chance to book your entire stay, hotel, wherever, with AI agent, doing it for you, everything, would you do that? Would you give this power? I was like a 50-50 response, right? And you can see by the audience, I would say based on the background, age difference as well. So it's kind of like such an interesting split, but like even 50% of people saying yes. I think it's beautiful, you know, to see that actually heading this way. And we have to understand it's like trial and error. Mistakes will happen, right? You have to test certain theories,
Well, I mean, especially given that one of the primary uses for AI is chatbots and how people are going to interact and engage. Yeah. And so on that note, bringing us back to Message.Help and what you guys are bringing us back to Message.Help and what you guys are focused on building out. Where to from here? I mean, we're in the middle of 2026. You're heading back to London where you're based. What are the next steps for the business and the platform?
Yeah, exactly. So next step, we're heading back to London, right? And we have another upcoming event, the Travel Tech Show in London. So yes, a bit more networking.
Yeah.
Yes, and also we're at the moment in discussion with few property management systems. So I will not expose the names, but yeah, as soon as we've signed the contract, it's already out there. So that's the next step. So we can launch and get into the market. Yeah, and expand the growth. Yeah, with
that's
that
great.
industry.
Well,
yeah.
and the property management system is a huge sector, and companies like Muse obviously have been disrupting the space because there's lots of room for innovation. But every property has to use some type of system for their reservations, and so on that note, I want to make sure that all of our listeners know how to connect with you, how to learn more information. Obviously, I've mentioned the website, but tell our listeners the best way to connect with you and the team after this event and podcast episode.
Yeah, perfect. Definitely. You can connect with us on our website, www.message.help. Right, so you can connect there, and also you can find me as well on LinkedIn, Nina Lakatos from Message.Help, and I'll be happy to connect with you.
Fantastic. Well, Nina, it's been a real pleasure getting a chance to meet you here at the conference, and safe travels back to London, and I look forward to keeping in touch.
Thank you so much, Dan. Yes, it's a pleasure meeting you as well. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
We now have the very final guest of this special event spotlight from Phocuswright Europe in Barcelona. And this particular guest is a great friend of mine, someone I also have collaborated with over many years in the industry. He is the co-founder and CEO of iWander, and he is also a collaborator with our Travel Trends podcast and assists me on working on the advisory clients of our business. And he was able to join us here at Barcelona, and it was a real pleasure to have him over the last couple of days helping me out at the booth, but also meeting with clients of ours and also showcasing the amazing technology that him and his brother Antoine have built, because he is a successful startup entrepreneur that I have the privilege to know and work with. And on that note, Marius Nigond, welcome back to Travel Trends.
Thank you very much, Dan. Thanks a lot. And for anyone listening, I don't think you realize just how much work Dan puts into this, watching him basically podcast after podcast after podcast. No time for lunch. It's a marathon. It's quite a sight to behold.
Thank you, Marius. Actually, it's funny you mention it because in our last two conferences, I brought my son, as you know, Oliver, who's training to become a pilot. And a couple weeks before that, I went to another conference and I brought my daughter because they're both on summer holiday from university, and I thought perfect intern opportunities for both of them. And they had much the same reaction. They're like, I had no idea how hard you work and how many hours you put in when you're at traveling for work and at conferences. And it was good for them to get that perspective because, as most of our listeners know, and I think any of the people that you would have met over the course of this episode, work ethic is everything. Like, and it's like, talent takes you so far, but really you've got to put the effort in, you've got to put the time in, and there's the hustle is real. And I love doing this podcast, as you know, Marius, so for me, I get energized from it, but at the same time, after 30 interviews back to back on the 30 minutes, it's amazing when someone brings me a coffee or a bite to eat. So thank you for doing that a couple of times when I've really needed it. But thanks for being a part of this, because it was really cool to share it with you. Tell everyone, actually, this when we were walking back from the conference yesterday, you were commenting about the number of people that are coming up to us at the booth and asking to be on the podcast, and you made a really insightful observation about product market fit.
Yeah.
Share that with all of our listeners.
No, it's just the first time I've actually been on the Travel Trends side and going up to people, and obviously I'm here with two hats on, my iWander hat, the Travel Trends hat, and then Travel Trends just having people coming up to your booth asking, to be recorded for spotlight episodes. And I turned around to Dan and said, that's really when you know you've got product market fit, when people come to you asking for your product and not batting an eyelid, just signing up for spotlight episodes on the spot. But yeah, it's worth it.
Yeah, thank you. And we'll definitely be sharing that with Melanie, who does all our partnerships. And,
no, there's more. Then you need to convert them. So yeah. I don't know. She might have something else to say.
Yeah, exactly. That's the next step, is getting any of those partnerships over the line. But no, anyway, it's been fantastic having you here. To your point about wearing two hats, the first thing I want everyone to know and us to talk about is iWander, because as a entrepreneur who I knew in my corporate
world. I actually knew Marius from his previous venture, and then looked to collaborate with him then and bring him into the group. We've kept in touch over the years, and he really has become a good friend of mine. And then when he started I Wander, I was very keen to be supportive, so I've come on as a partner and an investor in I Wander. I'm a huge believer in what him and his brother Anton have built. So first and foremost, he is an entrepreneur that runs that company, and then I'll explain the connection in a moment. But let's focus on I Wander, Marius, because you guys are also at a very exciting stage of growth and development, having launched the app in iOS, and everyone here has been hearing about the next development. Even Pete Como kindly asked you to join a session on the first day when he knew you were coming with me to be a part of Travel Trends. He was like, wait a second, Marius is coming? Let's get him on stage, on the startup stage. So tell everyone about I Wander and this incredible AI startup that you've built.
Sure. So I Wander is an AI travel companion. So think of it almost like your own personal tour guide in your pocket. So it basically helps people discover destinations independently. We use AI in a couple of really exciting ways. So the first thing is that we have a technology which builds self-guided audio tours on the fly, so on the spot. So for any kind of any traveler in the world, any destination, any neighborhood, any city, you can basically say, I want a walking tour focusing on history, architecture, street art around this area, starting right here, and make it last 45 minutes, and we'll go and build that. And whilst you're on the tour as well, it's kind of dynamic, reactive, it adapts on the fly. So we've got that, and we've also got personalized recommendations on what to see, what to do, what to eat. So it's really a very holistic travel companion. We initially launched it as a B2B product, or B2B2C product. We launched it within the City Sightseeing app. That's working really well. But I think when we actually saw how people were using it, we wanted to go release that as a standalone product and really push it to the next level, be closer to the customer.
So let's tell everyone how they can download it, how they can get access to it, because you're now at that point. You are, as far as I'm concerned, at the point of product market fit, and you had that amazing partnership, as you mentioned, with City Sightseeing as you built out the technology. And when I downloaded that app recently, I was like, oh my God, because it's so the I Wander experience that I've come to know. But you also, this platform now can do so much. It's like that realization of, wait a second, for you and Antoine, and you did a great post just recently on LinkedIn. I encourage you guys to check out the website, and obviously follow the team on LinkedIn, because once you actually see the platform for yourself, you're like, and I had that aha moment. That was just like, your vision has been realized. This is a new beginning for I Wander. So tell everyone how they can get access to download it and what they should be testing and trying out with it.
Yeah, sure. So you can download it on the App Store. So on iOS app, Android app coming very soon, by just typing in I Wander, and Wander with an A. People sometimes get confused. And to say, to kind of address that point about what it can do, I think that's one of the things which we're really testing with right now, because the tool is so versatile, whether that's, building a walking tour on the fly, or downloading a curated tour which was written by a top historian, or even just saying okay, what are the top restaurants around me, or are there any entrance tickets available for the Sagrada Familia this afternoon? It's really versatile, and what we're really playing around with now is that entry point. How can we make customers aware of what they can do? Because we have a funnel, and then what we realize is that people, they start off maybe with a walking tour, and throughout the day they actually start asking questions, they realize it's dynamic. And then the last point there is the tickets or the upsells, which is something which we almost focus on second. And that was actually quite, it's really on purpose, because what we've found is that most travel apps and most travel approaches are very transactional. Everyone focuses on that transaction, on the booking. Where we really see value and a gap is in the content, in the engagement, the sort of content or tools which actually make you stick or stay on a travel app, or spend more than 10 minutes on a travel app. So that's really what we're focused on. Content first, and then once we've nailed the content, we can actually start bringing in transactions. So it's a bit like, that kind of holistic super app for the travel space.
Yeah, no, it's an incredibly exciting time for you and the team, and that's why I wanted to focus on that first and foremost, because that is ultimately the path forward for you and the team, is the success of I Wander. I have the privilege to be able to collaborate with you on the advisory side as well. And I just thought I'd share that, and then we'll finish off by sharing some of the highlights from the conference that we've shared here together. And I just highlight to our listeners as we're having this conversation, I think we're like one of the last 8 people left in the conference. Everyone else is outside having drinks. It's been 2 full days back to back to back, and here we are. We're still and this is the reality of you leading a startup, and in many ways Travel Trends has been very much has that same spirit and energy. And so for us, we're still happy to be here as everyone else is closing things down and we're having this conversation. But one of the other things that we were very focused on together at the conference is highlighting the advisory side of Travel Trends. And we're kind of doing a soft launch, if you will, at the conference. And what used to be Acceleration Team, we brought it into Travel Trends because the number of clients that would ask if we were doing advisory services. And given my background in the industry, I love doing that type of work. And I love working with startups, established brands, enterprise organizations that are looking to launch new brands, enter new markets. And it was very much part of my chief digital, chief marketing officer role at the Travel Corporation for many years. So I loved that role and I loved the work that I did there. And I've been able to recreate that on the advisory side of Travel Trends. But the reality is I'm hitting that point, which is an exciting point to be at, where I'm trying to keep up and trying to manage my time between the media side of the business and the advisory side of the business. And I tapped Marius on the shoulder first because it's someone that I have a great not respect for, but also there's certain people that you can just collaborate with, and I've seen it when we were doing board meetings and when we were brainstorming on the I Wander. I said, Marius, you've got a background in consulting. I would love to involve you in this. Would you be interested in getting involved? And Marius kindly jumped at the opportunity. And so over the last couple of months, Marius has been working with me on the advisory side, and it's really started to flourish, and the clients have been delighted. And so I said to Marius, we need to keep going. We need to keep doing more of this and bringing on more clients. And so Marius is now on our website. We've added him to our website, still as his role at I Wander, but he's also there as someone that's helping on the advisory side. And so I'm surfacing Marius gradually as we build out the advisory side, because I don't want to take away from the startup life that you're leading. But obviously I love working with you, and you're adding a huge amount of value to the advisory business and to our clients. So again, for me, that's another thank you. But tell everyone about your involvement and what you've been sharing with the people here at the conference about Travel Trends Advisory.
Yeah, no, so Dan kindly offered me this opportunity a couple of months ago, and it's just been so much fun. Because I come from a background where I've done quite a few different things in the past, but marketing, product, strategy, branding, but also quite a bit of consulting as well. And I think as well as a startup founder, when you have spent, the best part of 5 years, over various startups, focusing on your problems and your issues, it's quite nice and refreshing to actually take that step out and look at what other people or what challenges other companies are facing. And then actually that also helps you as well be a bit more structured with your time, but also, actually take those learnings as well to your company as well after. But it's just been so much fun, and learning about different companies and seeing how well all these companies are doing, and what this ecosystem is, and building up that playbook as well with you as well. To then go ahead and scale this a little bit more. But
yeah,
it's been a lot of fun.
And obviously we want to be very mindful about who we partner with, and that's where, first and foremost, my obligation has been to our existing advisory clients and making sure they're absolutely getting what they need, and we've been excelling in that front, so we're finally at a point now where we can expand. So we have updated the Travel Trends podcast.com/advisory section of our website, which you can find under the About section on our main website. We have not broken it out, and we have not done any promotion for the advisory service until this point, for the very reason that we've just been busy enough servicing the clients that we have, and we'll continue to do that, but we also are now the ability to scale. So that's one of the things that we were highlighting here. So this is officially our coming out party of our Travel Trends Advisory, our kind of soft launch, if you will. But the other thing I want to close off on is the conference itself. As we both know,
We love working with Pete Como, Gene, and the Phocuswright team. I know you have a great admiration for them as well. I mean, clearly, Pete inviting you to be a part of the event on the first day is a clear sign of that. But I adore working with the entire Phocuswright team. I love this partnership and this collaboration. It's been really exciting for me over the last 2 days to meet so many new people. I've connected with a lot of their colleagues, but a lot of people on this podcast has been the first time I've met them and learning about their businesses. And I always find that really exciting. So same as you, I have that, like, you start to see opportunities and how you can connect people. And but I'd love to get your take on the last couple of days from the conference itself. I realize you've been so busy in meetings and also working the booth with me that you haven't been able to attend as much sessions than you would have liked, Marius. But tell all of our listeners some other highlights from the last couple of days.
Sure. So for me, I mean, Phocuswright, a couple of things to say on it. One, I always say this, but it's worth reiterating. What they do for the startup scene and the way in which they elevate startups and give them a platform to rub shoulders with, the big guys in the industry is really unique. Second, obviously the team are absolutely wonderful. They're fantastic. They're so hardworking. The content which they produce is just exceptional. But what I really see the benefit of Phocuswright is basically compounding those relationships which you've already got. Because every time you come, you meet new people, but you also meet the same people. It compounds. You get a little bit closer to them, a bit more personal, and that's where you realize as well actually how small this industry is, where it is actually quite, it is quite a small industry. It's a relationship-driven industry, and coming here and actually getting to know people on a more personal basis, on a more kind of intimate, smaller setting is always very useful. In terms of the industry itself, or the kind of the vibe, maybe actually I've got a couple of thoughts, but let's switch it back to you, since you've been asking all the questions today. Like, what kind of themes have come out today based off, the conversations which you've had? Like, what's your feeling?
Yeah, so I was asked an interesting question on the first night, and it's come up, which is, what's the next big breakthrough that we're expecting to happen in terms of AI and technology in the travel industry? And then we're talking about agentic, but the specific spear, I guess, is once people actually start booking. And so there's no question they're researching and they're using these tools. And I think that is potentially going to be the biggest breakthrough that we'll see between this Phocuswright and the next one. And I do think the dam will break and some of these players will start to get real cut through. But it's not clear yet who that's going to be. Is it going to be Mindtrip? .ai, obviously you heard from Andy on this podcast. They are certainly one of the strongest considerations, but there are a number of companies working very actively in AI. I mean, actually, even someone I just met with my BizTrip.ai, which I'm not expecting to solve for agentic, but they won the startup award. To your point, Marius, about Phocuswright always being very integrated with startups. That's always been a focus on our episodes because we want to bring startups into the conversation, and Phocuswright gives them a spotlight. And it's always been one of the things about my corporate career is how does a large established organization work with startups? And the real value of working with startups is that you get to influence their roadmap. Look at City Sightseeing working with you. That's a great example. And so you get the investment, you get the brand association, you get all the benefits of working with a large enterprise partner, and they get access to great tech, usually a smart, fast moving team. And so I think it's very savvy that Phocuswright's done that. So it was cool to see more startups here that are going on the journey that you went on, where you get to go to Singapore, then you get to go to the US. And then the last thing I would say is that this year I really enjoyed the roundtables. I had the privilege to be a part of one, but I actually liked the dynamic that was no microphone, and it was the whole idea was no scripts and just get opinions. And we got some really fantastic engagement from people in the room. And there was laughter, and it was like people don't want to just be presented to. And that's a shift that we're seeing in the industry. If you look at some of the big conferences, is that people want to be interactive, they want to engage, they want to be the center of the story. They don't want to just sit in the audience.
And on that as well, it's there's no filter as well. Sometimes you get these round tables where people don't really hold back, and it's a very unique opportunity for all your competitors to be in the same room as well. And then, actually discussing about where it's going, but also like calling each other out on certain things, which is one, entertaining, but two, you can learn quite a lot about it as well. Like it's so unique. So it's brilliant. But just on that as well, I think like for me, the theme which really stood out is like AI readiness. I think speaking to a lot of the players, I think a lot of work, what's come out here is that a lot of work has been happening behind the scenes at all these big companies to restructure the data, like maybe work a little bit more on the kind of like on the plumbing, the pipes and the plumbing, and being a bit more ready to actually start implementing these AI into customer-facing interfaces. So I think there's that, and that we're starting to see that with the payment layer, which is where basically this is happening with the transaction layer, where, okay, how can you start surfacing your products through chat or through ChatGPT plugins or widgets? And it's quite interesting to see all that.
Yeah, definitely. And as we wrap up here, I want to make sure that as people have heard throughout the episode, I've always closed off with the best way to connect with people. And the reason that I do that, I just want to share, is that, and it's not to obviously be repetitive, the idea is to make sure that all of our listeners get the chance to connect with the amazing people that I have the privilege to sit here and interview. And I've alluded to this a couple of times over some of the interviews that I've done, is that, I do see it as a huge privilege to be at a conference like this. And I felt that way when I was in my late 20s and 30s, and it's one of the things, and now 40s, I'm like, but my point of sharing that is that whatever stage you're at, there's a huge benefit to be here, and keeping that perspective that I had. It's the audience I'm always thinking about when I'm recording these podcasts is, myself 20 years ago. What would I like to be if I could be in a position to ask these people questions? What would I want to ask them? And so at the end of it, though, I want you, the listener, to be able to be empowered from those conversations to take it further. So I'm encouraging you to reach out to any and all the speakers that you've heard in this session that you think there could be opportunities to collaborate with. Jacqueline Grossman, who was a listener to our podcast from the beginning, she built her network and new career opportunities off the back of every episode of our podcast, listening to them, reaching out to every guest, having follow-up conversations, learning the industry. And I love that, because that's my hope for each of you listening to this. So please take the opportunity to reach out to people that have taken the time to share their story and what they're working on. That ultimately is the greatest gift for me when I see people who've been on our podcast again, and they say to me, "Oh my God, I got so many people reached out to me," and I'm like, "And I got this great new business deal," and it's like, that's wonderful. That to me is like, it makes it feel all worthwhile. So that's the thing I would just want to kind of sign off with, Marius, and the same applies for you. I asked how people can connect with, download the iWander app, but let's finish on how people can connect with Marius Nigond, that I have the privilege to work with, if people want to reach out to you about opportunities with iWander or opportunities with the advisory team as well.
For sure, I think the easiest place to find me is on LinkedIn. So if you type in my name, so Marius, Marius, Nigond, Nigond.
It's a silent D.
I know it's a silent D, and I just can't. I can't bear myself to actually say the D, even though I probably should. So LinkedIn, and I'll reply there.
Awesome. Well, thank you again, Marius, for being here. Thanks for all your support over the last couple of days, and I look forward to you joining us at future events. And I wish you and Antoine every success in 2026 and going forward with iWander.
And on behalf of everyone else, thank you for giving us all an insight into all these amazing conferences, what's happening in the industry, what's happening next. We all appreciate it. And the hard work does not go unnoticed.
Thank you, Marius. And thanks to all of our listeners for spending the time. I mean, many of you are probably coming to the end of a multi-hour episode. Some of you may have listened to it in installments. However you have, I just wanted to say thank you for taking the time to listen to this event spotlight from Phocuswright Europe, Barcelona 2026. As you heard throughout the podcast, the event will be in London next year. I look forward to the Phocuswright USA conference in November, back in Fort Lauderdale at the amazing Diplomat Hotel. We do have a discount code that you can find on traveltrendspodcast.com to join us. And if you use the discount code, send me an email, because I will guarantee that you are included on the podcast. And as Marius saw, that is very meaningful now, because unfortunately, I just can't quite get to, even with recording every hour on the half an hour of all days of the conference, to be able to incorporate everybody. And it's my honest attempt to, as Marius has seen. But I just wanted to highlight, if you do book your ticket and come to the event, I will guarantee that you'll be featured on the podcast. That was my commitment to the Phocuswright team and to our listeners. And so hopefully we'll see you in Florida later this year.
And for any of you who's just discovered the Travel Trends podcast, traveltrendspodcast.com for more information. We do post clips and highlights on our social channels. You can find us on Instagram, LinkedIn, and YouTube at Travel Trends Podcast. And we're on all the streaming platforms, so make sure you're subscribed to be notified when new episodes go live. And until next time, thanks again for joining us, and safe travels.